Welcome to another edition of Fever Chat. On today's show, we're celebrating 75 years of Sign In Please with the 75th anniversary of What's My Line. Coming up next, don't you dare go away.
Looks like somebody's been doing some shopping. And that means somebody's been doing a lot of walking and getting more and more worn out. Because by the time a woman assembles a complete spring wardrobe, she's generally covered a lot of floor space in a lot of stores. So it's little wonder that smart shoppers everywhere take time out to pause and refresh. And where else but in the fountain where they serve ice-cold Coca-Cola? Almost everyone appreciates the best, and the bright tang of Coke is always welcome after a busy day of shopping. The bracing sparkle and the bit of quick energy you get in Coke makes it the perfect refreshment every time. It gives you a bright little lift. It brings you back so refreshed so quickly. What the song says is really true.
There are times every day as you work or you play when a pause would be welcome to you. And it's then that you find a bright thought in your mind that only a Coke will do. 50 million times a day, at home, at work, or on the way, there's nothing like a Coca-Cola, nothing like a Coke.
Yes, for a bright taste and a bracing sparkle, for perfect refreshment every time, there's nothing like ice-cold Coca-Cola.
There's nothing like a Coca-Cola, nothing like a Coke.
Spotting people, if you're a good judge of human nature, you'll want to match skills tonight with our panel of experts as we invite you to play What's My Line? And now, let's meet our lineup of distinguished personalities whose lines you probably already know. First, the distinguished neuropsychiatrist, Dr. Richard Hoffman.
And to my right, my favorite eminent poet, anthologist, and perpetual boy scholar, Louis Antomana.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you for adding the scholar. I was a little bit worried about that perpetual boy. But here to my right is my favorite Broadway columnist and girl about town, Dorothy Kilgallen.
Thank you, Ray. And I would like to introduce that wonderful Toastmaster, raconteur, and former governor of New Jersey, Harold Hoffman.
Thank you, Dorothy, for not pronouncing that racketeer. And we have here the distinguished news analyst, commentator, and our moderator, Mr. John Daly.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. In fact, welcome to our premiere telecast of What's My Line. And I certainly hope our distinguished panelists, members of our panel tonight, are going to do a fine job of human analysis. In other words, be able to answer the question, what's my line? Now, to start things rolling, I'd like the panel to meet our first challenger, whose occupation it's their job to ferret out. Will you sign in, please, miss? Pat Finch. Pat Finch, will you come over here, please, Miss Finch? Well, it is Miss Finch, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
All right, now, first of all, tell us where you live.
I live in Manhattan.
You nervous, Pat?
Just slightly.
Oh, don't be. Take a look at the panel. You haven't got a thing to worry about. Now, one thing the panel wants to do is to get a closer look at you. So would you please walk over to the end position, Dr. Hoffman's position, and any reasonable requests they make while you meet, if they'd like to look at your hands or anything like that.
A finch may be a bird, may be a fish, both agile. Would you do a kick for me?
Oh. This is a very tight skirt.
Well, Pat, I'll let you out. You can do the kick. We'll accept that. How about you, Mr. Undermeyer?
Finch, would you just come a little closer in a nice way? Is that which I am inhaling, is that arpege or my sin? I mean, my sin in a perfumed sense.
Neither.
Neither. Well, I've lost that.
All right, Miss Kilgallen, you have a chance.
Is there a label in your suit?
Yes, there is.
Could I see it, please? If it wouldn't be embarrassing, I mean.
Aha.
Mm-hmm. That's a very nice label. We won't say it out loud, I don't think. What about you, Governor Houseman?
Miss Finch, would you balance this book upon your head, please? And walk.
Oh, that's very good, Pat. Well, I think that's enough of that. Miss Finch, come over here and sit down next to me, if you will, please. And now I tell you what happens at this point. We let the panel, on the basis of your handwriting, what you've said, how you've said it, and a close look at you, take one wild free guess as to what your line is. We'll begin the wild free guesses with Governor Hoffman.
Well, don't you think, Mr. Daly, you should first tell us whether she's self-employed?
Oh, I might tell you that later on. You go ahead and take
later.
your wild free guess.
All right. The way she balanced that book, I think she's a bookkeeper, an erratic bookkeeper.
An erratic bookkeeper. Well, what about you, Miss Kilgallen?
I think she's a student of the drama.
A student of the drama. Mr. Undermeyer?
I think she gathers statistics for rain in North Dakota.
Oh, no, you wouldn't want her to go to North Dakota. What about you, Dr. Hoffman?
Well, in view of the fact that she thought her skirt was embarrassing her kicking, I still believe she belongs to Terpsichore.
To Terpsichore. Well, that must be the other side of Great Britain, undoubtedly. But anyway, you're all wrong.
Dr. Hoffman.
Now that we have had some wild guesses, I want our viewers at home to get a really close look at Miss Finch. At the same time, they will find out exactly what Miss Finch's line is, but the panel will not. Now, panel, you know the rules. Individually and in turn, you can answer or ask questions, and as long as you get the answer yes, you can continue. When you get an answer no, it costs the panel $5, 10 no's, and the panel has lost the game, and Miss Finch wins. As many times as you get an answer no from her, Miss Finch will gather $5 into her treasure chest. Well, now that we've gotten this far, we give the panel one more bit of help, if you don't mind, Miss Finch. We'll tell you that she is salaried. We'll move from the particular to the general, and we'll begin the general questions with Miss Kilgallen.
Oh. Are you engaged in selling services as opposed to products?
Yes, I am.
Does the employment take you from place to place?
No.
You
That's
remain static.
One down and 9 to go, and Mr. Undermeyer.
Miss Finch, you sell services in one particular place, I gather. Should I say a very particular place? Or
Yes.
isn't it? It is a very particular place. That is, it is a particular location. In this location, do people pay to look at you?
Well,
I will answer that question for Miss Finch. They don't directly pay to look at her, but
No.
a man would be an idiot if he didn't think that
A
was
man-
part of what he was paying.
I will take that hint, Mr. Daly. A man would be an idiot not to look at her. Do more men look at you than women in this very particular place?
yes.
They do. Can't understand that. Is your field entertainment rather than education?
Well, no.
No, 2 down and 8 to go. You got rather far afield there, I'm afraid, Mr. Undermeyer. Dr. Hoffman, we now get to you.
Well, I don't think she has to work at entertaining. Looking at her is entertaining. But do you work in a field where your beauty contributes to your ability to earn a salary?
Yes, I would say so. Yes, don't be misled too much, but the answer would be yes.
Do you sit at your work?
No.
I will accept the question as not having been asked and say that she would sit some of the time, stand some of the time. You can go ahead, Dr. Hoffman.
Do you work for more than one person?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, I believe. Now, Governor Hoffman, it's your turn. You're on the block.
Are you, in your present occupation, generally attired as you are at present in the same style? Speak close.
No.
No, she is not, but I don't think it would be fair to strike you out in the questioning for that. She could, by some stretch of the imagination, wear ordinary street clothes, although she would have a tendency
do you generally wear a uniform or costume?
Yes.
Are your services performed in a theater?
No.
That is 4 down and 6 to go, and Miss Kilgallen, you have a chance again.
Is your profession one that is usually regarded by young girls as fairly glamorous? Yes. Does your profession require any particular specifications as to height, weight, etc.? No.
That's 5 down and 5 to go, and Mr. Undermeyer, I hope that you can prune this tree a little bit.
In your particular profession, do you deal with more men than with women? Deal is not the right word. I should say, do you care more for men? I don't mean do you care for... I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right.
Do you take care of men or any parts of their possessions or things like that?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Consultation, please.
You can have 20 seconds for consultation.
We are of one mind here. We are of one mind here, that it might be something in a restaurant.
Hat check girl.
A hat check girl, says my
Would you
friend.
like to put the question?
Are you a hat check girl?
Yes, I am.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Undermeyer. Yes. Miss Fink is a hat check girl in the stock club panel. I thought perhaps a couple of old rounders like Doctors Hoffman and Poet Untermeyer would know her on sight. Well, congratulations, Miss Finch. You won 5 times, so you will win $25 tonight. And thanks a lot for coming up to play What's My Line.
Is it true that the stork brought her here?
The stork practically did. Well, thanks very much, Miss Finch. Any postmortems, panel? Do you feel that you did rather well that time?
Oh, I think that wasn't bad at all for the first one.
I think you did very well. All right, then let's move on and find out who our next challenger is. Would you sign in, please, sir? Arthur Feinberg. Well, Mr. Feinberg, come over here and stand beside me for just a moment, and if you will, tell us where you live.
Brooklyn.
Have you... Brooklyn! This usually produces applause. Everybody must be from New Jersey tonight. Well, Mr. Feinberg, do you feel very nervous when you look at this talented panel of ours?
Only from the knees down.
Only from the knees down, you're nervous. Well, take those knees over, if you will, to the far side of the panel, and any reasonable request they make of you, would you please accede to them?
I'd just like to shake hands with you.
Could I feel your muscle, please?
I have a geographical question to ask. Mr. Feinberg is one Brooklyn man to another. I'm a Remsen Street boy myself. What part of Brooklyn are you from?
Bensonhurst.
Oh, well.
That does. Well, I think that's enough, Mr. Feinberg. You come on over here and sit down next to me. I don't think the panel needs to find out any more from a close look at you. And now, as you probably have noticed, we give the panel one wild free guess on the basis of your handwriting, what you've said, how you've said it, and the good close look at you. Governor Hoffman, will you begin with the wild guesses, please?
Well, I think Mr. Feinberg's a manufacturer.
Miss Kilgallen.
Yes, I'll go even further. I think he's a manufacturer of men's clothing.
Mr. Untermeyer.
I think that he is a professional Dodger roofer.
That probably is true, but unfortunately it isn't the full answer. What about you, Dr. Hoffman?
I place him in the garment trade.
You place him in the garment trade. Well, you're all wrong, and once again, we're going to let our viewers at home get a good close look at Mr. Feinberg, and they will find out at the same time what his line is. Panel, you know the rules. You ask questions, yes. Get a no answer, and it's going to cost you $5. And if you get 10 no's, the panel is licked. Well, I think we've made a very good beginning. Now, I'm going to give you this much help and tell you that Mr. Feinberg is self-employed. Is that right, Mr. Feinberg? Or are you salaried?
I'm salaried.
Mr. Feinberg is salaried. He works for somebody else. Now, with that as a starter, Mr. Untermeyer, suppose you begin the general question.
Well, the audience has completely thrown me off by their raucous laugh.
We were hoping they would.
I think we'll get Mr. Feinberg off the stand and put the audience on instead.
You go ahead with the
I
question.
gathered from the laughter that Mr. Feinberg is nothing of a manufacturer whatsoever. He's probably a highly priced educator. And I would guess, and I'm going to ask
Could we have a question
yes,
instead of
I
all
would be
this
glad,
applause?
yes. Are you in a field which is educational?
No.
No, that is one down. And 9 to go. Dr. Hoffman?
Are you in a field which is serviceable?
You mean by that, does he...
That people need what you sell? Or
let's see.
Yes.
He'd say so.
Doesn't he know?
did he
Is
say
he
he knows?
Yes.
He say he was employed.
Yes. Salary.
Do you go from place to place in your work?
Part of the time.
And is your work competitive?
Yes.
And do you sell things that go up to pretty high figures?
Well, now, we haven't as yet... I'd
You
like
know-
to stop you here, because we haven't as yet adduced any particulars as to what he sells, whether it be services or products.
the commodity with which you're occupied. I suppose there is some commodity with which he's occupied, anywhere
This
from
is a
pens to
reasonable
houses.
assumption, but I was just making the point, Dr.
Yes.
Hoffman, that it has not as yet been adduced as to whether he sold services or products. Well, it might help you.
I might ask then, do you sell services?
Yes.
And with those services, is there an occasional product?
I imagine there is.
Yes, is the answer to that.
And is that, by services you mean advice?
Would you like to ask the
Yes,
question?
I'd like. Do you mean advice? That you give advice to
No.
people?
No, that's 2 down and
Okay,
8 to
thank you,
go.
sir.
But some valuable information has been gleaned. How about you, Governor Hoffman? You're on the block.
Feinberg,
now.
you consider that you're engaged in a profession. It's against the business. It's a profession. Yes.
Well, now, wait a minute. I have to move in here. It's not strictly, as we interpret business and professions, a profession.
Well,
no, it's 3 down and 7 to
could I-
go, and I'm afraid Miss Kilgallen takes over.
Oh, you answered no.
Yes.
This
Great.
must be the most unusual business.
It's a bit unusual. It's not uncommon, but it's a bit unusual.
You say that the service that you sell and the occasional product is a necessity.
Well, I would help
Well,
you
rather
this
than a
much.
luxury, shall we say.
Yes, it can be, but don't be misled too much by occasional. We answered the question yes because it was phrased that way. It's not necessarily an occasional product. I mean, leave your mind open on that score.
Well, may I ask a direct question?
You certainly
Is
may.
there a product involved? Do you sell a product as well as your services?
No.
No, but you were very close. That's 4 down and 6 to go. That's a moot point which needs clarification.
Would you like to clarify it?
What about Doctor? He does not sell the product. That's the point there. What about you, Doctor? Rather, Mr. Louis Untermeyer. I think it's your turn.
Would you be occupied with a technique, a manipulation, rather than something with a machine?
No.
So I think we could answer that question. Manipulation plays a large part in the end product of his service. So let
Could I
us
say-
withdraw that question. You go ahead.
Are you connected in any branch with any branch of medicine?
No.
No, that's 5 down and 5 to go, and we've spent quite a bit of time on Mr. Feinberg, so I'll give the panel just a little bit longer on this one.
Mr. Feinberg, do you have to do a great deal of convincing in order to sell your services? Do you meet with opposition?
Yes.
And do you work mostly, are your services mostly extended to women?
Yes.
When their husbands aren't home?
Really?
Well, they may be selling carpet sweepers. How do I know? I don't know it yet.
Yes, I agree.
When their
Could
husbands
we
are
have a
not home.
consultation?
All right, I'll give you 15 seconds for consultation.
He
All
has
right.
a product. He has a product.
I think he's a brush
But he doesn't sell a product. Could it be like those television sets that they put in your home, but they don't sell them? They rent them or they leave them? Something
Consultation period is
temporary?
over. Dr. Hoffman, please continue with the question.
Something involving
Has your
rental.
work anything to do with any form of insurance?
No. All right, that is 6 down and 4 to go. And I think I'm going to let Mr. Feinberg win by default because you're not moving even close to the area. Mr. Feinberg is a diaper company service salesman. Is that right, Mr. Feinberg?
That's right, the Cascade Diaper
Thank you very much for coming up to see us. That means that you win $50 and you stumped our panel and thank you
That's
very
hitting
much.
below the belt,
He
isn't
was
it?
misled.
We have a great...
Well, I tell you what, you can all take this out of my hide afterwards. We only have 30 minutes now, so
On
let's
the
leave the
first one.
postmortems and this till afterwards. Now, let's get on with our game, and let's see who our next challenger is. Would you sign in, please, sir?
If a diaper doesn't give insurance, I don't know what will.
Seymour.
If it isn't a necessity, I don't know what is.
Seymour Kolodny. Mr. Kolodny, come over here and stand beside me, will you? Dr. Hoffman just said a diaper does give insurance, so you can see we're going to have some trouble after the show. How do you feel about it? Yes or no? Well, where do you live? Tell us that.
Forest Hills.
You live in Forest Hills. Well, Mr. Kolodny, would you, as you've seen our friends, oh, you've got some friends here. Stand over by Dr. Hoffman and walk by the panel, accede to any reasonable demands they make.
How do you do,
How
sir?
do you do, Doctor?
You wouldn't care to sing one line of a song for me, would you? First line of any song,
You
you
can
know.
say no.
I want to say no, but I also want to sing.
Say no, I think.
No.
Oh, no, let's hear it.
Show me the way to go home.
Okay.
All right,
That way.
This way. I think you probably frightened the panel out of their wits with that, Mr. Kolodny. Now, will you sit down here for just a moment? As you know, they get one wild free guess now on the basis of your handwriting, what you've said, how you've said it, and how you look. Dr. Hoffman, would you, or rather, Governor Hoffman, begin the free guesses?
That's all right. I'm a doctor, too, but I'll tell you about that some other time.
All right, fine. I'm confused enough as it is. You stay
Free
governor.
guess, I think he's a taxi driver.
That's wrong. What about you, Miss Kilgallen?
I think he's a subway guard.
That's wrong. What about you, Mr.
I
Odemeyer?
think he's an income tax misleader.
That's wrong. What about you, Dr. Hoffman?
I think he's interested in alcohol. I mean, not in drinking it.
Well, he might have a slight interest in alcohol. Who knows? But now let's have our viewers at home get a good close look at Mr. Kolodny, and meanwhile they'll learn what his line is. Panel, you know the rules, and you should be all ready to go with your questions. No answers cost you $5. Let's begin the general questioning. After telling you that Mr. Kolodny is self-employed, let's begin the general questioning with Governor Hoffman.
Mr. Kolodny, does your work require you to use a vehicle?
No. 1 down and 9 to go. Mr. Kilgallen.
Do you,
taxi driver.
That's right.
do you consider yourself a businessman?
I have to, sure.
That is, as opposed to a professional man.
Would you like to rephrase that question, because it might be very important?
Well, do you consider,
Say, are you?
are you a businessman?
Well, I think today in making a living, you have to be a businessman.
Yes, but I think
now,
that's
don't
a
you?
moot issue. We'll have to call that 2 down and 8 to go. He's not a businessman. Mr. Odemeyer?
If you are not a businessman, are you what we would call a professional?
Yes.
You profess to be a professional.
Thank you, yes,
Professional.
yes.
Good. Do you deal with the well-being of your clients rather than their beauty?
No.
Oh, I would say yes.
Yeah.
Your well-being is much more important than your
Yeah.
client's
Furthermore,
beauty.
after you are through with them, that is, if you ever are through with them, do they feel better? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, they would be. You operate on, or if you operate, on all sorts of things. For instance, would I be better after you finished with me?
No. That's 3 down and 7 to go. Dr. Hoffman, it's now your ball to carry.
I know you can't improve, Louis. Anyway, that was really a question you shouldn't have asked. However, do you use tools in your work?
Yes.
Are they small tools, you know, hand tools or machine tools?
Hand tools.
Hand tools. Did you have to go to any particular school to learn your
Yes.
profession? Did it require a degree?
Yes.
Do you have patients or clients? Or both?
Both.
Do they sit when they come to you?
Yes.
Do they change position from time to time?
Yes.
Do you give them comfort or pain or both?
Both.
Are you a dentist?
No.
That's 4 down and 6 to go, and back to you, Governor Hoffman.
Does your profession bring you into physical contact with your patients or clients?
Yes.
Are you, by any chance, a chiropractor?
No.
That is 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you have a title?
Yes.
Are you a doctor? Are you called doctor?
Yes.
Well, are you a psychiatrist?
No.
That's 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Rothermeyer.
He denied that vehemently.
You're a doctor. You deal, I presume, with living things, with living beings.
Usually, yes.
Both sexes?
Yes.
Conference? May we have a conference?
You may have 15 seconds for
May we have a
conference.
conference? Living things. I'll bet he's a veterinarian.
I do too.
Yes.
All right,
Do
the
you
conference is over.
deal with animals?
Yes.
Are you an animal doctor? Are you a veterinarian?
Very good. Congratulations. Thank you very much. You won 6 times, and so you do get a prize, and congratulations to our panel. They did very well. And now we have something special. Panel, rather. You remember I told you we'd be using masks tonight. Now, before we introduce our next challenger to you panel members, we're going to give you an even greater handicap than you faced with the first 3. We're not going to let you see him. If we did, you'd recognize him immediately because he's a celebrity. So you don't see him. I'm going to ask Madeline Tyler to pass out blindfolds to you. And will you please see that they're on very securely, Miss Tyler? Yes, I thought Miss Tyler would enhance the scenery here quite a bit. I see the audience agrees with us. All right, let's see. Dr. Huffman has his mask on. Mr. Undermeyer?
You mean I can't even look at Miss Tyler?
Well, you can't. I'm sorry. You're penalized already on that.
I don't know what Miss Tyler's line is, but I bet she has a good one.
That's a fine mask they have for you there,
Yes,
Miss
I have a
Kilgallen.
glamour one. Isn't that
Yes,
wonderful?
that's for girls.
This is going to ruin my
And
mascara.
I think that Mr. Undermeyer's mask improves his appearance a good deal. Maybe we ought to get him
That's a dirty crack, John Dale.
get him one to use all the time. All right, now it's up to you to identify our guest celebrity. Are all the masks on so that you can't see them? Okay, will our celebrity please come on stage now and sign up? You sign up there on the white sheet of paper, and I will call you Mr. X, if you don't mind, because we don't want the panel to know too much about you. I'm not going to allow you any wild guesses on this panel. Would you come over and sit down, Mr. X, please? Now, I want to say this. The money that is lost to our Mr. X is going to go to the Heart Foundation. All right, let's see how quickly you can identify Mr. X, and we'll start with Miss Kilgallen.
Well, if you're a celebrity, are you tall, dark, and handsome?
No.
I think we'll have to accept the no there, but it doesn't have to do with the handsome part of it. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Undermeyer.
Are you small, dark, and handsome?
Well, partly.
Yes, I think. You go ahead, Mr. Undermeyer.
The answer is yes. Good.
Yes.
Are you, judging from that fine, vibrant tenor, a singer?
No.
That's 2 down and 8 to go, and it's yours, Dr. Hoffman.
In spite of the fact that you're a celebrity, do you consider your life worthwhile?
Certainly.
I didn't hear.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
In other words, you give comfort or joy or substance to people.
Well,
Yes, we'll take a yes on that. You see, Doctor, our time is running out very
Well,
rapidly.
are you engaged in art?
Well, it could be. Withdraw the question.
Are you engaged in a science?
You want to withdraw that one? No, I think that's 3 down and 7 to go. Can't give you any more leeway. Governor Hoffman, you might be able to do very well with this one.
I do not think you're in the field of government. Am I right?
That's right.
That's very well questioned.
Do you work indoors? Do you generally work outdoors?
Yes.
We have only a minute and a half.
Are you engaged in the field of sports?
Yes.
Joe DiMaggio, I bet.
No, he's not in town.
Are you connected with a sport that is generally not being played at this time of year?
Yes.
Baseball.
Are you connected with the sport in New York?
Yes.
In greater New York?
Yes.
If I said that you are not with the Brooklyn Dodgers. Would I be right?
You would be.
Very good. Continue, Mr. Governor Hoffman.
If I said you were with some New York aggregation of athletes, would I be right?
Yes.
I can only give you a little more time, Governor Hoffman, so you'll have to drive for the finish.
Well, I think I have this fellow.
All right, well, let's take a try, because I'm going to have to cut
Two
you
in
off.
mind. I think it's Phil Rizzuto.
Phil Rizzuto is right. Congratulations. And Phil, tell us, what do you do during these off-season days?
Well, I work in the American shop, the clothing store over in Newark.
Oh, how's business?
Pretty good.
The American shop there in Newark. Well, I must say, you should be able to sell a suit very well and very fast. And thanks a lot for being our celebrity
You
guest
still live in New
on
Jersey,
What's My
Phil?
Line.
Yes,
Mr. Daly?
that's good.
I
Yeah,
stick to my original guess. I still think that Phil would make a very good singer.
Oh, I think he'd make a wonderful singer, but he's one of the finest baseball players that ever came down the
Can you
track.
sing
So
with
that's
Ralph
the
Franklin?
important thing. Thanks again very much for being our celebrity guest on What's My Line tonight, Phil Rizzuto, and a very fine piece of work, Governor Hoffman. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say that our time for this evening is up. So until 2 weeks from tonight, when once again we'll try to see how good we are at spotting the occupation of our challengers, I will have to say good night, Dr. Hoffman.
And good night, Louis Untermeyer.
And good night, Dorothy Kilgallen.
And good night, Harold Hoffman.
And good night, John Daly.
And good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
What's My Line has been presented by CBS in association with Goodson Codman Productions. Produced by Gil Bates and directed by Paul Monroe.
Look at this man. If you saw him in a restaurant, would you be able to tell what he does for a living? Is he a bank president, an atomic scientist, or a floor walker at Macy's? What would you say if he asked,
What's my line?
Yes, here's television's newest game, a chance to play detective and spot the occupations of all kinds of people as they come before our camera. You will have a chance to match your observation skills with our panel of experts for the next half hour as we invite you to play What's My Line? And now let's meet our lineup of distinguished personalities whose lines you probably already know. First, the distinguished neuropsychiatrist, Dr. Richard Hoffman.
And who's that on your right, Dr. Hoffman?
On my right, Louis Untermeyer, my favorite disc jockey from Parnassus.
Parnassus yet. Dick, you know very well that I live in Brooklyn. And on my right, that dynamic actress and mistress of ceremonies, Arlene Francis.
Thank you. And on my right, your favorite Toastmaster, my favorite raconteur, and a favorite son of New Jersey, Governor Hoffman.
Thank you, Arlene. And on my right, the suave news analyst and commentator and our moderator, Mr. John Daly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to What's My Line. You're going to see people from many varied and perhaps unexpected occupations who are here to baffle our panel of experts and thus win some prize money for themselves. We'll also have a famous guest challenger before our panel a little bit later on in the show. But now to get things rolling, I want the experts to meet our first challenger, whose job they will have to spot. So will you sign in, please, miss? Caroline W-E-S-T-O-N. Caroline Weston. Well, fine. Miss Weston, I take it is Miss, is it? Will you stand here by this chair for just a moment? Tell us, first of all, where you live.
Queens.
Queens? That's out on Long Island.
Yes, sir.
Part of New York City? Well, you should have some friends out in our audience tonight, then. Does this panel bother you? Does it look formidable? Oh, it's not. Nothing to be afraid of at all. No, I'm going to let you have a closer look at them, and they want a closer look at you. So will you walk over to the end of the panel line there, and any reasonable demands they make on you, why, meet them. They may want to shake hands with you or something
Yes,
like
I'd
that.
like to shake hands with you. You're not nervous, are you? You needn't be. Do you mind just standing on one foot for a moment? And now shut your eyes and do it. And touch the tip of your nose. Well, okay.
And do something for me, honey. Touch that.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Well, I think they put you through the ringer enough. You come over here and sit down beside me, Miss Weston, if you will. Now, you probably haven't heard about this, but on the basis of your handwriting, what you've said, how you've said it, and this close look that the panel has had at you, we give them one free guess as to what your line may be. We'll start the free guesses with Governor Huffman.
I think Miss Weston is a playground instructor.
A playground instructor. Miss Francis?
Well, I'm sort of on your side. I think she's a girl athlete anyway.
Well, that's pretty interesting. And so what about you, Mr. Undermeyer?
I think she does research work in rainfall in North Dakota.
Does it have to be North Dakota? It does. How about you, Dr. Hoffman?
Well, I'd put her into a warmer place than that. I think that she is in the educational system.
In the educational system. Well, that covers an awful lot of territory, but now we'll let our viewers at home and our audience here in the theater get a closer look at Miss Weston. At the same time, they will find out what her line is. Panel, you know the rules. In turn, you can ask questions of Miss Weston. The answers to receive, or rather the answers to be given as yes or no in almost all instances. When you get a no answer, it costs the panel $5. 10 no's, and you've lost the game. 10 no's, and our challenger has won $50 and won the game. Now, we give you one bit of help before we start the general questioning. Miss Weston is salaried. Now, I think since the fair sex to the fair, Miss Francis, you begin the general questioning.
Your salary. Do you work for a profit-making organization, Miss Weston?
Yes.
You do?
You
Yes.
speak up a bit, Miss Francis, and try to throw these
speak
questions
up.
fast and
Gotta
furious.
get at you, girl. You said that it was interesting when I said that she was a girl athlete at some time, so I'm going to stay on that line, kind of, John. I'm going to find out if you are interested in athletics.
Yes.
You are. Do you, in your work, work with a group of people? Or are you a lone athlete?
Well, now, this, the question isn't specific enough.
It isn't
Let
specific
us say that
enough.
in the general practice of
her profession.
the whole thing, she might work with other people, yes.
Yes. I mean, if she were a lady wrestler, she'd work with somebody.
Yeah, she would.
Do you use all the muscles of your body in the kind of athletics that you are engaged in?
Miss Weston, what do you say?
Yes.
Every muscle is working, ears and all, fellas. Don't forget.
Point of me.
Do you? Is your athletic work something that covers a lot of ground?
Yes.
Covers a lot of ground. Do you use any kind of apparatus to help you in your particular line of athletic work? I mean by that, do you have to wear anything on your feet or your hands or your head?
No.
Nothing. What kind of athletic is that?
That's
No
one down and 9 to go, and Mr. Undermeyer, you look very eager. Get to it.
I am very eager because Miss Francis has given me so many leads.
Thank you.
As an athletic question mark, do you deal equally with both sexes or more with women, let us say?
No.
Well, the question...
All right. Do you deal with both sexes?
Yes.
Do you deal more with women than with men?
Yes.
In your line of entertainment, athletics, or sports, do you come in physical contact with people?
Yes.
Do you handle them? I mean, do you handle them roughly? For instance, instead of a cosmetician where you handle them gently, do you handle them roughly?
Yes.
Would you be a female wrestler?
Yes.
Yes, congratulations. Thank you very much, Miss Weston. I'm afraid you didn't do too well, but you did give our panel a good, hard contest, and you won yourself only $5 in prize money. Congratulations, panel. Any postmortem?
No, aren't you glad you met her up here, though, instead of in the ring,
I'm
Louis?
glad I met you, friend.
Well, fine. Now let's move on to our next challenger. Would you check in, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Write in a large hand so that our panel can get some benefit. Edward Eisen, is that right, sir?
That's
Will you
right.
come over here and stand beside me for just a moment? First of all, tell us where you live.
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. I was waiting for that. That usually brings loud gales of applause. Well, Mr. Eisen, you've had a look at this panel. Do you think it looks very formidable?
I'm afraid that's psychiatrist.
You're afraid of the psychiatrist. Well, you get over good and close to him. I want you to walk up the line of the panel, if you will. Any reasonable request made, meet them.
Don't worry, I'll keep you standing.
Mr. Do you want to ask him? Go ahead.
Plus au dame, I always say.
Well, I just wondered if Mr. Eisen would be good enough to roll up the leg of his trousers. I know it sounds
I'm
weird.
afraid that's
I just
reasonable,
wanna see
Mr.
if you-
Eisen. Yeah.
Don't, what are you
Miss
asking him
Francis
for?
has
Ask your
peculiar
wife.
ways of going about things.
Is it all right, little woman? I just want to see if you're wearing garters. Yes, you are.
No.
Oh, he's not.
No,
He's not. Elastic top socks.
Elastic top socks. Anybody else want to query Mr. Eisen?
He's
Could I find out whether Mr. Eisen, like his socks, is self-supporting?
Oh, well, you'll find out about that later on. Thank you very much for the pun, quip, or what have we. Mr. Eisen, you come on back here and sit down next to me. They don't seem to be able to learn much from your close presence. Now, as you might have noticed on our first challenger, at this point, on the basis of your handwriting, what you said, how you say it, and the close look they've just had at you, the panel gets a free guess as to your line. All right, suppose you begin the free guesses again, Governor Hoffman.
Well, I've been looking at those glasses. I think he's got poor eyesight. He must be a baseball umpire.
A baseball. No, I'm afraid that's not right. What about you, Miss Francis?
I think the glasses look as though he might be an optician.
An optician, that's not right either. Mr. Odemeyer?
He is the principal of the East Patterson High School.
Principal of East Patterson High School, even if he lives in Brooklyn. Well, Dr. Hoffman, what about
After
you?
that misleading information, I think that he's a probation officer.
A probation officer. Well, you perhaps know more about these things than I do, Dr. Hoffman. Well, now that you've all had a free guess, not guessed correctly, we'll let our viewers at home get a really close look at Mr. Eisen. At the same time, they will find out what his line is. Panel, you know the rules. In just a moment, you can begin to ask questions in turn. Every no answer gets a $5 penalty, and 10 no's, and you've lost the game. Well, Mr. Eisen, are you all ready for this contest?
As ready as they'll ever be.
Good. Well, Mr. Eisen, as the last bit of help you're going to get from me is salaried, Mr. Untermeyer, suppose you start the general question.
Is Mr. Eisen's work industrial rather than...
Ask Mr. Eisen.
Mr. Eisen, is your work, generally speaking, industrial rather than artistic or creative?
I would say it's not industrial.
It is not. I lose $5.
Well, I'm going to say you start the questioning all over again, because I think when you give us such a broad area... Yeah, we'll leave you for the moment where you started. Go back and start all over again. It might be a little more specific.
In the field of business rather than the field of entertainment, let us say?
Well, the answer is no.
That's a good answer.
Well,
So you don't get
I
another
have to
start.
jump in here again. I'm afraid the
Very
answer
good
to that
answer.
is basically yes. And it's, as between the two fields of entertainment and business, the answer would be yes. Although I must say that a lot of people get entertainment of a sort from Mr. Eisen.
I'll be very happy to pass all this on to my good friend, Dr. Hoffman.
All right, then with no penalty, we'll pass on to Dr. Hoffman.
I could do a good deal with hypnosis, I think, here, because it's ambiguous so far. But tell me, do you have to have a special talent to practice your particular profession?
I would say yes.
In other words, it's a gift to a certain degree.
Well, no, I wouldn't say it was...
To a very slight degree. We'll put it that way. Go ahead, Doctor.
Do you work with your brains more than you do with your hands?
I think so.
Notice I use brains in the plural.
Yes.
And do you have anyone assisting you in your work?
No, not necessarily.
Well, how not necessarily? You might have, might you not?
Yeah,
Somebody
yes,
move the piano for you or something.
Yeah,
Well, but now don't be misled. The questions are much too general, Dr. Hoffman. He doesn't necessarily need assistance while he is performing his specific function. That is what I think Mr. Eisen means. As a matter of fact, I think there's been so much ambiguity in the questions, we'll charge you $5. It's 1 down and 9 to go. Dr. Hoffman, you don't mind passing the questioning
No,
on
I'll
to
take a
Governor
cigarette.
Hoffman.
Did you work in an office?
It could be in an office, but not necessarily.
We'll take yes for the answer.
He's the most double-talking man.
You have a headquarters. Now, do your clients or customers or patients come to you generally?
They could, or they couldn't.
They couldn't, they couldn't. Some do and some don't.
Some do and some don't.
Yes, I think what we've arrived at here, Governor Hoffman, is that he can work in the office, or he may on occasion go out to do the same work outside of the office.
In your work, you generally use, would you say you use your voice and your brains more than your hands?
I think yes. Well, my hands are necessary, too.
Well, after these people come in contact with you, your clients or patients or whatever they may be, when they leave you, are they benefited? Do they become happier?
I'm afraid not.
That's 2 down and 8 to go.
Well, Arlene, make it fast now.
Well, evidently he does deal with people, and it's a big joke that they don't feel any better. This man could be any number of things. Well, they may not feel better, but does it benefit them?
Well, yes, I would say in the long run, in the long view, it does.
Yes, Mr.
I call for a consultation.
Well, you're going to have 20 seconds for a consultation.
20 seconds.
Get close
Arlene,
to him.
Yes.
Arlene, if it doesn't benefit them, but he deals with people,
Yeah.
and in the long run, something, couldn't he be an undertaker?
Yes, he
That
could.
might be your...
He very well could. He could be a mortician, though he's awfully cheerful looking for that kind of work.
May I now ask a question?
No,
Since-
I'm sorry,
Oh, all right.
but
Is
Miss
it my
Francis
turn?
is doing the questioning. The consultation is over. Continue, Miss Francis.
All right, I'm going to use you as a guide. In your work, do you deal with sad people mostly?
No.
No, I think we'll call that 3 down and 7 to go. The
I
people
would
might
say-
be sad, but not necessarily so, and not for the kind of reasons I think you would like to follow. Mr.
I
Ademeyer.
wanted to say to Miss Francis in rebuke that morticians are apt to be happy people.
I didn't
They
mean
are-
him.
They
I
are
mean-
not the
Let's
people
not
laid
cavil
up.
among the panel. Let's
But the
get to the
customer
questioning,
must
please.
look like the Dickens.
I'd like to see you later.
Mr. Ademeyer, when you get to the questioning,
Yes.
I'm only going to give you 2 more minutes
You
to
deal
discover.
with people, living people.
Yes, yes.
You deal. Are they your main subject?
I would say yes.
You would say yes. You would say yes. Are they people who are sick when they come to you?
Probably sick after they leave. No.
They're sick after they leave.
No.
You are a psychiatrist?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ademeyer. 4 down and 6 to go. Dr. Hoffman.
Well, are they uncomfortable when they come to you?
I wish I could say no, but I have to say yes.
And your work benefits them to a certain degree.
I think so, yes.
And you work with a part of their body?
No, not...
5 down and
not
5 to
specific.
go. Governor Hoffman, I'm going to give you 30 seconds more to discover what Mr. Eisen's line is.
Do you work for a public that's against a private agency?
Yes.
For a public agency? Are you in government?
Yes.
Have you anything to do with statistics?
Income tax man.
To a certain extent. Not...
You know, statistician is a fact man. Nobody loves a fact man. You know that, don't you? Do you-
Nobody loves a fact man. I repeat that.
Do you, in any sense, handle money that is not your own?
No.
That's 6 down and 4 to go. I'll allow you 10 seconds for consultation and 2 more questions.
Yes.
You know what this fellow is?
Yes. He's an
Tax
income
collector.
That's right.
collecting.
All right, now, Miss Francis, will you continue with the
Yes, well,
questioning, please?
I will follow out Governor Hoffman's line.
And Louis' line, too.
And everybody, Louis' line and everybody's line. And I hope I can follow your line. I knew Mr. Eisen that was a tax collector, and he is my tax collector. I know you're not he because I just saw him. But is that your line?
Yes, I think you need to accept that suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have at least $30 goes to Mr. Eisen. Thanks for being a guest on What's My Line.
Okay.
Well, panel, I'm a little bit ashamed of you. I thought you'd get that much quiz. It's almost income tax time. Now, our
Well,
next,
keep away from
Income tax
taxes.
collector collect money?
you can hit me over the head after we get through the show. Well, now welcome to a special feature of our show, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. We call him Mr. X, mostly because the experts would recognize our guest the moment he walked out on the stage. So will our guest please put the blindfolds on, which are in front of
Here
you?
it comes.
Now, in this particular case, it's not so much what's my line as who is it? Those of you who are watching at home and those of you who are in the theater with us will recognize our mystery celebrity in just a moment, but it's up to the panel to find out for themselves. Are all those blinds on?
Where does Arlene get...
All the blinds are on? Then fine. Will our mystery celebrity please sign in?
He's a silent celebrity, isn't he?
He's going to remain silent. Mr.
Jack? Benny.
And his violin.
Mr. X. All right, Mr. X, will you come over here and sit down in the please? All right, panel, I don't think there's any point in giving you a wild guess, so we'll begin the general questioning right away to see if you can discover who our mystery celebrity is. Miss Francis, you may begin.
Well, the first thing to ask a celebrity is if he is in show business. Are you in show business, Mr. Celebrity?
I'm connected with it.
You are? You're connected with it. Does this imply that perhaps you come from a long line of show business people, maybe?
No.
Do you?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, and we move on to Mr. Undermeyer.
You are in the entertainment field broadly, but not too broadly speaking, yes?
I'm in the entertainment field.
Have you ever appeared on radio or television?
Yes.
Have you 5 daughters?
That is an unfair question, but I would say that, for the record, no.
That's 2 down and 8 to go, and Dr. Hoffman, you're next.
Is that soft voice of yours due to training, or does it come to you naturally or by heredity?
Very difficult to answer, sir.
And cannot be answered yes or no, Dr.
Well,
Hoffman.
then I'll say, have you ever spoken in public?
Yes, I have.
Are you ambitious?
Or ambiguous?
The question is, are you ambitious, Mr. X?
I am ambitious in my fields of endeavor.
You should be made of sterner stuff. Have you, let's say, political aspirations?
No, I have no political aspirations.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, and we move on to the politician, Governor Hoffman.
Are you a Republican?
I am a registered Democrat with independence of choice of voting.
4 down and 6 to go.
Consultation.
4 down and 6 to go. I don't think we can have any consultation on this. We've got to move along with it. Miss Francis?
Anyway, I detect something New England about this gentleman.
I do, a little
in his
Harvard.
voice.
That's your Harvard.
I don't know how Harvard it is, but I do suspect New England. Are you from New England?
I am
background?
not.
You're not from New England.
That's 5 down and 5 to go. And
went to Harvard,
Mr. Undermeyer.
I will not ask him, did he went to Harvard? Why should I? Arlene so far has misled me on everything, and you're no help either. Is your work in the entertainment field on the stage itself rather than in the rest of the theater? In other words, I'm trying to find out whether you're a performer as opposed to a man who does lighting or stage sets. Is your work on the stage itself?
I am not in the legitimate theater.
You're not?
Oh.
That's 6 down and 4 to go. Dr. Hoffman.
Have you a college degree?
No.
That's 7 down and 3 to go. Governor Hoffman.
Have you anything to do with music?
In my work, yes.
Are you a playwright?
No.
8 down and 2 to go. Miss Francis.
I still have a feeling about his voice, and it's driving me mad.
I thought you might all have a feeling about his voice.
Have you ever been married?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Has he been divorced?
I tell you, I know that.
You know that voice very
The voice is driving me.
And it's not Pinzer. Take it
Was
easy.
your father a very important man?
Yes, he was.
Oh, well.
You know, shall we take a maybe we have no consultation.
No consultations. Let's drive to a finish.
All right, will you take a chance with me? We've got a few minutes left.
I will, dear.
Did you ever sell Christmas trees?
Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Are you Elliot Roosevelt?
Yes. Congratulations, Tubbs. Before you go, Mr. Roosevelt, as our mystery celebrity, we're going to give you all the prize money, and will you tell us what your favorite charity is so that we can send a check for $50 in your name to your favorite charity?
I would like to make this donation to the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund.
The donation will be made in your name, and thanks a lot for being our guest on What's My Line. Now our next challenger to face the panel, will you sign in, please? Write in nice, large letters. The panel isn't doing very well tonight. We have to help them as we can. Karen Archer. Miss Karen Archer, will you come here and stand beside me for a moment, please, and tell us, first of all, where you live?
New York City.
New York City. After what you've seen of the panel tonight, you can't be afraid of them. So would you walk over there and let them get a closer look at you? Any reasonable demands they make, why, you accede to them.
I have no demand.
No demand.
Miss Archer, would you stand and face the audience, the studio audience?
No wolf calls permitted. Miss Archer, will you come here and sit down?
No reaction at all.
That was just Dr. Hoffman.
Well, now, so that our viewers at home can join fully in this particular one of our games, this challenger's occupation is not going to be revealed to them. So we go now right to the wild guesses. The panel gets the wild guess on the basis of your handwriting, what you've said, how you've said it, and the close look they got at you. Governor Hoffman, will you please begin the wild guess?
I think Miss Archer is a model.
You think Miss Archer is a model. Miss Francis.
I'm afraid I have to go along with Governor Hoffman.
Mr. Undermeyer.
Third assistant librarian in Jackson Heights.
Jackson Heights. Dr. Hoffman.
A babysitter.
A babysitter. What lucky babies this world would have then. Now, I'm afraid you're all wrong, and so we're going to move from the particular to the general. I will tell you that Miss Archer is salaried, and I think, once again, Miss Francis, you can begin the question.
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
Yes.
Are you in the, do you deal in services?
Yes.
Do you work with several other people? Or do you work alone?
Well, now that's a little difficult for Miss Archer. Do you mean while she's actually purveying her services, does she work alone or with a lot of other people or with another person?
I mean,
Would you
are
ask
there
the
groups of
question
people,
again?
may I ask the question again?
Yes, if you will.
Are there a group of people in the office that you do your work with? Are there other people employed in the same job you have for the same boss?
Yes.
Do you deal directly with the consumer of your services?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have to go from where you are to these people in order to deliver the services?
No.
That's one down
Doesn't
and 9 to
deliver
go, and Mr. Undermeyer, you're next.
The people come to you.
Yes.
Why not?
People. Miss Francis, please.
Blame them, maybe.
They are people of both sexes?
Yes.
You're not sure about the sexes. I mean, you can tell them apart. I mean, when they come in, you
I
can
think
tell.
your question's been answered, Mr. Undermeyer.
Says yes, very dubiously.
Well, she can be dubious if she wants to be.
Do they include children?
Well,
But, you know,
sometimes.
children, they're the smaller adults.
Well, no, not generally.
Not generally, but we'll allow you to continue with your question.
They
Don't
deal,
penalize
you deal
you.
with people.
We've got
You
about
deal
3
with them
minutes to go.
in a therapeutic sense. That is, do you do them?
No.
No, I'm afraid we'll have to take the no answer for that. That's 2 down and 8 to go, and it's Dr. Hoffman on the block.
Miss Karen, does your work depend upon a talent?
Well, yes.
Say yes.
And behind that talent is there training?
Yes.
And do you make people feel better as a result of your work? Enthuse them?
Yes.
And does your work depend upon your being in good health at all times in every way? I mean, for instance, if you had a bad cold or if you had a broken arm, you couldn't do your work?
Yes, that's right.
We have to move into this. We've got about 1.5 minutes, Dr.
Do
Hoffman.
you sing?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go. Governor Hoffman, you take over.
Do you work in a business organization?
Yes.
In an office? You say people come to you, and from then do you direct? Are you a receptionist?
No.
That's 4 down and 6 to go. Miss Francis.
I have to review whether she went to people's homes. I forgot.
No, they
that.
came
It came before, and it
That's
was a no.
right.
She does not go to people's homes. Do you make arrangements for people in any way that would be in not a party sense, but perhaps something that you arrange for them to do in their home?
No.
No, we'll call that a no. It's 5 down, 5 to go. We have only about 35
Whatever
seconds,
you
so
do
I'll
with
just one guess at a time. Mr. Undermeyer,
Have you
yes.
anything to do with the arts?
No.
Well, we'll have to take yes for that. Dr. Hoffman.
I pass to the governor.
Governor Hoffman.
Photographer.
Photographer, no. 6 down, 4 to go. Miss Francis.
Decorator?
No.
3 down, 7 to go, or rather 7 down, 3 to go.
She teaches dancing.
She teaches dancing is right, and congratulations. And thanks very much for being our guest, and you have won yourself this Archer $35. Thanks for being a guest on What's My Line. Well, congratulations, panel. You came through in the stretch, as we used to say in the racing world, very handsomely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our time is up for this evening. So, until 2 weeks from tonight, when we'll try to see how good we are at spotting the occupations of still new challenges, this is John Daly saying good night, Dr. Hoffman.
Good night, Louis.
And good night, Arlene. I want to say
Good night, Governor Hoffman.
Good night, and good night, John Daly.
And good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
This is ABC, where Saturday night looks like this. The dating game is always full of surprises, in addition to the fun of the game and the excitement of the winner's prize. While on the newlywed game, these young couples sometimes fool themselves by knowing each other so well. Next, for an hour of music with Lawrence Welk and his Champagne Music Makers, along with his talented singers, dancers, and musicians. And then for the tops in variety, the Hollywood Palace.
Host Phil Silvers and guest stars Connie Stevens, Jack Jones, Polly Bergen, and Henny Youngman headline a high-spirited hour of entertainment this week on the Hollywood Palace. That's how it is. Saturday night, all in color, here on ABC.
Espionage today is mainly larceny and homicide. If we want to steal something, let's hire a thief.
The criminal case file describes him as slick, smooth, fast-talking con artist, pickpocket, cat burglar. Wolf.
Alexander Mundy, the best thief I ever met. You want me to steal? For Uncle Sam, you understand.
Robert Wagner stars as Alexander Mundy. Nothing's safe from Alexander Mundy.
Nothing. Alexander Mundy has what it takes.
It Takes a Thief in color on ABC.
Robert Wagner stars in It Takes a Thief, Tuesday night on ABC. Phil Silvers plays host to Jack Jones on the Hollywood Palace tomorrow on ABC.
Walk on the Wild Side.
What are you doing here?
I run the candy concession.
Who made you the boss of this world? Maybe you can ride herd and a bunch of poor, ignorant girls. But not me.
Lawrence Harvey, Capucine, Jane Fonda, Barbara Stanwyck. Walk on the Wild Side. A walk you'll never forget. On ABC.
Lawrence Harvey stars in A Walk on the Wild Side, this week's Sunday night movie on ABC.
Yeah. And then he said, you should have seen his first wife. Is that a bologna sandwich?
101, the new filter cigarette from Chesterfield. 1 millimeter longer than the hundreds.
1 millimeter longer? Ridiculous.
Is it really 1 millimeter longer?
Have you got a match? They must be kidding. 1 millimeter?
Why don't you step on the other foot while you're at it?
Well, how big is a millimeter? Oh, it's 1/25th of a... It's mainly short.
Can't even see it.
A silly millimeter longer, 101. A silly millimeter longer, 101.
Hey, how's it taste?
I haven't tried it yet. 1 silly millimeter. Who would have thought it? I like it.
You know, it's good. Actually, I'd like it even if it wasn't 1 millimeter longer.
I still think it's silly.
Only 1 millimeter longer than the hundreds. But wait till you taste it. It's one better.
This is a grease maker. Not much you can do about grease makers. But there is a remarkable way to break up the grease they leave behind. It's the Grease Breaker, concentrated all. Watch what happens to a drop of greasy oil in wash water containing all. All breaks up grease like no other detergent can. Only all. There'll always be grease makers. That's why you need the Grease Breaker. Concentrated all.
I've seen that on TV.
I saw that.
Me too. Final touch.
It's a fabric softener.
And a daisy pops out.
Not in real life, dear. The daisy's just a way of saying, final touch makes your clothes smell fresh as a daisy. And they do, too. They really smell fresh as a daisy. Now do you understand?
Final Touch Fabric Softener makes your wash smell fresh as a daisy.
This is ABC, where Sunday night looks like this. First, voyage to the bottom of the sea. Admiral Nelson and his crew face incredible dangers beneath the surface of the sea. Then, the FBI, starring Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. The FBI has a big job, and they do it well.
Cut her loose, Macklin.
How about a trade?
What trade?
You for her.
Next, the ABC Sunday night movie.
Lawrence Harvey, Pepper Seed, Jane Fonda, Ann Baxter, and Barbara Stanwyck star in a turbulent drama of the 30s. Walk on the Wild Side. That's how it is, Sunday night, here on ABC.
Venice sprang from the sea, a fabulous creation of man. Is she doomed to return to the sea, the victim of ever-increasing floods? Once the world's greatest sea power and richest city, is she to sink into oblivion? Venice has much to be preserved. Come along and see her great churches, priceless art treasures, and magnificent homes that are reminders of her elegant past. Attend a gala costume ball. Shop on the famous Rialto Bridge. Ride a gondola and see firsthand the everyday life of the people. Venice is one of a kind. The ABC News special, Venice, City in Danger, explores her past and her present and weighs her chances for survival. Watch this saga of Western man in color with special guest Douglas Fairbanks Jr.
Watch Venice Wednesday at 10, 9 Central Time here on ABC.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, TV's poet laureate, that popular comedian Nipsey Russell.
Thank you. There are many rewarding aspects to appearing on What's My Line, meet famous people and discuss interesting topics. But probably I think the most joyful experience is seated beside me right now. It's Joanna Bond.
Thank you. And on my left, the star of the new play, Shoot Anything with Hair That Moves, a many splendid thing for those of you who have color TV sets, Mr. Bert Convy.
Hi, thank you very much. It is my pleasure now to introduce a young lady who, when you will see her, will realize that there are many, many sides and colors to Miss Arlene Francis.
And now a gentleman who lives in a house that was built by John Bull. It's on a road by the name of Bull Road, and the name of the house is the Bull House. A gentleman that cannot be thrown, nevertheless, Wally Bruno.
And Arlene, all I can say is that's a lot of a true story. But welcome to What's My Line. During the next 30 minutes, you're going to meet some interesting people engaged in the most unusual occupations, which we hope will baffle our panel of experts. And in addition, the panel will face a mystery celebrity guest just a bit later on. But now, are you ready?
Yes, we certainly are.
Okay, let's meet our first challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? Nancy Moritz. Nancy, may I ask where you're from?
From the wonderful city of Yonkers, New York.
You sound very, very happy there.
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Panel, may I tell you that Nancy Moritz is salaried and deals in a service. And now let's show the audience just what her line is. May I remind you, please, Nancy is salaried, it's a service, and let's begin with Bert Convy.
Yes, excuse me. Could I avail myself of this service that you perform?
Yes, you could.
Could Arlene also?
Yes.
In the performance of this service, well, I have to, yes or no. Do you come to the people that you serve, do the people that you service come to you?
Yes.
Oh. I had a 50-50 chance there, and it worked out.
I think you'd been right either way, but we won't go into it.
Oh, was that? Oh, all right. Do you wear something other than you're wearing now, for instance?
Most of the time, yes.
You do wear something other than that. But then it is, in the broadest sense, a uniform.
Yes.
Is this service that you perform, would you say an essential service rather than just a sort of a luxury or something that is not necessary?
Definitely.
It's rather essential. Is it in the broadest sense of the term in the health field?
No.
That's one down.
Not
Let me
even
go to Arlene.
The way you said the wonderful city of Yonkers made me feel you worked for the Chamber of Commerce, but I would like to ask you if you do work for a non-profit-making organization.
Yes.
Some branch of the government?
No.
No branch of the government whatsoever. So that's two down, Nipsey Russell.
No branch of the government, a service.
But it is a non-profit.
It's a non-profit. Also, you say it has nothing to do with health.
No.
Does it have anything to do with children?
Yes.
Is it an institution that has to do with the education of children?
Sometimes.
In a sense.
In a sense. Do you deal with with children and parents in a certain sense?
Yes.
Do you have something to do with an orphanage?
Sometimes.
But that is not the basic thing for which...
It's not the basic thing.
No, that is not it. So I'm going to really have to give you a no, Nipsey, even though there may be...
Man, Wally.
I'm terrible today.
You talked about nice guys for 2 hours, never mention your name.
I got thumbs down all the time. Joanna Barnes.
Do you have anything to do with bringing adults and children together?
Yes, sometimes.
Do you have anything to do with foster homes or adoption?
Yes.
They may, let me say that the people that are engaged in Nancy's work may well have a part to do with that. However, again, this is one of the extra services provided.
When you work, do you work indoors?
Yes.
Are you in any way connected with the law?
No.
That's 4 down. Bert Convey, 30 seconds.
30. You work indoors with these people, and an extra service that's provided would be. I thought it was something with health, but I'm obviously wrong. Do you have anything? You don't have anything to do with the law. I pass.
Arlene?
Do you have something to do with the Lord?
Yes.
Are you a minister of some kind?
Yes.
Well, isn't a minister enough? It ought to be enough.
Not quite enough.
No.
Remember that I think there is one important ingredient which we established earlier, and that is that she wears a uniform.
Well, is she indeed a nun?
A nun? No.
A sister of some kind?
I'm going to flip all the cards and say, meet Captain Nancy Moretz of the Salvation Army. And Captain, of all the people who should have guessed that, it's Honorary Colonel Arlene Francis.
Right. I'm ashamed. It is the best army in the world, and I congratulate you and all of them forevermore.
Thank you.
But I think one of the things that we also associate with the Salvation Army, beside the wonderful things that they do in the areas where you work, and I understand there's something like 300,000 of you in the United States.
That's right, over 300.
And 2 million in the world.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
But, you know, they're great musically. There's always a Salvation Army band at Christmas time. Is it a requirement that you must play an instrument?
No, it's not required, but we enjoy music because it expresses the love of the Lord and the joy really in our hearts.
Well, what do you play, for example?
Well, I play the cornet and a little piano and the tambourine.
It'd be hard to be outside of Saks Fifth Avenue on a snowy day with a piano.
But you know, the tambourine is really considered a musical instrument. And I didn't realize until we were talking earlier, and I understand they even print music for a tambourine. Oh, yeah. And this is the music for a song called Northern New England. And here you see it all lined up. What is this first thing here? What does that represent?
The first symbol on the page is called, we call it a candle with a butterfly.
That's this one right here?
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm.
And that tells you what to do and how to move the tambourine?
Yes, that tells us where to position the tambourine. It almost could be compared with choreography. It's choreography for the tambourine.
But panel, as you can see, these are rather strange-looking symbols, and those are the musical directions for the tambourine. But could you do even a little bit more than just tell us about it? I think you have some friends backstage, do you?
Yes. I have 3 lovely ladies with me. I'd like you to...
All right, let's meet them now, and if you'd like to join them and tell us exactly who they are.
We have Cadet Arlene Smith from the Salvation Army School for Officers Training in the Bronx, as well as Cadet Betty Jones and Cadet Joan Burke.
And you're all prepared to play something for us?
Yes, we'd like to play a little selection from the March Praise, played to us by the New York Staff Band of the Salvation Army.
Okay, ladies, positions, please. And we're all set and ready, and may we have some music. Very, very good. Thank you, ladies, very, very much. And, Captain, that was very good. Do you think you could teach our panel to play the tambourine?
I think that they're pretty smart. I think they could do it.
Okay, panel, come on up. Let's find out. Pass out the tambourine. And, of course, in order to play the tambourine, you must have music, so...
Middle finger.
Now, perhaps you can position yourselves right along this area here. And there we go.
Boy, girl, boy, girl.
Now, you can tell them sort of what to do.
Fine. Now, these are some of the symbols that we use in first training our young people to play the tambourine. This one is called the X. Very easy. This is the V, and this is the diamond. These two numbers, the 6 and the 4, indicate the rhythm pattern. We play a 4-beat and a 6-beat. We play 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pretty basic. And if you'd like to follow me, it probably would be easier for you. We begin at the left, and we play at this point, and we move on down with the tambourine until we form an X in front of us. And then we go into the V, we'll move into the V, and then into the diamond.
Don't help them too much. Don't help them.
Do we have to move, you mean?
No, you just move
we
your
move
arms.
with it. All right.
Okay, so why don't we have a little music and see how well they do, Captain, okay?
Fine,
Music!
fine.
Oh, very good. And I tell you, Onward Christian Soldiers was never played quite like that. Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you, fellows. Watch My Line will continue right after this message.
Are you tired of crash diets and magic diet pills that just don't work?
The problem with most diets and diet pills is that they make huge...
1-5861. There's nothing to lose. It's absolutely free.
Olson, and now we're all set to meet our next challenger, so would you enter and sign in, please? Sheldon Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, where do you hail from?
Norwich, New York.
Very good. Panel, may I tell you that Mr. Goldstein is self-employed and deals with a product. And now let's show the audience just what that product is. And because Nipsey has been so perceptive today, I think we'll begin with him.
Does the service with which you say
Product.
A product. Would the product be contrary to something that your appearance indicates?
Well, let's say that I don't think his appearance is a dead giveaway to his product.
You don't by any chance sell razor blades, do you?
Did you mean that really as a serious question?
No.
All right.
If you don't know whether I meant it or not, then no. Yes, I really meant it as a question. I'll take a no.
Were you really? All right, that's one down. Joanna Barnes.
If it's not electric, if it's not razor blades, does this thing have any electricity that you
No.
work with?
That's two down. Bert Convey.
All right, now, would we, let's get serious here. Would we find this product in our homes?
Yes.
Would it be particularly, would it be mainly found in one room of the house, would you think?
Yes.
Would that room in the house be on the ground floor, usually?
Yes.
Would that room in the house possibly be where there is also an oven?
Yes.
Oh, it's in the living room. Then we're in the kitchen, and it does not plug in. We did establish that, didn't we?
We established
well, if there's
that
no electricity, why plug it in then? That's right.
That's a good
Right,
thought,
I figured that out. My trigger sharp mind here. All right, now we're in the kitchen. We have something. Is it? Could you hold it in your hand?
Yes.
You could hold it in your hand.
Yes.
If you held it in your hand, would you be doing something with it that would be? Why are you laughing? I haven't said a word yet. Would it be functional? Would it? I mean, you would be able to do something with it.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
All right. Now, the something that you're doing, is it in any way have anything to do with the preparing of food?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does. And so it goes in it's in the cooking. It has to do with cooking, and it has to do with things like that. So is it in any way to be described as a As an implement. What is the word? A utensil?
Oh, a utensil.
No, wrong.
No. 3 down. Arlene?
Well, is it indeed something that is put in the mouth?
Yes.
Then it is some sort of a food substance itself.
Yes.
Is it a food substance that one might have in the middle of the day for lunch? Yes?
Sometime.
Is it an accessory to a meal rather than the main course?
Yes, I would
Yes.
say so.
Is it, does it grow in the ground?
Yes.
Does it have a distinctive odor?
Yes.
Is it either in the... It is somewhere in the vegetable family.
Yes.
15 seconds.
Is it a garlic or onion or pickle of some kind?
No.
That gives you a no, 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 no. Nipsey Russell. Quickly.
Wow. Oh, you just got to me. Is it
But you think
is
so
it
fast.
seasoning or garnishment of some kind?
I didn't.
Is it seasoning or garnishment to food of some kind?
No.
However, there is one case where this particular product is used as a garnishment that I can think of.
Uh-huh.
But its main purpose is a little bit more, is more a vegetable. Does anyone have a guess?
Radishes.
But they
Ketchup.
laughed when we said we held it in the
I'm flipping all the cards. It's sauerkraut. Well, Mr. Goldstein, you have your own company. Could you tell us the name of it, sir?
Ready Packed Foods in Norwich, New York.
And one of the biggest sauerkraut distributors in the country, I understand.
Well, we hope to think we are. We make about 20 million pounds a year of sauerkraut.
That's a lot of cabbage and
right.
a lot of kraut. Thank you, sir, Mr. Goldstein. We enjoyed having you on What's My Line.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll be back to meet our mystery guest as What's My Line continues.
100,000. Get your game face online now.
And now it's celebrity time on What's My Line. Time to meet our mystery guest. Panel of the blindfolds firmly and securely in place. Yes. All right, mystery challenger, would you enter and sign in, please? Mystery guest has now arrived and is seated beside me. I'll remind you, panel, it's 1 minute, one question at a time, and we'll have 2 minutes to try and establish the identity of our guest. And let's begin with Joanna Barnes.
Are you a motion picture performer predominantly?
No.
Bert Convy.
I'd like to make a guess. I think I know. No, it couldn't be. Yes, it could. You're on the stage primarily, right?
Yes.
I know who it is.
All right, say it.
Is it Eileen Heckard?
No.
No. Arlene?
Well, I think I know it too. Do you? Are you at the present time playing in a show on Broadway that has a very small cast and it's a big hit?
Yes.
Oh, that's there.
You want me to pass?
No, go ahead.
Is it the enormously talented actress by the name of Maureen?
Stapleton. Yes.
I was afraid nobody would know me. I was going to write Marlene Dietrich on the
I've
But
heard.
you spoke in your own voice.
Yeah, right. Not really.
Oh, yes,
No.
you did.
Really?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I thought it was different.
I've heard so many great things about you in Plaza Suite.
Well, it's a marvelous three one-act plays.
I heard that you were going to do a new film, and I know that you don't fly. We were talking about that one day. How are you going to get there?
I'm going on the train, but somebody said they don't have the 20th century anymore that used to go to Chicago.
I think there's a freight.
I'll take it.
That's what I thought. The minute I read it in the paper, I thought, boy, she better start
I
early.
know.
What is the film, Maureen? Can you tell us a
It's
bit about
called Airport, and it's from a book.
From the book.
Yeah, and I don't know. I didn't read it.
Do you know what the part is? Because there are wonderful parts in it.
All I know is it's Van Heflin's wife.
Yes. Oh, very good part, yeah.
That's all I know.
But then I understand after you finish the film, you may well return
by
to Plaza
train.
Suite.
I'll come back and do the...
No, but you're coming back to the same...
Same play,
To the same play as well, too.
Yeah.
And we'll be looking forward to having you return.
Oh, thank you very much.
And I hope that you find the filmmaking most enjoyable.
Oh, I will.
I think the idea of Maureen Stapleton doing a play about an airplane which she won't put foot in one is so funny.
I know.
Well, we'll look for the movie. Maybe you'll fly in it.
No.
You made sure of that before you took the part. Maureen Stapleton, thank you for joining us on What's My Line. Maureen Stapleton. And What's My Line will continue right after this word.
On the next
Call Financial Freedom toll free at 800-931-5721. There's no obligation, so call today. That's 800-931-5721.
Get your game face online now.
All right, panel, on your oath, time for honest answers to questions submitted by our studio audience. The first one from Helen O'Donnell of New York City to Bert Convey. Do you have children?
Yes, I do. You have? I have 3 children.
One's 30.
One's 30, one's 24, one's...
And the other one is graduating from college next month. No, that's not so. I have 3 children, 8, 3, and 14 months.
8, 3, and 14. Yes. Here's one for Arlene from Mrs. T.H. Moore of Gainesville, Florida. Which do you prefer, television, legitimate stage, and why?
No, I'm devoted to television because it's been wonderful to me, and I think that any actress always prefers the legitimate stage because she has the excitement of playing a part to an audience right there in front of her all the time. But I like them both very much indeed.
And you do very well in both.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for your honest answers. And that's it for another day. We had a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoyed it, too. And won't you join us tomorrow on What's My Line? What's My Line is a Mark Woodson, Bill Todman production. This is Johnny Olson speaking.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, that magical mirth maker who goes round and round, for Motown Records that is, whose newest is an album called A Bag of Thoop, and here he is, Thoopy Thales.
Thank you, Johnny Olson. And right now it gives me a great pleasure to introduce you to a very sweet, young, charming actress and performer who is a brilliant ventriloquist. And the reason that she was booked on this show is not only because she's a great game player, but she's going to work all our heads. Work all our heads. She's going to work them so that we'll be able to talk and move. And would you like to see that instant replay? Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Sherry Lewis.
Thank you. I couldn't hear what you were saying from back there, but it certainly took a long time. Shoot anything with hair that moves. That's not my best advice. It's just a wonderful show. And here's the star of Shoot Anything with Hair That Moves, Bert Covey.
You got the title right, but the name wrong.
How are you, Bert?
I'm fine. Nice to see you,
You
Jerry.
look very handsome.
You know, we do crazy introductions, but this one is a little more serious because it is special. I would like to introduce to you now the co-chairman, or the chairman, honorary chairman. That's right, the honorary chairman of the Heart Foundation of New York, Miss Arlene Francis. Bert Covey, what do you want?
Thank you. And now, the gentleman that, well, I think it would be very nice if we could be the first to wish him a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Wally Bruner.
Thank you, Arlene. Well, and which year did you have in mind? 70, 71, 72, 73,
any time.
74, 65? Just any time. But welcome to What's My Line? Because during the next 30 minutes, you're going to meet some interesting people engaged in the most unusual occupations, which we hope will baffle this panel of experts. And in addition, the panel will face a mystery celebrity guest just a bit later on. But now, panel, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, put on your blindfolds.
Oh!
One of those, huh? All right.
Put on your blindfolds, please.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Are the blindfolds in place?
Yes, sir.
All right, will our first challenger enter and sign in, please? Mr. XX. Well, as you can tell, I think our challenger has entered, and it's Mr. XX. And let me tell you, panel, that Mr. XX has something to do with the entertainment business. And now let's show the audience just what his line is. All right, may I remind you again, he has something to do with the entertainment business, and let's begin with Bert Convey.
I knew you'd do that. Mr. XX, we're blindfolded, I guess, because we would recognize you on sight. Is that correct?
Could be.
Could be. Have you been in the news or in the newspapers recently, so that we would know you from that, perhaps? You think?
Yes.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. But you could be at any time. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Is what you do extremely significant to us? I mean, it's what you do primarily that we're interested in, isn't
Well,
it?
may I remind you that something to do with the entertainment business.
Something to do with the entertainment business. So we want to find out both who you are and what you do.
Correct.
Is what you do, do you do this in front of large audiences?
Yes.
Have we seen you on television?
Could be.
Could be. Does what you do have anything to do, in the broadest sense, with a physical act?
Partially. Yes.
Your act is partially physical. Well, then do you wear some particular kind of costume?
Sometimes, yes.
Certainly so.
He does wear an outfit or costume that we would recognize immediately. Is that correct?
I think it's safe to assume that you would recognize the outfit or costume immediately.
I see. Is this outfit sometimes associated with the circus?
Well, not directly, but then again, yes.
Yes. Would you, in the broadest sense of the term, be known as a clown?
No.
That's one down. Arlene.
Gee, I think you did great, Bert.
Thank you, Sherry.
Now, is what you wear something that is like an animal's skin?
Like an animal skin? Yes.
I don't know where I am anyway. Are you inside of something that is shaped like an animal?
Yes.
Are you, do I have to find out what the animal is?
No, it's sort of general area as to what he does.
What he does inside of animals? What is he, Jonah? No. What does he do inside of an animal? You mean it wouldn't help me to know what kind of an animal
No.
this was? It wouldn't.
That's very...
Well, do you,
you're very close.
I'm close? Do you clean up? I mean, do you, do you destroy anything?
No.
I tell you, you're so very close, Arlene, but I think it's only fair that I flip the cards because it has been such a great performance. May I introduce you to Janos Prohaska, who is the creator of Movie Monsters. Take off your blindfolds, please.
Janos and I worked together in a, not only does he portray animals, but I did a movie and he was he doubled me. He flies, he's a stuntman, one of the most brilliant in all Hollywood.
Fly for us.
And let me tell you that the thing that you did not see at the opening of the show was Janos in full costume coming down the aisle through the audience of the theater.
And scaring the people.
And scaring the people and then coming on stage.
Sure, really? Them just make laugh.
Just make them laugh. But he's really the chief monster man in Hollywood. And he's been in it for many, many years, and he started out by creating chimpanzees.
Yes.
Well, we have all sorts of monsters
Oh,
today,
different one, many different.
Many different monsters.
Can we see you with your head on?
I have one.
I know, your other head. Is it too hot in there?
It is.
Yeah, I just want to see what he looks like.
All right, while he's putting his head on panel, may I tell you that Janos also brought
his
along
eyes move.
another monster for us to look at. And now I'd like you to meet the Rock Monster. Isn't that tremendous? That is really tremendous. Okay, thank you, Johnny Olson.
Oh, Wally, you spoil all the fun.
That's Johnny. But we have some other things to see, too. We have some more heads that you brought along, Janos. So let's take a look. And I think we have them right here.
Look at that.
Here we go. These are some of the other Janos creations that he has used in various television programs and in motion pictures. And could you describe, maybe we'll start right here, Janos.
Yeah, that
and
one
tell
is
us
the
about
faceless one. There's no face.
And these are the heads, right?
Yeah, that's the head, yes.
And they're
You
made
have
out of
whole block.
rubber and all sorts
All
of things.
different things. Cloth, rubber, latex, and plastic and every kind.
You make them yourself,
Oh,
Janos?
definitely, yes. I mold them, I make the mold.
What is this, Janos?
That's a vegetation, like.
Couldn't
it's a
you tell
vegetable.
that, Wally?
A vegetable head.
That's a vegetable, yes.
And this?
That's
Oh,
the cuckoo.
That's
Come
the
on, Bert,
dodo
come here.
bird.
Bert, come up here a minute. Can we, you think Bert can get
Yeah, I
in?
guess
You're gonna make
so.
a bird out of me. That's what you're gonna do.
Let's see.
Look at that.
Okay,
Open
Jan-
it for me, may I?
okay.
Certainly, yeah. Is it my size? 7 1/8. is
Yeah,
what I
7 and
weigh.
8. That's just for you.
Hey, Bert, you're a
You
strange
never
looking
look
bird.
better.
Thank you, Bert Condon. Go over and sit down. Janos, thank you so very much. We enjoyed so much. What's My
Pleasure
Line?
to be
Thank you
here.
very much. And we'll be back to meet another challenger as What's My Line continues.
You're having breakfast with the stars on Game Show Network. Stay tuned.
That was a first for Johnny Olson. He's done many things in television, but he's never played a monster before.
No.
Another first. But let's go on and meet our next challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? Stella Owen.
Miss Owen, where are you from?
I'm from Wales, Swansea, Wales.
Swansea, Wales. All right, panel, may I tell you that Stella Owen is dressed in the national costume of Wales because she is indeed the official national hostess of Wales. But she will have an interesting part in the ceremony when Prince Charles is installed as the Prince of Wales. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, Miss Owen does have a regular occupation which you are going to have to solve. And in that occupation, she is salaried and she deals in a service. And let's show the audience just what her line is. So now that we have gone through that, and that's quite an interesting role too, which we'll want to talk to her about just a little later, but let's see if we can find her regular occupation. Remember, it's a service, she is salaried, and let's begin with soupy sales.
Miss Owen, is this job that you do you do it mostly outside?
Sometimes.
I mean, could it be an outside object, but you might work it on the inside?
Yes.
Is this found, like, on certain farms?
No.
No, that's one down, Sherry Lewis.
Now, this is a service. Would I come to you to get this service?
You would, yes.
I would. It's an outside object. Whoa.
Not object. It is a service, please remember.
Oh, I thought he said it was an outside object. I'm not going to listen to you no more. I'm fond of you, but I'm not going to listen to you. You would come... I would come to you for the service. And would you touch me in the course of the service?
I could.
But you wouldn't necessarily.
But it would not be essential.
Uh-huh. This service, does it deal with something that I would... Would your service enhance me physically?
It could.
Eventually, perhaps.
Eventually. Is your service in the form of something that you would say to me?
It would, yes.
But that really would not be the real basic of the service, would it?
No,
No,
basic.
not really. So I think we should give you a no there and make it 2 down and go to Bert Conley.
Yes, now, I would come to you for this service. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would anything be exchanged between us?
No.
Nothing at all?
That's 3 down. Arlene.
Good night, folks.
Just kisses.
Hopefully.
Do you have anything to do with physical exercise in any way, either as sport or as physical exercise of gymnastics?
Yes.
Do you instruct in this endeavor, whatever it is?
Yes. Do you know what it is?
Physical education, I guess.
Yes, she teaches physical education, and you've been teaching physical education. Is it near, what, Brecon?
Pardon?
The name of the city?
No, Brecon, sorry.
Brecon. At a junior and senior high school, and she teaches physical education and dancing and skin diving.
That's right.
And she is now, of course, as I mentioned, touring the United States as the national hostess of Wales. But could you tell us exactly what this specific trip is about to this country?
Well, I'm here primarily to invite people to the investiture in North Wales, which will be in July this year. The investiture of Prince Charles as Prince of Wales.
That's nice.
Well, very interesting.
Will Mr. Burton be there? He's a Welshman.
I hope
For
so.
the investiture, yes?
I expect so, yes.
Well, tell me, you're a very lovely lady, and it's obvious that one of the reasons you were chosen as national hostess for Wales was because of your beauty. But could you tell us what else was involved?
Yes, we had to be Welsh-speaking, and we had to have a good knowledge of Wales and Welsh affairs, and fairly educated, and be able to travel and converse and give radio talks and television talks.
But you know, we have a couple of wild dressers on our panel in Bert Convy and Soupy Sales. I think that fits too. But you also are going to have a wild dresser when Prince Charles comes to your country, aren't you? Could you show us what he is going to wear? Do you have something here that...
This is what he will look like when he's invested.
I thought he was much taller.
Oh, no,
Can we put this right up here, please?
Actually, I've always heard that he's a doll.
So attractive.
And this is the full robe, and then...
With the ermine trimmings, yes. The Queen will officially make him Prince of Wales by placing the chaplet on his head and the silver sword and the gold ring. And we have an identical sized replica of the crown.
Which is this right here?
This is Welsh gold, or it will be Welsh gold.
This
What's
one...
Welsh gold?
Gold from Wales.
This is lovely. And I understand this can only be put on the head of the prince. Is that
Yes.
correct? And,
Will,
but very nice.
would you say what's my line for us in Welsh?
Beth yw'n linell i?
You wouldn't recognize it, would you?
No, I don't think you
But it's
would.
nice to be able to recognize that beautiful lady. If we ever
Yes,
see
and
her again.
I hope I'm one of the very fortunate ones that will have another opportunity to see you in Wales this coming year.
Thank you
you so
very
much
much.
for joining us. We enjoyed you on What's My Line.
Thank you.
And we'll be back to meet another challenger as What's My Line continues.
Hello! Hello, H-E-L-L-O!
And we have once again reached that very special part of What's My Line, the time when we meet our mystery guest. Panel of the blindfolds in place.
Yes.
All right, mystery challenger, would you enter and sign in, please? Panel, as you can tell, our mystery guest has arrived and is now seated beside me. I'll remind you that it's one question at a time. I'll give you 2 minutes to try and establish our mystery guest's identity, and let's begin with Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Wally. Are you primarily known for your work in motion pictures?
No.
Soupy Sales.
Are you primarily known for your work in television?
No. Sherry Lewis.
Are you a boy or a girl? Are you currently appearing in this here town?
Yes. Bert Convey.
Are you in the theater then?
Yes. Arlene.
Are you appearing in a play on Broadway?
Yes.
Soupy.
Is this a musical?
No. Sherry.
Is it a play that originated in another country than ours?
No. Bert Convey.
Is it a comedy?
No. Arlene.
Is it a play that has received enormous acclaim and was originally tried out in another state? Somebody leave the room?
Not another state. Not another state. I think that's a good answer because this play has indeed received wide acclaim. Soupy, 30 seconds.
Well, is it, may I take a guess?
Yes.
Is it Donald Pleasance?
No. No. Sherry?
My question is, do you have laryngitis yet? Because you will in a few minutes with that voice.
No.
Are you in a play with a small cast?
No. Bert?
Well, it has to be. It has to be,
James
James Earl Jones.
Yes! Yes, Arlene.
I just want to say that perhaps Mr. Jones wasn't in it there, but I know it was tried out in Washington.
It's
the
a
Great
district
White
of
Hope.
Columbia, it's not a state.
And you know, the people in the District of Columbia for many years have had visions of someday perhaps becoming a state or even a metropolis governed by themselves. So we cannot really call D.C. a state, can we?
No.
But we have to have the time to say that it is the most telling, thrilling, exciting performance on Broadway this year.
Oh, you're beautiful.
And perhaps also, I should mention, just in case someone doesn't know, that the name of the play is The Great White Hope.
Yes.
And did you have any idea that you'd be a big hit when you finally got to New York?
Not at all.
When you were on the road
Not
in
at
D.C.?
all. We did it in D.C. Just to do it. There was no plan to bring it to New York at all.
Oh, really? It was going to just be a...
It was part of their season, that's all.
The Arena Theater, was
Yes.
it, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Was such an enormous cast, Wally, that it would be hard to think of being able to afford to bring that play to Broadway.
But it has, and it's a success, and our congratulations to you, because
Thank
you're
you.
a very important part of that. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great.
James Earl Jones. What's My Line will continue right after this word.
For more Breakfast with the Stars. Card Shark swims along after that, followed by Win, Lose, or Draw.
All right, panel, it's honest answer time to questions submitted by our studio audience to Bert Convey.
Yes, sir.
Where do you buy those beautiful clothes?
Oh, well, I make them. My wife makes them. No, I have a tailor made the suit, but I bought the shirt at a department store here in New York. Should I give them a plug? No. And they come from England. The shirts come from England, and I think they're kind of fun. And they're not terribly expensive, I will admit that.
Thank you, Bert. Giuseppe, how did you get to be coach of the Globetrotters?
Well, they needed some help. No, that was,
I hear the choice was between you and Vince Lombardi.
No, it was between Guy Lombardi and...
Oh, Guy Lombardi.
And they chose me. And
but it was a great show,
It was a
Soupy.
great... thank you, and it was a great experience because they're like great clowns of all time. They're just... And besides being great basketball...
Thank you for your honest answers. You were very bright today, and you'll get another chance tomorrow. And won't you join us, too, on What's My Line?
Victoria Falls, Niagara Falls, Contestant Falls? Bummer. You don't get as wet, but either way, it hurts going down. Watch as contestants try to keep from taking the plunge down a deep, dark hole.
My answer is April.
Russian Roulette every night at 11 p.m. only on Game Show Network.
And now, What's My Line? Brought to you by Stop at Spray Deodorant. Poof, there goes perspiration. Poof Deodorant Body Powder, the body powder you spray. The Nest Shampoo, the new flowing cream shampoo. All in the first truly functional cosmetic containers, far easier to use. All created by Dr. Jules Montagnier, the famous cosmetic chemist. Time now to enjoy What's My Line?
And now, let's meet our What's My Line panel of well-known personalities whose lines you already know. First, the popular columnist whose Voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal-American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And on my left, a gentleman who has been gallivanting all around Illinois and Michigan this week, autographing copies of his bestseller, Good for a Laugh, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
You might be able to know that there's a plaque at the table in the Columning Club in Kalamazoo where you sat at dinner. On my left, fresh and glowing from the Cerebral Palsy Marathon, where she helped raise $250,000 for a very, very worthy cause, is Miss Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Bennett, and thank all you contributors. And on my left, a gentleman who has just returned from Cincinnati, where he was up all night doing the same telethon for cerebral palsy and helped raise over $100,000, Hal Block.
Well, thank you very much. Just call me Sleepy. And on my left, well, a fellow I'd like to say is one of my greatest friends. I'd like to say it. My favorite news commentator, John Daly. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line, presented by Stop It. Once again tonight, some very nice people have been good enough to come and visit us and bring with them some varied and, we hope, unexpected occupations. All of these occupations meant to baffle my friends on the panel here and get some prizes for our guests. We'll also have a famous guest challenger a bit later in the program, but right now it's time for our experts to meet the first challenger whose job they've got to spot. So would you sign in, please, sir? Percy Lowry. Is that right, sir? Would you tell us, first of all, where you come from?
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. Well, we've got a small trip for you to take. Our friends on the panel would like to know you a bit better, so would you walk down in front of the panel for me, please?
May I see your hands, Mr. Lowry? Yeah.
All right, Mr. Lowry, will
That's
you take
near
a...
Cincinnati, isn't it?
110 miles.
110
Did you
miles.
see Warren Hall and Constance Bennett last night?
No, I did not.
All right, Mr. Lowry, will you come over here and sit down next to me, please? And on the basis of your handwriting and the quick look that our friends in the panel have had at you, at this point, we always give them one free guess as to what your line may be. We'll begin those free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think he's a composer.
A composer, Mr. Cerf.
I think he's a traffic manager on the Pennsylvania Railroad.
Miss Francis.
I think he raises reindeers for Santa Claus.
Mr. Block.
I think he manufactures greeting cards for Taft to send to Eisenhower.
I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mr. Percy Lowry, and at the same time, we'll tell them what his line is. But the panel has got to dig. Mr. Lowry? Every time you can give our friends in the panel one fat no answer, it costs them $5. We'll keep the record of all this up here. 10 no's, and you will have won the game. The usual last bit of help. Mr. Lowry is salaried. With that, we'll begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Mr. Lowry, do you deal in services?
Yes.
Does your work involve both men and women?
Yes.
Do you work indoors?
Yes.
Is there a product involved in what you do?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Block.
Do you deal with men and women?
Yes.
Do they come to you?
Well, we'll have to have a small conference. We would not like to mislead you. It is true that Mr. Lowry himself, on occasion, has to do a little bit of traveling, but in the last analysis, those who get his services usually make an appearance before him.
I see. Do you have to have some certain skill in your work?
Yes.
Do you have to have a certain amount of, shall we say, training?
Yes.
When you do your work, do you make people happier in what you do?
Sometimes.
That's the most honest answer I've heard in a long time.
You mean there are times when people hate you?
Yes.
Well, now that I've gotten everything settled, I don't even know where I am. I think I'll pass to Dorothy.
All right, Miss Kilgallen.
Does speaking have anything to do with your profession? Do you talk to the people that you deal with?
Yes.
I mean, more than ordinarily saying hello. Do you ever speak to more than, say, 3 or 4 people at a time?
Yes.
Could this group of people, are they usually indoors when you speak to them?
Yes.
Would you ever describe them as either an audience or a congregation?
No.
That would be 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Mr. Lowry, are these people that you talk to ever in custody of any kind?
Yes.
Would you, by any chance, be connected with the Ohio or some penal institution of some kind?
Yes.
Are you a prison authority? In some way connected with a prison?
You mean with the operation of a prison?
No, I mean have something to do. Do you perform your services on some time within the walls of a penitentiary?
Perform your services at some time within the walls of a penitentiary. Small conference.
I didn't mean because you were being kept there.
Yes.
Does it have anything whatever to do with the minds of the people that come in contact with you? Would you say you improve the minds of any prisoners that might confer with you?
To the degree of adjudging them to be...
Well, being either a librarian or a psychiatrist or somebody who gives advice within the walls of a penal institution.
I think within that context we'd say 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
You are connected with the penal institutions, but you are not always performing your services in the institutions. Is that what you said? Or you do perform your service in the institution?
Not always. Some
Not
of them,
always.
yes.
Is your work advisory in any way?
No.
Disciplinary? No.
Well, we'll have a small conference.
He sounds like a traveling warden.
No advice. Terribly sorry. 4 down, 6 to go. Mr. Block.
Do you have anything to do with improving the health?
Improving
of
the health.
inmates?
5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do people who have been in a penal institution ever have occasion to come to you after they are released?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Sir.
Have you anything to do with the inspirational side of life, Mr. Lowry, with the word of the Lord in any way, shape, or manner?
No.
7 down and 3 to go, Miss Francis.
Is it possible that you might have anything to do with them being released from the prison?
Yes.
You could, do you work on a board
Yes.
that decides whether the behavior of a man is such that he may be allowed out of a prison before his term is up?
Yes.
What do they call that?
Parole board.
Parole board.
On parole.
He got his own panel.
Mr. Lowry is a member of a parole board, but he has a position specifically on a board. Now, what is it? It's a very quick...
Well, he's dignified to be the head man.
The head man, I think he'd have to... The chairman of the Ohio State Parole Board. That's right. Miss Dorothy?
John, don't prisoners sometimes have to report back to a parole board to prove that they've been good boys?
They
later?
report to a probation officer appointed by state authorities, but they don't go back to the parole board. I've been all through this, you know. What am I saying? Well,
would you call that a panel that you're on?
No, a board.
I figure it's What's My Crime?
you can't do that. Not here. Well, now, Mr. Lowry, you've done very well with the prizes. More than that, you have been kind enough to give us a lot of fun by visiting us, and thanks very much for being our guest in What's My Line. Nice to see you. Good night, sir. All right, panel, let's see what we can do with another challenger. Will you sign in, please, sir? Frank? Frank Hazard? How are you? Would you tell us, first of all, where you're from?
Wilmington, Ohio.
Wilmington, Ohio. Well, we've got 2 from Ohio tonight, so you can take the same journey, if you will. You walk down in front of the panel. They'd like to get a closer look at you.
We shake hands with him? May I?
All right, Mr. Hazard, will you come over here and shake hands with me again now, please? Sit right down next to me, and on the basis of your handwriting and the quick trip and the handshake that you and Mr. Cerf have had, we give them at this time a free guess, which we always begin with Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, I think he's the president of a big loan company.
Mr. Cerf.
I think Mr. Hazard reeks of big business. He's the president of some board of directors of a big corporation.
Miss Francis.
I think he's a professor of philosophy or some such.
Mr. Block.
I think he poses for the most distinguished man ad.
No, I'm afraid nobody has it. Viewers at home get a further look at Mr. Hazard. At the same time, we tell them what his line is. But, the panel's up to work. Mr. Hazard, I think you know the rules. Every time you get a no answer from the panel, we rack it up here. 10 no's, $50. You have won the game. Mr. Hazard is self-employed. With that, let's begin the general questioning with Mr. Block.
Do you deal in a product?
Yes.
Is it small enough for me to have in my pocket?
Yes.
Well, might you ever have this in your home?
Yes.
Well, if I had it, could I have it in more than one room of my home?
Yes.
If you had a cocktail party, would the guests really notice?
Will you give us that question again, Mr. Block?
Well, I said if you had a cocktail party, would the guests sort of be well aware that this was in evidence?
Well, I think it's only fair to say that if it was in evidence, they'd be well aware it was in evidence.
Well, would some of the guests say that they never touched the stuff?
You mean the product or the stuff?
The product.
Oh, the product.
Yes.
Well, at a surprise party, would some of the guests bring their own?
No. I don't think so. 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Hazard, you don't look as though you could be connected with anything undesirable, but is there anything that might, under certain circumstances, be undesirable about this product if it were in the home?
Yes.
In other words, this is something that is to be gotten rid of if you've got it?
Yes.
And is what you do getting rid of it?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Seth.
Mr. Hazard, just to satisfy my own curiosity, do you deal in some kind of a synthetic product, something that's manufactured, a rather modern
No.
That's rather modern. Nothing modern about this. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Cranston.
To follow what Dorothy was talking about, is this by any chance alive?
Yes.
But you wouldn't want to get rid of it, or you would? You would want to get rid of it.
The question was, would you have something to do with getting rid of it, and was no.
But is no.
That's right.
You have nothing to do with getting rid of this live thing that you could hold in your pocket. Is that correct?
Yes, you have nothing to do with getting rid of this live thing which you would hold in your pocket.
Well, do you, if you don't get rid of it, do you do any kind of experimenting with this product?
Sometimes.
Do you have a place where you might grow this product?
Yes.
Is it a small animal?
Yes.
Anyone we know?
Is it a small, would you say it was in the rodent family?
No. No rodent. 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Block.
It's smaller than a rodent. Is it something like a mosquito or something like that?
Well, you want to ask, is it a mosquito?
Not is it, but I mean in that kind of family, like...
It's a nice family.
Yeah. It's like pests or something, insects.
Yes.
You don't get rid of them. Do you ever supply them?
Yes.
Why would you? What do you do it for? To scare children?
Bees. He said he experiments.
Oh, you experiment. Does it have anything to do with health?
Yes.
Well, do you experiment on these, if you'll pardon the expression, animals, in order to improve the health, perhaps, of people?
Yes. Actually, you're going all around the green. You're very. Can we have a conference? You're going to have 20 seconds for a conference.
Maybe he supplies them to other people.
What?
Excuse me.
Germs or
Perhaps he supplies them to other people who do experimenting.
Flies.
Well, do you raise amoebas or flies or things like that?
I guess we'll have to say...
I raise flies, not amoebas.
Not amoebas. I think on the basis of the flies, we will have to agree, if you go with me, Mr. Hazard, they have sort of pinned us down. Mr. Hazard raises bugs. Among them flies. What are some of the others?
Bed bugs, cockroaches.
You mean you raise the bed bugs voluntarily?
Actually, I think...
How long have you been at large?
This needs an explanation. Mr. Hazard actually raises this because they experiment with insecticides on them to test the toxic effect of them, and you see that sort of thing.
Well, now we understand, of course.
It's a lot of fun, yes, I'm sure. Well, Mr. Hazard, you did only fairly well with the prizes, but we hope you had an interesting time and had fun, because it was nice to have you with us. And that's not on. Thanks a lot for coming. Now, in just one moment, ladies and gentlemen, we'll introduce our mystery guest. Now we come to the special feature of our show, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. My friends in the panel would recognize him immediately, or her immediately on sight, depending on whether it's male or female. And so we always provide them with blindfolds. Are those blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you come in then, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? And now, panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery challenger, we always get right down to the general questioning, which in this case we will begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you accustomed to appearing before the public?
Yes.
Well,
Are you in show business in any form?
Yet. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Was that a no?
Yes. The question
Sounded like a yep.
specifically, are you in show business in any form? And it was niet.
Are you in public life of any kind?
No. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
You're not in public life, and all those people knew you.
Well,
Are
we
you-
take public life here to mean government service or philanthropic service or something like that, I believe,
Well,
right?
do a lot of people see you in whatever your job is?
I hope so.
Must be a flagpole sitter. Are you ever seen in any of the entertainment mediums?
Yeah.
Would you be considered a writer, perhaps?
Difference of opinion.
There's a difference of opinion, I guess, is, but he would be considered as a writer, yes, in part.
Why not if he's been well?
You would be considered a writer, but that would not be the thing that you are primarily known as? Boy, what a sentence. I don't blame
Yeah,
you
that
for
was a
waiting
pip.
around.
Actually, you got me in trouble. I would say that our guest is known as a writer, but that
Also
he would-
known as something else.
That's right, yes.
What? I'll pass to Hal.
All right, Mr. Block.
Do you have anything to do with the literary or newspaper world?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is the other thing that you're known for something that you do before large crowds of people?
You mean directly to large audiences? Is that what you're getting at, Miss Kilgallen?
Well, I don't care if it's directly or indirectly. I was just trying to get some kind of a clue. I mean, is he accustomed to appearing before audiences, either on television or in a sports arena or any place else?
Well, I would say, yeah, our guest is accustomed to appearing before audiences, yes.
Do these audiences come to hear what he has to say rather than see something that he has to do?
Well, to the degree that they come to hear what he has to say rather than to see what he has to do, I would think.
When you are appearing before these people who have come to hear what you say, do you wear something besides ordinary street clothes?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sipp.
Now, I understand this is a writer who has nothing to do with show business, nothing to do with the literary world, and nothing to do with journalism. Is that
No,
correct?
the question was raised as to the issue of newspapers.
Well, that does not eliminate magazines. Have you anything to do with the magazine world?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis.
What does he write for?
Maybe he's unemployed.
You said that you did appear before audiences. There seemed to be some doubt when Dorothy said something about television. Are the audiences that you appear for on the are you on the screen when you appear before audiences? Are you on television?
Yes.
And you're not entertaining? Would you be considered entertaining? Would people listen to what you have to say? Oh, do you have anything to do with commentating?
Yes.
Just change character. Would you be considered, therefore, a commentator on the television?
Yes.
Now then, that
Maybe it's
voice,
John
how are we
Daly.
going to know? Will you be the kind of a commentator that might cover a political campaign?
Yes.
Were you seen at all during the elections?
Yes.
Was that the same fella?
Same fellow.
Well, let's see. Could
Same
be
fellow,
Elmer
natural
Davis.
voice.
Who? Huh?
Same fellow, natural voice.
Well, the gentleman on my right, Mr. Bennett Cerf, just wonders if you are the same fellow that wrote, or rather recorded an album at one time of important historical events in history. A man that does a program now on Sundays, probably the most adult program seen on television, of wide interest all over. Are you Ed Morrow?
Ed Morrow, right.
Actually, we're very happy to have Ed here as a guest, but also this is December 7th, and I know there's something very close to his heart. So we have a check made out to the Overseas Press Club Memorial Building Fund, Ed. I think this is a building fund and a memorial that our friends who are viewing at home would like to know something about. Would you like to share some news with them?
Well, this is a very simple matter, which isn't really an appeal for funds, but rather an opportunity for a few people to share in a project. There were some 64 American war correspondents killed in the late war and in Korea. And those of us who were either more fortunate or less courageous determined that we should try to construct here in New York a memorial to those 64 men. This, we feel, is something that they would like. It is a curious fact, you know, that New York City is the only big city you can find in the world where there is no single place where correspondents, both those who are resident here, those who come in from abroad, those who come in from Minneapolis, Chicago, and so forth, can meet, discuss their common problems. And we rather felt that perhaps there were a few people who would have some sense of appreciation for what people like Ernie Pyle, Bob Post, and others of the 64 had done for them. So we're engaged in the very simple process of raising some $300,000 in order to create this memorial for the war correspondents who didn't make it out of the last war. And I assume it will be all right, Mr. Daly, if I collect the checks from the members of the panel when I go out.
Next week at this same time, our panel of experts will be asked, "What's my line?" by this young lady. Would you know what her occupation is? Could you spot her line? For the answers to these and a good many other questions, be sure to join us again next Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when once again, Stop-Et invites you to play What's My Line? For other localities, check your local listings for the date and the time of our weekly series. Until then, this is John Daly saying good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Bennett.
Good night, palsy Arlene.
Good night, Hal.
Good night, John.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. In association with the CBS Television Network.
And now, What's My Line? Brought to you by Stop-Et Spray Deodorant. Poof, there goes perspiration. Poof Deodorant Body Powder, the body powder you spray. Finesse Shampoo, the new flowing cream shampoo. All in the first truly functional cosmetic containers, far easier to use. All created by Dr. Jules Montagnier, the famous cosmetic chemist. Time now to enjoy What's My Line?
And now, let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel of well-known personalities whose lines you already know. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal-American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And on my left, the young humorist who has his own television show and is currently in rehearsal with a new Broadway play, The Pink Elephant, Mr. Steve Allen.
Thank you. On my left, one of the lovely ladies of radio and television who tonight, I don't know if it's visible to you folks at home, but she's all spangled with little spangles. It's very lovely. Arlene Spangler, or Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Steve. And on my left, a gentleman who we have missed very much while he's been vacationing in sunny California, and whom we welcome back with a 21-gun salute of affection, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Thank you, Arlene. I see I've been moved south of the border since I left. And in the case of Arlene, it's certainly the prettiest border I ever saw.
Oh, my, thank you.
On my left is the famous news commentator and moderator of this show, and it's my first chance to say in public how good I think he is, Mr. John Charles Daly.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you back here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line, presented by Stop-Et. Once again tonight, we're going to put our cameras on some people who've come to visit us and brought with them some very interesting and, we hope, unexpected occupations to give the panel some trouble, so they'll get some prizes. We'll also have a famous guest challenger before the panel a bit later on. But now to start things rolling, it's time for the experts to meet our first challenger whose job they've got to spot. So would you sign in, please, ma'am? Mary Flory, is that right? Take it easy. Nothing's going to happen. Everything's going to be fine. Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Miss Flory, where are you from?
Glenline, Pennsylvania.
From Pennsylvania. Well, now, we haven't got anybody from Pennsylvania on the panel, so perhaps you'd like to go down and see what some outlanders look like. Will you walk down in front of the panel for me, please? All right, Miss Mary, you come on over here now, please, and sit down next to me. And on the basis of that chance to meet you briefly and that fine, clear, meticulous handwriting of yours, perhaps they have some ideas. Because at this time, we always give the panel one free and wild guess as to what your line may be. We'll begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think she models bridal gowns.
Mr. Allen.
I think she models flower pots.
Miss Francis.
I think she's an egg candler.
Mr. Seth.
I think she's going to be a bride herself any day.
Well, that may be true, but that's not the answer we're looking for. We'll let our viewers at home have another look at Miss Mary Flory, and at the same time, we'll tell them what her line is. But the panel's got to dig, and Miss Flory, the rules are simplicity itself. Every time you get a no answer from anybody over there on the panel, it costs the panel $5. We'll keep a record of it up here, 10 of these no's, and you have won the game. Miss Flory is salaried with that. Let's begin the general questioning with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Do you work for a profit-making organization, Miss Flory?
Yes.
And do you deal in services?
Yes.
Would both men and women be interested in your services?
Yes.
You learn new things. Well,
would you say that your services applied more to one sex than the other?
Yes.
Is that the female sex?
No. 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Pink Elephant. Mr. Allen, excuse me.
Wonder what sex is left. That's the male sex, I take it.
Yes.
I see. Is there a product of any kind connected with what you do?
Yes.
Is it a product that might be found in the home?
Yes.
Is it smaller than a bread box?
Yes.
It is. Is it smaller than a loaf of bread?
Yes.
In a two-story home, would it be found on the second floor?
Yes.
Would it be more apt to be found on the second floor than the first? I mean.
No.
No, I wouldn't think so. 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Is this something that a man would ever, that a woman might buy for a man?
Yes.
Would it be in the category of gifts at Christmas time or birthday time?
Yes.
Is it anything that a man might put on?
No.
No. Well, that's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Seth.
Miss Flory, is this consumable?
It is consumed in the use, yes.
In other words, it has to be replaced from time to time because it is either eaten or drunk or used up in one way or another. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, now, would this be used up by being put inside the mouth?
Yes.
In part, yes.
In part.
Only part of it would be put into the mouth?
You throw away the peel.
What all we're trying to convey, we don't want to confuse you, is that you suggested that, you might put everything in the mouth at once. Well,
You
have
say
seen...
only part. Well,
Yeah.
after all this is over, Miss Flory, would I gather from this, am I correct in saying that this would not aid your digestion in any particular way?
It would not aid your digestion. There is, I believe, the premise that actually it does aid digestion. You and I have a quarrel about this later, but 2, no. 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Well, when this thing is in the gentleman's mouth, does part of it show at any time?
Yes.
He's no gentleman if it does.
Is this anything that has ever grown at any time, even in part?
Yes.
Has it ever been in leafy form?
Yes.
Is it any form of tobacco?
Yes.
Well, is it cigars?
Yes.
Yes. Bob and back on. Now, wait a minute, Miss Florrie. Now we have identified the product as cigars, but what relation does Miss Florrie have to the cigar?
She wraps them? Or, you know, that thing they do with cigars? Puts one layer on top of another?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm afraid we'll have to give it. Actually, make cigars is the right answer. Very good, panel. Well, Miss Florrie, you have done reasonably well with the prize department, but more, we hope that you've had a good time, because it's been nice to have you with us, and What's My Line? Thanks very much.
John, Mr. Daly, about this digestion. It may help the man's digestion, but I don't think wives' digestion are helped by it.
No. That's true. I should have given you a qualified. All right, now let's see what you can do with another challenger. You've all ready signed in. That is Ruth Cooper. Is that right? Will you come over here and Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. Cooper. And where are you from, Mrs. Cooper?
Center of the world, Mercerville, New Jersey.
The center of the world, Mercerville, New Jersey. Wait till they hear about this up in Boston. There's going to be some trouble. Well, now, would you be good enough to walk down there in front of the panel? They would like to know you a bit better.
Is that where the Mercer School is, Miss Cooper?
Mercerville School.
Well, Mercer me.
Merciful heavens.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Cooper, will you come over here now, please, and sit down next to me? And what we do at this point, because you've had a chance to meet the panel and they've had a chance to meet you, is to give them one free guess as to what your line may be, and we'll begin those free guesses, as usual, with Miss Kilgallen.
I think Mrs. Cooper raises porkers.
Raises porkers? Mr. Allen.
I think she lowers porkers.
Miss Francis.
I think she's a wardrobe mistress.
Mr. Cerf.
I think she works in a boys' school.
No, I'm afraid nobody has it. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mrs. Cooper. At the same time, they will learn what her line is. All right. Miss Cooper, the panel's going to work. I think you know what the rules are. Every time we get a no answer out of the panel, it costs them $5. We keep the record, as always, right up here. The 10 of these no's, and you have won the game. This is the last usual bit of help. Mrs. Cooper is self-employed. With that, let's begin the general questioning with Steve Allen.
Thanks a lot. Boy, from that reaction, she must pitch for the Dodgers or something. Mrs. Cooper, is there, in the course of your work, do you come into contact with a product of any kind? I think these people know something. Is it a product that might be encountered in the home?
Yes.
Don't say anything funny about that.
Could I possibly hold it in my hand?
Yes.
Is it something that a housewife might come into contact with?
Yes.
Could she conceivably come into contact with it at mealtime?
Yes.
Well, let me get right to the point. Is it edible?
Yes.
I gather from the reaction of the audience that this is something that would not ordinarily be served as the main course. Is that
I will have to say, Steve, you're right. This is not something that would be... Yes, it would not be served as a main course, no.
In fact, the reaction was so vigorous, I would suppose that there are some people who would not even like to eat this at all. Is that...
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, there's issue of personal choice in almost every decision any of us takes. There'll be some people who wouldn't like to eat this.
Let me think, what is edible that I don't like? Outside of food. Could you possibly put this on a piece of rye bread?
Is the question, could you put it on a piece of rye bread?
Yes.
I'm going to have a conference. Well, we've had a conference, and we have decided, since the question phrased is, could you put this on a piece of rye bread, that in all fairness to you, we should say, yes, you could put it on.
I think I'm on the wrong track altogether. Might as well clear it up, though. Is this the kind of a thing that people might like to eat, say, on crackers in bed, that sort of a thing?
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Would you be able to purchase this in a store?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Cooper, is this a liquid by any chance?
Could be.
Could be.
Yes,
Could
it
be.
Could be.
Does it have any medical properties?
No, I'm afraid it hasn't got any medical properties. 3 down and
A lot of
7 to
things
go,
have,
Miss
you know.
Kilgallen.
Mrs. Cooper, is this by any chance something that unless you were terribly eccentric, you would never serve at dinner?
Yes, it is something that you would not serve at dinner.
Would not
right?
serve
Yes.
at dinner.
Yes, you would not serve it at dinner, no.
But you have said that housewives would come in contact with it, and Steve
Yes.
would have come in contact with it. Do you think I might have come in contact with it? Does this have a variety of aspects? Would you have it around the house as a result of something else that happened?
Yes.
Would you have it around the house as a result of something else that had happened? Yeah.
Would you have it around the house as a result of eating meals?
Yes.
Is it something like garbage?
All right,
And
Miss
that's why
Darling.
Steve wouldn't put it on a piece of dry bread?
That's why we were very careful to say, Steve said, could you put it on rye bread? Well, you could put it on rye bread. I don't know if you want to. But now we've identified the product as garbage, but what does Mrs. Cooper have to do with same?
Is she by any chance a collector?
I'm afraid we'd have to buy that because Mrs. Cooper actually drives a garbage truck, which I imagine would be...
That's a collector to drive it.
Well, Mrs. Cooper, let's see. You have won $15. And our thanks for being our guest in What's My Line. That's concluded. Thanks very much. Well, very good, panel. Now, in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we'll introduce our mystery guest. But first, word of an interesting new product. Special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. My friends on the panel would recognize our guest right away, so we've provided them with blindfolds. Are the blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes, John.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? All right, panel. As you know, in the case of our mystery guest, we always dispense with preliminaries, get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Arlene Francis.
Would you be considered an entertainer?
Yes.
Would you be considered a leading man?
Perhaps.
Perhaps? Are you in pictures?
You mean the moving pictures?
Well, I knew he wasn't hanging in the Louvre.
We would like here, because there's a specific point at issue, to ask you to repeat the question.
All right, John. Have you been in motion pictures?
Yes.
Well, since there is some concern about the picture angle, do you also appear in television?
Yes.
Would you be considered a serious actor?
No. 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Might I ask, do you ever use any props in your act?
Yes.
Would this prop be, by any chance, alive?
No. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
You are not a serious actor, has that been established?
That's right, yes.
Well, are you then a funny actor?
Well.
Are you a comedian?
I'll answer it for him, Miss Dorothy. A very funny actor.
Do you have your own television show, one on which you star regularly, I mean?
Yes.
You're not just a floating guest artist. Do you...
I didn't quite get that, Dorothy.
Do you
This
work...
man is firmly anchored.
Do you work with other people in your act, either partners or straight men?
Yes.
Do you work with a woman in your act?
Sometimes.
Do you also work with a straight man at times?
Yes.
Do you all work together sometimes?
Yes.
Sounds heavenly.
Are you an excellent dialectician?
No.
That makes it 3 down and 7 to go. That is subjective judgment. Mr. Allen?
Do you do impersonations?
Yes.
Sounds like Gable, no?
Martin or Clark?
Did you ever have your own radio program?
Yes, baby.
All right, Bud. Are you over 40?
No. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Would you be considered a juvenile?
No. What is this? No. No.
I didn't say delinquent. I just said juvenile.
Yes. But delinquent, you might have got a different answer. 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sim.
Have you ever done any ventriloquism?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
I still think you're a good dialectician, but I'll skip that. Do you ever make odd noises and impersonate inanimate objects?
No.
Make odd noises and impersonate inanimate objects. What do you have? Do you mind if
Well,
we...
like do imitations of things like pinball machines.
No.
7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Allen. No pinball machine, he.
Are you on the heavy side?
Yes.
It's too bad. You see, I had a thin fellow in mind. Do you work for a rival network?
No.
8 down and... Wait a minute. That's right. You don't. No. 8 down and 2 to go, Miss Francis.
You're on the lighter side and you're heavy. You're a comedian and you're a heavy comedian. Do you appear on a regular television show once a week?
Yes.
Do you sort of not care what happens to you on this show? I mean, do they throw you around and slide down alleys and carry on like mad and wear funny clothes?
Yes.
You are an American.
Yes.
Are you Jimmy Gleason?
No.
Jack Gleason?
Jack Gleason. That's the slickest French accent we've heard in a long, long time.
It was very, very pleasant being on the show.
Well, I must say it was a great pleasure having you with us.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Honor us with your presence. Would you say bye-bye to the
Sure.
panel? It's nice to have seen you, Jack.
We're very
We can do with another challenger. Would you sign in, please, sir? Jack? Jack Joyce, is that right, sir? Tell us, first of all, where you're from.
Ventura County, California.
Ventura County, California. Well, Mr. Cerf just came from Ventura County, California. Time is getting a little bit short, so will you just walk down in front of the panel, turn right around and walk back again? Right back here, Mr. Joyce, if you will, and sit down next to me. And the panel has had a chance to get a quick look at you. At this point, we always give them one free guess as to what your line may be. And we'll begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think he makes golf tees.
Mr. Allen.
I think he's one of Jackie Gleason's writers.
Miss Francis.
I think he's an outrider at the racetrack.
Mr. Cerf.
I think Mr. Joyce runs one of those cable cars on Powell Street in San Francisco.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mr. Joyce, and at the same time, we'll tell them what his line is. Now that everything's all ready here, we've got the scoreboard set. Mr. Joyce, I think you know the rules. Each no answer, $5. 10 no's, you win the game. We keep the score up here. Mr. Joyce is salaried with that. Let's begin the general questioning with Bennett Cerf.
Mr. Joyce, is there a product involved in what you do?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go. Miss Kilgallen.
You deal in services then?
Yes.
Do you deal with both men and women when you're performing your services?
Deal with both men and women when you are performing your services?
Yes, miss.
Are you inclined to come in contact with one sex more than the other, however?
Yes.
Are these men? They're
No,
not?
I think the question was, are these men? We'd have to say one, 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Allen.
Are they by any chance children?
No.
No, that's 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francie.
Are they by any chance animals?
Yes.
You might come in contact with animals
That's right.
in your work. Are there a variety of animals in your job?
No.
And that would make it 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sip.
Mr. Joyce, are these animals that are raised in California?
Well, they are. Some are raised there, and we'd have to answer you in a qualified sense.
I would
there.
say then there aren't very many of these animals in California. Is that correct?
Yes, there are not very many animals.
Have these...
you should be moderator. That was very good. Congratulations.
Have these animals been imported for exhibition rather than for farming of some sort?
Yes.
Would you find them in a zoo?
Yes.
Have you got something to do with a zoo?
No.
No, that's 5 down and 5 to go. But, Bennett, you opened a lot of doors. Miss Kilgallen.
Are these animals which are ever performing animals?
Yes.
Have they got 4 legs or hands and feet or whatever you want to call them?
4 legs, yes, miss.
Do they sometimes stand up and walk around like this?
No, wait, you mean stand up on their hind legs and walk around?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. That's 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Allen.
But they have 4 legs, is that right?
4 something.
I presume they never have any more than 4 legs, is that correct?
Yes, you are right in presuming they don't have more than 4 legs.
Do they have fur?
Yes.
Do they ever bite?
Yes.
Why don't you get rid of them?
All right, Steve, one more question. Our time is running out.
Do your animals perform, with you?
Yes.
Are you an animal trainer?
Yes, he is, but that isn't enough. So we'll have to, time has run out, and Mr. Joyce will get the full prize by default. You had the right idea. Actually, he trains camels. You know, the Pollock Brothers Shrine Circus that does so much good for crippled youngsters. Well, he has a trained camel group, and they do wonderful work.
What does he train them to do?
The only one in the
smoke
world. He trains the camels. Thank you very much, Mr. Joyce, and you get the full prize. Nice to have you again. And now, in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a preview look at one of our guests whose line our panel is going to be asked to try and identify on next week's program. At the same time, our panel of experts will be asked, "What's my line?" by this man. Would you know what his occupation is? Could you spot his line? Well, for answers to these and a good many other questions, some of them serious and some of them hilarious, be sure and join us again next Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when once again Stop It invites you to play What's My Line? For other localities, check your local listings for the date and time of our weekly television series, and don't forget What's My Line on Wednesday nights on CBS Radio. Until we see you again, then, this is John Daly saying good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Steve.
Good night, Arlene.
Good night, Bennett.
Sure nice to be back. Good night, John.
And nice to have you back. Good night, and glad to have you with us on What's My Line?
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production in association with the CBS Television Network.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, that bouncing ball of brilliant buffoonery, Soupy Sale.
Thank you, Johnny Olson. Right now, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome to the panel today the winner of this year's Golden Globe Award as the Best Dramatic Actress on Television, Linda Crystal.
And I would like to introduce a man I cannot live without, Alan Ladd.
Yeah.
There's no need. I want to tell you about a young lady that I first saw on Broadway.
Tell us about it.
All right, in Carnival, then I saw her in All American, then I saw her in Guys and Dolls, and I saw her in, not Carnival, Cabaret. Then I recently saw her in Jimmy, and she's always great. I'm talking about Anita Gillette.
Gee, I've been around a long time.
You do it all well, too.
That's not too classy, is it? Yelling from the back.
No, I forgot that.
Yeah, I'm trying to be classy this week. Now I'd like to introduce the head stowaway on this ship of fools, Mr. Wally Bruner.
Thank you, Anita, and welcome to What's My Line. During the next 30 minutes, you're going to meet some interesting people engaged in the most unusual occupations, which we hope will baffle this panel of experts. And in addition, the panel will face a mystery celebrity guest just a little bit later on. But now, good group, shall we begin?
We are ready.
All right, let's meet our first challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? Susan Wetzel. Miss Wetzel, where are you from?
Philadelphia.
All right. Panel, let me tell you that Susan Wetzel does not work alone, and that when she does whatever it is that she does, people watch. Now let's show the audience just what her line is. Let me remind you again, she does not work alone, and when she does what she does, people watch. And we'll begin the questioning with the absent-minded professor. Alan?
Can't remember the name of that great show. Okay, you do something with other... You don't do it alone, in other words. Does that mean, perhaps, Susan, that what you work with is something other than people, as, for instance, animals? Do you work with animals?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Then it's some kind of a show business animal, because whatever you do with them, they watch doing. Are you
That was a question, was it?
No, I'm just talking to myself. I can remind me what I'm thinking about. You know, Betty says when it comes in here, it goes out there, and so, all right, I'll organize my thoughts. Susan, is your work with animals in the form of an entertaining act?
No.
One down, Anita.
Maybe I should find out what kind of animal you work with. Would this animal be in the dog family?
No.
Two down, Super.
Do you work with what is known like as mammals?
Yes.
And now where do you go?
Where do I go?
That eliminates fish.
That's right. That's right. You don't close the eyes of the sardines before you put them in a can, do you? It's off, isn't it? Oh, anyway, Susan, you work with all kinds of mammals, or just one particular kind of
Well, which are you
mammal?
asking?
Well, I'll get around to it, Wally. I'm doing very well with her. Do you? All right, can I take a? Do you work like where you feed them, like at some marina or something like that?
Yes.
You feed the porpoises.
No.
Three down, Linda.
Is these animals that you work with, do you work with different kind of animals? No.
That's four down, Alan.
Well, Soupy had it kind of fixed in his mind that the animals you work with are wet, or in water.
No, he said or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
mammals.
let me clarify something. Do the animals that you work with, are they other than the water mammals?
Yes.
They're land-type
Yes.
animals. And it's not a show busy kind of a work. Do you work in any kind of zoological arrangement, like a zoo, for instance?
Yes.
You do. You work in a zoo. Did you have anything to do with the care and feeding of the animals?
Yes.
Are you then indeed a
Well, we are
care
after
and feeder of the animals in the zoo?
We are after a specific animal.
Oh, a specific animal. All right. You just wouldn't challenge me like that, huh? I'll take a very big animal. Let's see. Do you work with elephants?
No.
That's five down, Anita.
This is not a water animal. We did this. Do you work with say, the beasts of the jungle in any of that category? Like
Yes.
lions, tigers, that kind of thing. Would it be one of those cats?
No.
6 down, Soupy.
Is this animal, then it is a particular animal is this animal bigger than a lion?
In weight, yes.
Is it a hippopotamus?
No.
I'm going to flip all the cards and tell you that Susan is a nurse for baby gorillas.
Gorillas!
Miss Witzel is an animal technician at the Philadelphia Zoological Gardens in charge of their 3 baby gorillas. And what's the secret of taking care of baby gorillas?
Well, it's almost like taking care of small children. They need love, affection, play with them, feed them, care for them.
How old are they and how big are
They're about 2 years old now, almost 3 foot.
they? Are they still friendly and
Oh,
docile?
yes, yes.
At what age do they get unfriendly?
Well, actually, they don't get unfriendly towards the keeper. They, just get unpredictable and, they don't know their own strength.
At
They
about
can
what
hurt
age?
you without knowing it.
After about age 5 or something like that?
Yes.
What do you feed them? What do they eat?
Well, in the morning, they get marmoset cake. This is a mixture of cereal, milk, eggs, and it has all kinds of things in it. And they get fruit all day long. They're fed all day long. That's to keep them practically happy. I guess they just feed themselves, and they get a bottle.
Well, I think we'd like to watch this in action, and Susan has brought with us some film that gives you a chance to see how much her gorilla babies behave like human babies. So would you describe the film, Susan, as we watch?
This is making up the bottle. When they first came into the zoo, they got pablum and milk. It's quite a feat feeding 3 gorillas at one time.
Do you have to burp them just like an ordinary baby?
No. They love to play, and if you tickle them, they actually just laugh at you.
How much time a day do you spend with them?
Well, I spend actually all day long from 8 to 5 in the morning, or 8 in the morning till 5 at night.
How old is that baby?
He's listening to a Soupy sales record.
This is a little female gorilla. And this is male and female. They're playing.
Do they fight just like children?
Yes, they fight. This isn't outside before they were put into the rare mammal house where they are kept now.
Do they bite at all? Do they
Yes,
bite?
they bite.
I notice they laugh. Do they also cry, Susan, when they're...
It's not actually a cry. It's sort of a whimper.
Well, that's very interesting. You have a very interesting job. Are they valuable animals?
Very valuable. It's around $4,500 they cost
For
to
each
ship
one?
them. Yes, each one.
Well, you have a delightful job and continue taking good care of them. And thank you for joining us on What's My Line. What's My Line will continue right after this word. Off to a slow start, group. You're going to have to improve.
Yes, we
And
do.
here's the improvement challenger right now. You ready? Would you enter and sign in, please? Gerald Chappelle. Mr. Chappelle, where are you from?
New Canaan, Connecticut.
Am I saying your name correctly, sir?
Chappelle is correct.
All right. Panel, Mr. Chappelle deals with several products. One, however, we found very intriguing. Now, may I tell you that this is a product that normally has 4 corners. But Mr. Chappelle makes them without corners. And now let's show the audience just what this round product is. May I remind you, it's a product normally with corners. However, Mr. Chappelle makes it in a form other than square. And we'll begin with Linda.
The fact that you make it without corners, does it make your product more desirable to the public?
To some people,
Would I use your product?
very much.
With would the product ever come in touch with my body?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes, it would.
Without corners. And I use it a lot. Is it soft and silky?
Sometimes. Could be, yes.
Does it have lace on it?
Lace? No lace.
No lace. That's one down, Alan Ludden.
I was going to be so smart. I was so sure that it was a round diaper. You see, I was convinced that the note was a round. But then he was so enthusiastic about Anita's use of it that Linda's use of it. I'm sorry.
Thanks. I can live without him.
No, I just lost my. So it's not a diaper. Is it? It is indeed a fabric, though.
It has a fabric. It's made with fabric.
Whoop! Don't help them too much.
It's made with fabric.
There's fabric, but it's.
Linda would use it happily. Would I use it equally happily?
Yes, you would use it.
I would. Is it anything I would carry on my person?
No, you wouldn't.
It's two down, Anita.
Is this product something that you would find around the house?
Yes.
Would it be found in one room more often than another room?
More often.
Would it be found around the kitchen more than...
No, it wouldn't.
Oh.
Three down, Soupy.
Did someone ask whether it was ever worn?
I don't believe anyone has.
Is it ever worn?
No, it isn't.
Four down, Linda.
Am I to assume that I would buy one then in a lifetime because it would never be worn out? Oh, I mean worn out. I mean, is it dispensable?
Is it dispensable? Well, it has a life.
Eventually it'll wear out.
It will wear out. Would you say that I would use it more in the bedroom?
Yes.
Would I use it in my bed?
I'd say that would be normal.
Appropriate.
Yes.
I would. Would you would I put it on?
No.
No. Five down, Ellen.
She'd use it in her bed. Would I use it in my bed? It's not.
Yes.
Yeah, we said
Yes.
we both. Is it something I might? Is it soft?
It is soft, yes.
Does it have a? Does it have an insides? Something within it? Does it?
10 seconds.
Does it contain feathers? Is it a pillow?
No pillow.
It's a round mattress. You're right, Anita. May I fully introduce Mr. Chappelle, who is Director of Marketing Bedding Products for the Simmons Company, makers of the round mattress. And I don't imagine these are on the mass production line, are they, Mr.
No,
Chappelle?
they're a very particular type of people that use them, but we sell quite a few.
Round people.
Isn't Hugh Hefner the famous owner of the famous round?
He has a huge one there in Chicago.
That's what I've
really.
always
I
heard.
assume you're talking about Hugh Hefner.
What did I say?
I didn't hear you say
Hugh
that.
Hefner, yes. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And well, is a round mattress more expensive than a square one?
Quite a bit, quite a bit.
What is the price range?
Somewhere between $900 and $1,000.
Oh.
How come?
Why?
Well, they're made on an individual basis rather than as mass production, and they have to be made very carefully to be sure that they'll hold up.
Do you also make round pillows going all around the mattress?
No round pillows.
What about sheets?
Sheets have to be custom made.
Where do you tuck them in?
Well, like a form fit.
Round form fit.
Or you could buy little parachutes and get the same effect.
How
But
about heart-shaped?
Heart-
Wouldn't that be terrific?
Heart shape, we have made one
You're
for, may I mention
Sure.
it? Jane Mansfield had one, and we also have made them for Liberace in the shape of a piano.
Oh, I just think that'd be very comfortable.
Well, Mr. Chappelle, you stumped the panel really because time had expired, even though Anita did a very good job guessing it at the last moment. And we enjoyed having you on What's
Thank
My
you.
Line.
Enjoyed
Thank
being
you, sir.
here. Thank you.
And say hello to the group. We'll be back to meet our mystery guest as What's My Line continues. Once again, we have reached that very special part of What's My Line, the time we meet our mystery guest. Panel of the blindfolds in place.
No.
Yes.
No?
No.
I just thought I'd say no because we always say yes.
You know,
That's right.
That's what Arlene... No, mine's...
Put Anita in that chair and wow.
Let's say
No,
see.
really, the blindfolds are in
Yes,
place.
sir.
So, mystery challenger, would you enter and sign in, please? All right, panel, may I remind you, it will indeed be one question at a time. I'll give you 2 minutes to try and establish the identity of our mystery guest, and we'll begin the questioning with Anita Gillette.
Thank you, Wally. sir or madam, are you in some form of the entertainment world?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soupy. What was that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When you're in the entertainment...
It's spelled J-A.
Don't throw Soupy.
Go ahead,
Can't
Soupy.
take it.
Mystery guest. Am I in town? Mystery guest, are you best known for your work in a nightclub?
In nightclub, no.
That was a negative response.
No.
Linda.
He's not known in nightclubs.
Do you can I assume that you work in television?
In television, little bit.
Alan.
Do you make records?
At what?
As a singer?
Singing in bathtub.
Singing in bathtub only?
In the bathtub
Is
only.
that a negative?
That's a negative. Anita?
Are you mostly known for your work in theater, then?
In Broadway, Hardway, no.
Soupy.
Well, did we establish that you were best known for your work in television?
I thought we had.
I don't even understand what he's saying. I'm looking for subtitles and I've got a mask on. Well, wouldn't it be funny if it was Wally that was talking?
Was that a guess?
I don't even know. Are you best known for your work in television?
Television, yes.
That's a yes.
Okay.
Linda.
Do you have a series at present time in television? Do you do a series?
I do not have a serious. I have a funnies, not at all. I don't have a serious.
Alan?
Then you're a funny man. Are you a comedian?
If you don't know, I'm not going to try to help you.
I would never call my wife a comedian, Alan. Take off your blindfolds and meet Betty White.
She had this whole day. She had this whole day lined up with barely able to be over to get it for the last. You really aced me.
That's marvelous.
I would have sworn it
Do
was
it
a man.
again. Let me see you do it.
You make one pass at this little old man tonight, I belt you.
You know, I thought they might do this, and then I thought, no, that's so obvious they won't do it, and I forgot it.
That's what I thought.
Well, we're so glad it's been done.
Oh, Wally, thank
Betty,
you so much.
delightful
Had
to
a
see you.
delightful time. I'm going to go over and kiss 3 of those people on that panel.
Well, not yet. Not yet. What's new in the world of Betty White and Alan Ludden? Alan's been lying to us, you know, for all week. Now you're here, you can straighten everything all out.
He's been lying to me for almost 7 years now. Well, we're having all sorts of interesting, delightful things. We both have a series in the works right now, and so it's finger crossing time.
You're living in California?
Living and loving it in California. Living and loving in California. I might as well leave it at that.
Yeah.
No, we really are. It's been a whole change for him. It's going home for me, but I'm happy as a lark, and I'm happy that my family likes it out there. So.
Yeah, I do all the things that Californians used to do and made me mad doing. I come back here and start saying, you gotta move to California because it's so great. You know, I do the same.
But we turned our back on you and you got fragrant. That's what you did.
Fragrant?
Pregnant.
Me? No, I'm the same as I always was.
Oh, it's Natalie.
Yes.
I get so confused about that. Okay.
But Betty and I have a great thing with dogs. She's a dog lover, and so is my wife. And this is one of those rare times when we've been together that I've been able to talk, because it's usually, you know,
And
one
Natalie
dog
and I
barking
go on
at
about
another.
our dogs.
But Betty, we're delighted you could join us today.
Thank you, Wally. It's
Thank
been
you
so
much.
nice to see
Say
you.
hello to
Thank
Pete.
you.
What's My Line? We'll continue right after this word. And now, panel, it's time for honest answers to questions from the studio audience. The first one from Robert Tutterman of Fair Lawn, New Jersey, to Alan Ludden. How long have you been married to Betty White?
Well, you know, I'm glad you asked, because she said, she admitted for the first time a moment ago that we had been married 7 years. It will be 7 years this June, and she always says 6 years, and I say, it's only a couple of 3 months until, you know, now it's 2 months. No, we'll be married 7 years, the 14th of June.
Weren't you doing a little theater? In a play?
We were doing summer stock. I was doing Password. I'd met Betty on Password, and then I did Critics' Choice up in Dennis, Massachusetts, and they needed a leading lady to get the customers in, and they hired a young lady named Betty White, and she played my wife in the play, and I thought it was a good idea. It took me a while to convince her, but that was how we met.
You have told me that it was a stage kiss that really set things moving.
Well, that's the first time I kissed her, was on the stage.
Well, thank you for your honest answer.
And
Helen
you
Lutz.
watch it, Soupy.
Well, this has been a fun session again today, and we're going to have more fun tomorrow because we got a pretty sharp panel working for us over
I'm
there.
going to talk like this from now on. I'm not going to...
Could I see that? From now on?
From now on, I'm going to really talk like this.
Where does that big voice come from?
Comes from down my toes, actually, yes.
She's got the biggest toes you've
Biggest.
ever seen.
Well, that's it for this session. Join us tomorrow, please.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel. First, Huntington, West Virginia's Butterball, Soupy Sales.
Thank you, I think. Johnny O's Butterball, that's a turkey. Now I know. Good afternoon. And it's a pleasure to welcome back to the show the very beautiful star of Broadway and a lot of great television hits. Would you please welcome Anita Gillette?
Feel any butter around there.
Make bigger circles.
I'd like to introduce now a bon vivant, raconteur, man about town. Anyway, he's terrific and his wife's gonna get so jealous if I don't shut up. Mr. Bennett Cerf.
For the last 20 years, people have been saying to me, what is Arlene Francis really like? Well, she's really one of the nicest people in the world. See for yourself. Here she is, Miss Arlene Francis.
I can only do it once. I'm too shy and too old. And now, for the 593rd time, I introduce with great pleasure Wally Bruner.
Thank you, Arlene, and welcome to What's My Line. I thought you said the skirt came off as you came on. No?
Eventually.
Eventually. All right. But welcome, everyone, to 30 minutes of what we think will be fun coming up, and I think we might as well get it started along. So, will our first challenger enter and sign in, please? Ernest Wagner. All right, panel. Ernest Wagner is involved in the field of transportation. And now let's show our audience just what his line is.
Transportation.
So may I remind you again, Mr. Wagner is involved in the field of transportation, and we'll begin with Soupy Sales.
Thank you, Wally. Mr. Wagner, this transportation, is this done for a profit-making organization?
Right, yes.
In this form of transportation, is it a vehicle that we would look for in this?
Yes.
Is it a four-wheel vehicle?
No.
One down. Anita.
I'm sorry, but I have to disqualify myself for reasons I'll explain later.
All right, dear. Thank you.
Sorry.
Bennett.
Mr. Wagner, is the transportation with which you're connected ever travel through the air?
No.
2 down. Arlene.
Does it travel through the water?
Yes.
Is this something larger than a sailboat?
Yes.
Does it carry several passengers?
Yes.
Is it a ferry?
No.
3 down. Soupy.
Is there any jet power ever used on this boat?
No.
4 down.
Bennett, would this boat be connected with a very, very large steamship company?
No.
No.
5 down. Arlene.
It's not associated with a steamship company.
With a very large steamship company was Bennett's question.
But is it some steamship line?
Yes.
Well, in a way.
In a way it is.
In a way it is. If I wanted to travel on it, could I?
Yes.
In other words, it is a passenger ship.
Yes.
I don't really know what I'm looking for.
Well, you're looking for his line. What do you think
He's
is...
the captain of the ship.
Yes, but it's a kind of a very special sort of...
A very special sort of captain?
Of a very special sort of ship.
Bennett thinks he has a weenie over here.
It isn't Bennett's turn, though.
No. I can't think of what...
Would you like to pass?
Yes, I will.
Soupy.
Oh, then it's got to be like the old Mississippi River boat.
That's it. But Ernest Wagner is the captain of America's last overnight passenger riverboat, the Delta Queen.
Delta Queen.
And there used to be 3 of them that stopped in my hometown of Tell City, Indiana, Captain. The Island Queen, the Avalon, and the Delta Queen.
The Island Queen was the first boat I ever worked on.
Really?
That was the first.
Well, it was a side-wheeler. Was it a side-wheeler?
Right.
Right. And the Delta Queen now is what, a back
Stern-wheeler.
She's a stern-wheeler. Right. Well, boy, the Delta Queen has quite a history, too, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it really has. The Delta Queen's 300 feet long. It's 58 feet wide. It hauls 192 passengers for overnight. It has a crew of 75. And it is the only one inland river boats that haul passengers for overnight.
Very good. Do you still make the stops along the Ohio?
Yes, sir, we sure do.
At Tell City and Evansville?
I stopped at Tell City last year for the first time in about 8 years with the Delta Queen.
Wow. Well, yes.
I'd like to ask Captain Wagner, why are you going out of service?
Oh, they're not. You're not going out of service, are you?
Oh, no. They just got an extension for 3 years.
Oh, I had heard that
there was a problem with a wooden-hulled boat hauling passengers, but I think Congress passed a special...
Right. The Delta Queen is now in New Orleans, Louisiana, at Avondale Dry Dock, being put in shape. It'll be better shape now when it comes out of dry dock in April than it's been in the last 40 years.
Well, now, Captain Wagner has brought with him some film of life on the river with the Delta Queen. Why don't we take a look at it as he explains? There she goes. Where is this taken, Captain?
Someplace on the Ohio River. I don't know just where. I don't remember the photographers that was on there, but I recognize one of the pilots, and I know he was an Ohio River pilot. So that's one reason I do know that it was on the Ohio River.
It's really like a huge big houseboat, isn't it? Just an enormous big houseboat.
Yeah, when you ride the Delta Queen, it kind of puts you back in the Mark Twain days. You think you're.
Now, as I recall, there was a ballroom on it and a place for the orchestra and dancing and everything.
Right.
And a full dining room. What, 3 decks?
It's actually 5 decks all total.
And counting the 2 below.
Right.
Right. And you've got a big veranda upstairs, and this is still steam powered, right?
Right. Everything is operated on the Delta Queen by steam. I mean, we make our electricity by steam, with steam. All the machinery is operated by steam. The pitments you see going around is operated by steam.
Do you still have the calliope on it?
Oh, yes. That's a big asset to the Delta Queen, eh?
And I know when you used to come into town and start to dock, the calliope would be Roll Out the Barrel and all the other great old riverboat songs.
Yeah, I still have to play when I pass Tell City for your friend there.
Oh, Bert Finn.
Finn.
Yeah, well, They used to ship chairs on riverboats down from Tell City to New Orleans on boats, I guess, very similar to this.
Yeah,
one.
I haul one since I've been captain of the Delta Queen. I haul one from Tell City to the mayor of New Orleans.
Now, what is this? What did we see just there? That was the ballroom.
That was the cruise director and his entertaining crew that you just saw there on the Texas deck out with the bell.
Now, Anita, I'm sorry. Would you explain why you disqualified yourself?
Well, I happened to come in the wrong entrance at the same time Mr. Wagner came in, and I inadvertently heard somebody say, "Oh, you must be the captain of the Delta Queen." I thought, "Oh, I'm in the wrong place." I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. We appreciate very much. It's a fair way to play the game. If you know something in advance, you disqualify yourself. And, Captain, it's a pleasure meeting you, sir, and having you with us on What's My Line.
Thank you very much.
You bet. What's My Line will continue right after this word. When you grew up in a small town in Indiana, the highlight of the year was when the riverboat stopped.
Yeah.
And that was one brief afternoon, so you didn't have a great deal to look forward to, but it was a lot of fun. Have you ever been on a riverboat, Bennett?
No, but I just want to check a rumor, Wally. There's a rumor around that today is your birthday.
That's a terribly bad rumor, Bennett, and I'm going to
that
shoot
true?
you after the show.
It is, isn't it?
Birthday, isn't it?
It
That's
is.
right.
Would you like to tell everybody how?
Now, this is the one, I stopped counting on my last one, so...
I don't know how old Wally Bruner is, but they brought in the birthday cake and lit the candles, and it barbecued our ceiling.
And on that note, let's meet another challenger right away, will we? Will you enter and sign in, please? John Nicholas. And Mr. Nicholas, where are you from?
Westport, Connecticut.
All right, panel, John Nicholas deals with a product. And now let's show the audience just what that product is. I'll remind you it's a product you're after, and we'll begin with Arlene.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas, is this product one that any of us on the panel might have come in contact with at one time or another?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Is it now, or has it ever been alive?
No.
One down, Soupy.
Is it the kind of product, if you were out, you would take use of it? Like, does it ever contain anything?
Now, what are you asking?
Well, just pick out what you want, Wally. Well, no, does it ever hold anything?
Is it a container of some sort?
Container of some kind.
No.
Two down, Anita.
Does this product come in contact with the body other than the hands?
Yes.
It does. Is it, would I sit on it?
No.
No, I wouldn't sit on it.
Three down, Bennett.
Mr. Nicholas, the famous artist school is up at Westport. Have you any connection whatever with that institution?
None that I know of.
Good answer. Four down, Arlene.
Is there anything entertaining about this product?
Occasionally.
But not really. Five down, Soupy.
Does it ever come in different colors?
No.
Six down, Anita.
Is it something that is, when you use the product, that you derive some sort of benefit from it? Either
Definitely.
Oh,
you
yes.
do derive some benefit from it. Is it beneficial in another way than health?
No.
No.
Aha.
Seven down, Bennett.
Mr. Nicholas, is this product taken internally?
Yes, it is.
Is it, it's either food or drink then? It's either a solid or a liquid. It has to be.
That's a much better way to put the question. Yes.
Yes.
Is it a solid?
Yes.
Is it come in pill form?
Yes.
Is it the kind of pill that either peps you up or soothes you down?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Do you have a guess? Our time is
Sort
up.
of like bicarbonate of soda, or Alka-Seltzer, or...
It's a hangover pill.
You're right.
It's done it.
But I'm going to flip all the cards anyway. okay?
It's okay with me.
Because I just got a free package of hangover pills, and they're called Chasers. Mr. Nicholas is president of the Carey Corporation, manufacturers and distributors of what is called Chaser for hangovers. And there you can... That's a rather apt name of the product, John.
Actually, we're just dumb luck. We have the name. I wanted to call it Rebound, and but we couldn't register Rebound, and we wound up with Chaser, which I think is a very much better name.
But you know, there are quite a few of these things on the market. What makes yours different than the others?
Well, if you look closely at most of the others, they do not say for hangover. They say for something called overindulgence in food and drink.
Yeah, and you look at the others and you read the instructions and it says, take with a quart of whiskey.
So that's the unique thing. It says exactly what it's for, and
it works.
And it works.
Well, John, thank you so much. We were going to say you won the game, and we enjoyed having you as a guest on What's My Line.
Glad you.
We'll be back to meet our Who's Who team from the studio audience as What's My Line continues. And now let's meet our Who's Who team from the studio audience. So, Lloyd, will you open the curtains, please? Here, panel, you see 4 people from the audience, and here is a list of their actual occupations: mechanical engineer, salesman, math teacher, and social worker. All you have to do is hand out all 4 cards so that each person is holding the cards representing their job. We'll begin with Soupy. You have 20 seconds. That means they've won $25. Anita. Oh, and that means they've won $50. Bennett. Oh, very well done, Bennett. That means they've won $75. Arlene, last chance. That means they've won $100. All right, gentlemen, would you reshuffle your signs so each of you has the correct sign? And now, beginning with our math teacher, sir, would you tell us who's who?
I'm John Rushing, a math teacher.
I'm Richard Mango, mechanical engineer.
I'm Daniel Aubrey, social worker.
I'm Jerry Sosner, salesman.
Your team has won $100, and we'll have a gift for each of you. Thank you for playing Who's Who on What's My Line.
Each member of our Who's Who team will receive the Samsonite attaché case, featuring a color-coordinated portfolio and exterior, light, strong magnesium frames, and scuff and stain-resistant cover from Samsonite.
And now, panel, it's mystery guest time with the blindfolds in place. Mystery challenger, will you enter and sign in, please? All right, panel, you know it's one question at a time. I'll give you 2 minutes to try and establish the identity of our mystery guest, and we'll begin with Bennett Cerf.
Are you a member of the entertainment industry?
That's right, sweetheart.
Arlene.
Are you appearing in the Broadway theater?
No, I'm not, Hot Pants.
Soupy.
Are you well known for your parts in the movies?
No.
Anita.
His voice keeps changing. Are you primarily known for your work in television?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Bennett.
Are you on a regular weekly show?
Well, it's as regular as you can be. Might not be too regular next year.
Arlene.
Might not be too regular this year.
No. Well, it is indeed a regular television show.
Okay. Is it a television series, a dramatic series?
That's right, Hot Pants.
Soupy.
Listen, sweetheart, would that be on ABC?
That's right, sweetheart.
Anita.
Are you some sort of detective or police person?
You bet your grape.
Bennett.
I pass. I haven't the vaguest idea.
Arlene.
Wait a minute, now I think.
10 seconds.
Is it Ben Gazzara?
No, I'm not that, no.
Soupy?
I have a feeling it's Burt Reynolds.
You're right. Of course, Bert is the star of, or Bert is Dan August. How do I say this? You're not only the star,
You
but
can say it any way you want. It's your show, Wally.
Any way I want. ABC TV's Dan August, which is a police lieutenant, detective.
Yes.
And it's a good show.
Thank you.
We've enjoyed it very much. I understand you've been on the talk show circuit.
I'm the Betsy Palmer of nighttime television. Suddenly, I'm on all these panel shows and talk shows, and they keep saying, I didn't know you were that funny. And I said, well, I had injections of Soupy Sales blood.
Oh, you're blood brothers. Huh?
Yes.
But no, that brings up something. You're part Indian, I understand.
Yes, my father's Cherokee. My mother's Italian.
Where were you from, Bert, originally? What part of the country?
My father's originally from North Carolina, but I'm from Florida.
I didn't know there were Cherokees in...
There's a little town in North Carolina called Cherokee, North Carolina, you dummy.
Really, is there?
It's full of Cherokees, yes.
I didn't know. I really didn't know there were
Cherokee. There was a man named Jackson who was president at one time, and he started a little crew called the Trail of Tears, and he drove all the Cherokees from North Carolina to Oklahoma.
You're right.
One of Bert's first big hits in TV was on a series called Riverboat, like the Captain Wagner that was here.
Right.
Isn't that right, Bert?
Yes, that's right.
Am I lifting you up?
Sorry, we don't have more time to reminisce, but Bert, our time is up. Thank you for joining us on What's My Line. What's My Line will continue right after this word. Now, panel, we have exactly 60 seconds for honest answers. To Bennett and Arlene, how long have you appeared on panel shows together?
You answer, Arlene.
Well, we appeared on the nighttime Sunday television show. I think it was 15 years.
17.
17 years it was
17
on, but you weren't on the first year, were you?
I was on after 8 shows.
Oh, were you? Right away.
And it was really wild because that was one of the first times when they found out that Arlene was 12 years old working and doing panel shows.
She was in short pants then, and here she is back in them now.
No, but it's been what? It's been over 20 years, hasn't it, for the two of you?
Oh, yes.
And you've been friends even...
We're in our 21st year. We live next to each other in the country. Our sons went to school together, and we love each other dearly.
Bennett, does your wife, and Arlene, does your husband, do they speak?
Very good. Always through their very good friends.
Thank you for your honest answer.
Through their interpret.
That's it. See you tomorrow on What's My Line.
Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Remington Rand, makers of the Remington, the world's #1 electric shaver, presents What's My Line? And now, let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal-American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
On my left, the charming young humorist who stars in his own television show 5 nights a week on another network, Mr. Steve Allen.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you.
And on my left, one of the lovely ladies of radio and television who has her own show, Talent Patrol, on another network every... What night is it now?
Now that you asked me, it's Thursday.
Thursday night. They switched it on me. Here is Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Steve. And on my left, substituting for Bennett Cerf, and quite a substitute, Bennett, I must say, is a young lady who has been mentioned for the Academy Award for her performance in From Here to Eternity, who is enchanting New York audiences by her lovely performance in Tea and Sympathy, Miss Deborah Carr. Arlene, thank you. I'm going to hire you. And on my left, I think this is where I say this, the one, the only, Mr. John Daly.
Thank you, Miss Deborah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. Got a letter here from Bennett Cerf. He's out in La Quinta in California, and it says the show followed him. He got a letter from some young ladies who said we made a mistake, that there aren't male and female worms. We'll look into that later on. But once again, tonight, we're going to put our cameras close up on some nice people who've come with some nice occupations. We think a nice occupation is an occupation that gives the panel a lot of trouble. We anticipate they'll have some trouble tonight. We'll also have a famous guest challenger before the panel a bit later on. But let's get things underway. It's time for the experts to meet our first challenger whose job they have to spot. So would you sign in, please, ma'am? Francis Borgen. Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
Mrs. Vaughn, and where are you from, Mrs. Vaughn?
Bonner Springs, Kansas.
Bonner Springs, Kansas. Well, it's real nice to have somebody from Kansas with us.
Thank you.
So, usually we have people from the eastern seaboard and the western seaboard, and we like the panel to know all kinds of nice folks from the Midwest. So suppose you go over and meet them, will you?
You do.
All right, now, Mrs. Vaughn, if you'll come over here and sit down next to me. I think perhaps you know that the panel gets one free guess as to what your line may be, and we always begin our free guesses with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
I think she's a police matron.
A police matron, Mr. Allen.
I think she does the hiring of the soft drink plant. I think she hires root beer.
Oh, brother. Miss Francis.
I think Mrs. Vaughn runs a general store in Kansas.
Miss Carr.
I think Mrs. Vaughn is a milliner here to see the spring styles and hats.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers have a further look at Mrs. Frances Vaughn of Bonner Springs, Kansas, and at the same time, we'll tell them what her line is. But Mrs. Vaughn, the panel has got to work, and I trust that you're going to make them work very hard. However, every time you can give them a no answer, we'll flip a card, and 10 no's, 10 flips, and you've won the game. Are you all ready to go?
Already.
All right, Mrs. Vaughn is salaried. With that, let's begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Do you work for a profit-making organization, Mrs. Vaughn?
No.
That's one down and 9 to go. All right, Miss Carr.
Well, is there a product concerned involved in what you do?
Not in our terms of reference. The product is not considered to be vital here. This is 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you deal with both men and women?
Yes.
I presume that you deal in services.
Yes.
Do they come to you?
I would say to the degree that Mrs. Vaughn performs a service that the necessary ingredients for the performance of the service are brought to her, yes.
Do you work for any branch of any government?
Yes.
Is it a local government in Kansas?
By what do you mean local?
Well, state or city rather than federal.
Yes.
Is it state?
Yes.
Do you work at all outdoors?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Allen.
Could an adverse decision of any sort by you in your professional capacity make anyone unhappy?
Yes.
Do you run something or govern something, or are you in some position of authority?
That's a very good question.
Yes. 3 very good questions.
You can give yes to that one, yes.
Do you have anything possibly to do with the law?
With the law?
Yes.
In a way, yes. The implementation thereof in some degree or another.
Well, I didn't expect this at all.
could you have anything to do with prisoners or people under arrest or...
No.
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you have anything whatsoever to do with discipline?
No.
Just a moment. We'll have a small conference.
Wonder if she's here on business or pleasure.
It's pleasure when you're sitting with John, you know that.
Mrs. Vaughn is of very tender sensibilities and would not care to mislead you. The question as to discipline was asked in such general terms that we hesitate to give you a no, so we will give you a qualified yes.
Swell. I'll give you a qualified thank you. Do you have anything at all to do with children, Mrs. Vaughn?
No.
I don't think so,
No.
not in any specific degree. 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Carr.
Oh, that's got me. I was going to ask you, do you teach anything?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you have anything to do with carrying out a law or rule or regulation?
Yes.
Does this ever involve anything other than human beings?
Yes.
It could. Would it ever have anything to do with animals?
With animals? Well,
No.
I would say that indirectly we could come into contact with some animals in this operation, couldn't we? Possibly, yeah.
Well, does Mrs. Vaughn have anything to do with licensing?
That is a very good question. We'll have a conference. Mrs. Vaughn is very tender in her sensibilities.
I like Mrs. Vaughn.
Hesitates to give a no answer, but we'll give
But
you one
you're gonna
anyway,
give me one
okay?
anyway.
7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Allen. I'm going to give you 1 more minute to get this.
It'll do you no good. Neither humans nor animals. Does she have anything to do with farms or plants or growing anything of that sort?
No. 8 down and 2 to go, Miss
Does
Francis.
she have anything to do with vehicular traffic of any
Vehicular
kind?
transportation, moving from one place to another, you mean?
Well, all right, give me the no and don't build it up that way.
9 down and 1 to go, Miss Carr.
May I have a conference, please?
Oh, wonderful.
Well, I was thinking of something like game warden or, that sort of thing, but apparently she doesn't consider that
I wasn't
that's
thinking.
on the nose. What are you thinking of, Arlene?
Nothing except I was thinking of, sort of vice president in charge of the zoo. But still,
Well, that would be definitely animals.
All right, the conference time is up.
Conservation?
Traffic.
Miss Carr.
My chums haven't helped me at all.
I must admit. Maybe ask if she wears a uniform.
Yes, do you wear some kind of a uniform or costume for what you do?
That's 10 down and no more to go.
At least it got you ill.
Panel, hang on to your chairs. Mrs. Vaughn is a movie censor for the state of Kansas.
I feel very
What
badly
happened?
about that.
What a happy circumstance brings us all together in the same house. And let's see, Mrs. Vaughn, you got the full prize, and I must say you deserved it. We hope you had fun, too. It was
Thank
nice
you.
having you on What's My Line. Good night, ma'am. All right, panel, let's see. This is going to be a tough night for you. I promise you that. New challenger, will you sign in, please, sir? Cliff Olson. Where are you from, Mr. Olson?
Hickory, North Carolina.
Hickory, North Carolina. Yeah, good deal. Come up today?
No, yesterday.
Yesterday. Well, then you're not very tired, huh?
No, not too tired.
Good. Long trip. Go meet the panel, will you?
Hi. Hello.
Howdy.
Mr. Olson?
All right, Mr. Olson, come on over here and sit down. I know it's hard to tear yourself away from a panel with 3 young ladies on it and just Steve Allen, but you ought to go over here and join me. We'll let them get going on the free guess, which is always given the panel at this point in the game. And we always begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think he's a track coach.
A track coach. Mr. Allen.
I think he installed stingers on Hudson Hornets.
Miss Francis.
I think he hickory cures hams.
Miss Carr.
I think he looks remarkably like the man who was coughing so much in the front row last night.
That he might have been, but that has not anything to do with his line. So we'll let our viewers have a further look at Mr. Olson. At the same time, we will tell them what his line is. And Mr. Olson, the rules are simplicity itself. Every time you give them a no answer, I flip a card. Every flip of the card costs the panel $5. And 10 flips, and you've won the game. All right, Mr. Olson is self-employed, and let's begin the general questioning with Steve Allen.
Mr. Olson, is there a product connected with your work?
Yes.
Is it what might be described as a useful product?
Yes.
Could any of the members here on the panel tonight put this product out? I'd like to say to the audience, thanks a lot. Let me see. Well, since I'm outnumbered 3-1 here tonight, might I guess that one of my colleagues would be more apt to use this than I would?
Yeah, I think we could say that one of your colleagues would be more apt to use it.
Could this be described as something then decorative or pretty to look at in any sense at all?
Could be.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Might you ever see one of these things in a place like, say, Tiffany's?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. To nail this right down, then, is this something that a woman would be more apt to use than a man? Yes. Is there sometimes a great deal of sentiment concerned with the use of this particular item?
I would think that we could say that there is sometimes a great deal of sentiment connected with the use of this particular item, yeah.
To get definite again, could one of the members of the panel perhaps be sporting one of these at this moment?
Mr. Olson isn't quite sure, but I will take it upon myself to say yes.
Well, I will take it upon myself to pass.
Miss Francis.
I can only think that all that laughter must in some way be a tribute to Dorothy. And I wonder if this has anything whatsoever to do with motherhood, does it?
Yes.
This product has something to do with motherhood.
Yes.
Would it have anything to do with the clothes that might be worn by a mother?
Yes.
Do you in some way deal in maternity clothes?
Yes.
Do you manufacture maternity clothes?
Doesn't manufacture. $1.90.
I know it doesn't model them.
Miss Carr.
Do you sell?
Sells maternity clothes. That's right. Mr. Olson, we haven't had this much fun in a long time. Let's flip all the cards and have a lot more fun. Thanks very much. You're a wonderful guest. Very nice going, panel. You knocked that one off. Didn't think you would. Just a moment. We're going to meet tonight's mystery guest. But first, here is Dick Stark to bring you some close harmony.
Friends, here is a timely tune that is just bound to bring back that old barber shop quartet. It's a great new song about that great new shaver, the Remington. Okay, boys, take it away.
For the shave you've always wanted, the shave you've never had, reach for the Remington and you'll be glad. Though your skin is awfully tender, your beard is awfully tough, Reach for the Remington, and that's enough. For the shaver that can shave a brush will make your beard behave. The shaver that can shave a peach will give you a peach of a shave. So tomorrow see your dealer and try it for a while. Reach for the Remington on this free trial. And you ladies, if you're shopping for presents on the sly, reach for the Remington to give your guy.
Oh, thank you, boys. That's wonderful. Isn't that a wonderful song? I particularly like the part right in here that goes, for the shaver that can shave a brush will make your beard behave. The shaver that can shave a peach will give you a peach of a shave. Believe me, that is really the truth. This amazing Remington will give you a close, comfortable shave no matter how tough your beard, no matter how tender your skin. You know, that is so true. Men are getting such wonderful shaves from the Remington that throughout the world, more people buy Remington shavers than any other make.
So tomorrow see your dealer and try it for a while. Reach for the Remington on this free trial. And you ladies, if you're shopping for presents on the sly, reach for the Remington to give your guy.
And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. My friends in the panel would recognize our guest immediately, so as usual, they have been supplied with blindfolds. Are they all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? All right, panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery celebrity, we get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you in the world of entertainment?
Grab it.
What'd you say? What did it say?
I asked the same question, Miss Dorothy. That was Martian talk. It means yes.
Are you in what might be termed show business rather than the athletic world?
Reindendorf and Skyboing.
That's yes, too.
That means yes.
Are you a performer?
The move.
That also means yes.
Have you ever been in the movies?
It's a moo.
That means yes, too.
Have you ever been on television?
Gleekendorf and Treaty Sat.
That means indubitably.
Do you do anything in addition to straight acting, such as comedy, singing, dancing, or playing a musical instrument?
Cross and tap it.
This means yes. Oh, thank you.
Well, do you sing?
One down and 9 to go. That was a no, Mr. Allen.
Are you a man?
Cosmetico and sign boy, CD.
That means no. 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Gravity on the treacle by the Kranz band?
Cross and tap it.
You are therefore a woman, correct?
Very good, Miss Arlene.
Are you a leading woman rather than a character actress?
It's a move.
Huh?
As I remember, move was yes a few questions ago.
I'm having a little trouble here. Yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
You say you have appeared on television indubitably. Does that mean that you are seen quite a lot on television?
Crying song.
That means yes.
Yes? Do you have your own show on television?
Langendorf and Geisy.
I take it there are 3, huh?
A flag is speaking, too.
Do you have somebody with you on television? Does that mean? Right?
Yeah.
I see. You are a couple, either a man and wife or a man and a woman who play a dramatic half hour of some kind.
You want me to take you out of that, or you want to get out by yourself, Arlene?
Her language has got me all mixed up.
Yes would be the answer to that.
Yes would be the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a picture of yours now playing on Broadway?
Move.
No, wait a minute. We got to have a conference.
Move.
No?
In the term as we use, playing in Broadway, yes.
Have you been in, certainly the top 10 or 15 in television shows?
En gij Augenblick zum beim Psychoton Geist. And Flug and Die. I forgot Flug and Die.
This is what happens when you have dinner lump-farms that come to this program. That would be yes.
That would be yes.
Mm-hmm.
Were you not too long ago interested in the same kind of clothes that the previous contestant had as his profession on this program?
On Flabbendaben.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Miss Carr, do you know who this is?
Well, I think it must be.
Who do you think it is?
Must be Lucy.
It certainly is. It's Lucy.
That's wonderful, isn't it? What? To hear somebody like Miss Lucille Ball come and say that she was so nervous she almost didn't have a voice left. I suppose that's one reason why you're such a fine artist, because you do have the humility to be, and I use the word in its best sense, to be a little bit nervous no matter what you do.
Thank you.
But I also know that you're in New York with other interests than television and your picture, and I figured that was something probably you would rather talk about than me talk about.
Well, it's certainly a very exciting 10 days that we are embarked upon. It's sort of half over. I think we're going to make the grade. I think we're going to get home all right. But New York after 4 years, wowee! I just want to say one thing. The Heart Fund needs your help. Help your heart. Help the Heart Fund. Please. Good night, everyone.
Very succinctly put. Thanks very much for doing that.
Come back home, will you?
Well, thanks. We've had two wonderful people now. We had Desi Arnaz some time ago, and now his lovely wife. We have, I think, very little time, but we have a very tricky occupation. I think we'd like to see what the panel can do with it. So our next challenger, come in and sign in, please. Tom Wiswell. Thank you, sir. Where are you from?
Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn, New York? Fine. You come on over here with me, if you will, because we don't have time for you to walk down in front of the panel. Panel, we have very little time. Actually, you have less than 2 minutes to try and get a rather special kind of occupation. You get your free guesses first. We begin with Miss Kilgallen.
Income tax investigator.
Mr. Allen.
I think Wiswell predicts in baby talk.
Miss Francis.
I think he's a laboratory technician.
Miss Carr.
I think he puts the pimentos in olives.
No, nobody has it. We'll let our viewers have a further look at Mr. Wiswell, tell them at the same time what his line is, and then see what the panel can do with it. All right, Mr. Wiswell, you know the rules. We flip the card every time, and 10 flips, and you've got it. Mr. Wiswell is self-employed. Let's begin the general questioning with Miss Carr.
Do you deal in services, Mr.
Yes.
Is there a product connected with
No.
what you do?
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do your services pertain to both men and women?
Yes.
Do you do mental type work?
Yes.
Is your work more mental than physical?
Yes.
Do you need a special training for your job?
Yes.
Do you work indoors?
Yes.
Do people come to you?
Sometimes.
And sometimes you go to them?
Sometimes.
Do you ever have occasion to touch them?
No. Wouldn't think so. 2 down and 8 to go, and Steve, we got about 20 seconds.
Do you work in the area of one of the sciences?
I think so.
No, not...
Most people say no.
No, I would not...
Most people say no.
Not technically speaking. It's not a science. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Arlene.
Is there anything spiritual about your work?
I don't think so.
No, that, I think, winds up. I was hoping that you might take a wild stab and get this because it's a very interesting occupation. Mr. Weswell is the world's champion professional checker player.
Oh.
And he gets the full prize by reason of default on time, and our thanks for being our guest. Thank you, sir. We'll be back. We'll be back in just a moment, but first, here is Dick Stark with an impressive reminder.
A whopping big $7.50 trade-in allowance. That's 50% more than anyone else gives you, and that's what you'll get for your old electric shaver when you turn it in on this man-size Remington. Yes, sirree. So tomorrow, trade in your old shaver and reach for the Remington, a product of Remington Rand, famous, too, for Remington typewriters and the finest in business machines.
And now, before our panel says goodnight, may I remind you to tune in again next Sunday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, when once again we invite you to play What's My Line? For other localities, check your local listings for the date and time of our weekly series.
Here is an offer from Stop at Spray Deodorant that you won't want to miss, but you'll have to hurry. This special value package of new Stopette with its anti-immunity factor gives you a 45-day trial bottle free when you buy new Stopette at the regular price. Use the trial bottle, and we know you'll be convinced that new Stopette is more effective than ever. Otherwise, return the regular size and your money will be refunded. This offer is limited, but you may still be able to find this special package with its generous trial bottle in your store. So hurry.
Well, it's been grand having Miss Deborah Carr as our guest tonight. I didn't think you could get 3 such lovely women sitting in one desk all at one time. And Miss Carr appeared tonight on behalf of the New York Lighthouse for the Blind. In appreciation, the producers of What's My Line are sending a check in her name to that very worthy cause. And we offer our thanks for having such a lovely guest on our program. Next week, we'll have another guest panelist. And until next week, this is John Daly saying good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Steve.
Get your pajamas on, boys, and good night, Arlene.
Do that, won't you, boys? It was lovely to have you with us, Deborah, and good night.
Thank you, Arlene. Good night, and good night, John.
Good night, ma'am. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production in association with the CBS Television Network. Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Brought to you by Remington Rand, makers of the world's #1 electric shaver, the Remington. Now, let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular Broadway columnist, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And now we're very happy to welcome back to What's My Line one of our favorite game players, the star of afternoon television, Mr. Robert Q. Lewis.
Thank you, Dorothy. To my left, a great star of afternoon television, evening television, morning television. What kind of television isn't there? Miss Arlene Francis.
my left, the celebrated Random House publisher and columnist, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
The old stereo comic, I read that in Time magazine. On my left, our famous news analyst, panel moderator, the Velvet Whip, John Charles Daly.
From the businessman type, that is no mean compliment. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. Once again tonight, we have some very nice people here with some very interesting occupations, all of them meant to give the panel some trouble, the occupations, and also the guests. We'll have a famous guest challenger before the panel a bit later on, but right now I think it's time for these experts to meet our first challenger, whose line has to be spotted. Will you sign in, please, ma'am? Edley? Edley Iverson, is that right, ma'am? I'm right about the E-D-L-E. Edley, is that right?
Correct.
Well, come here with me just a moment, if you will, and let's find out where you're from.
From Boston.
From Boston?
Yes.
Well, now, that's a town I grew up in part way, and it's my family's town. It's very nice to have you here with us.
I'm very happy to be here, sir.
Well, it's nice to have you, and these four folks from New York will equally be happy to have you take a walk down there so that they can get to know you a bit better.
Is that a Swedish name?
Norwegian.
Hello,
Norwegian.
Norwegian name?
That is correct, sir.
How do you do?
How do you do?
All right, Miss Iverson, will you come over here, please, and sit down next to me? At this point, as you may know, the panel gets one free guess as to what your line may be, and we begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, I hardly know what to say. I think that she is a ticket seller at an airport.
Mr. Lewis.
Miss Iverson is Norwegian. I imagine she... yes, I just found that out. You are an innkeeper in Boston, providing room and smorgasbord?
Oh, no. Miss
Swedish, anyway.
I think Miss Iverson is a high wire performer.
Mr. Cerf.
I was about to say the same. I think she stands on her head at Barnum and Bailey Circus.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Miss Edley Iverson. At the same time, we will tell them what Miss Iverson's line is, and then ask the panel to dig it out. All right, Miss Iverson, you know how we score this operation?
Yes, I do.
Fine, then I shan't have to make the explanation. We will simply announce that Miss Iverson is self-employed and begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Miss Iverson, do you work indoors?
Yes.
Do you treat women in your job?
Yes.
Wait a minute. Got to have a small operation here.
I didn't say what she treated them to, John. Oh, it's going to be a no. I feel it.
We have had a careful examination of the question which you posed.
Yes, sir.
And the score is now 1 down and no more to go.
Thank you.
Actually, Miss Iverson's services are not purveyed to women.
All right.
That makes it Mr. Cerf's turn.
Miss Iverson, may I assume that they are purveyed to men?
Yes.
Enjoy yourself.
Do you come into direct contact with these men that you serve?
Yes.
Do you leave them in a more satisfactory condition than they were when they first meet you?
Yes.
You do. Is the improvement noticeable, visible to the naked eye?
Yes.
Do they come to you?
Yes.
Is the work that you do to them then more physical than mental?
Yes.
Do you manipulate them in any way?
Oh, wait a minute. Small conference. The answer to the last question is yes.
What are we waiting for, Bennett?
Do you knead and pummel them at all?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do you knead and pummel them?
Excuse me, that's a word I don't know.
Taking the two verbs, we will give you a yes.
Well, are you then in some line of massage work? What? Oh,
Wait a minute, we got to get this straightened
will
out.
withdraw the question.
I'm sorry, it's my fault, but Miss Iverson should know what the words mean before she goes on, because it might cause some confusion.
Translating the word to her tongue.
Well, I withdraw I'm going to change my question then. I'm going to try to put it in the negative way. Then you do not do some kind of massage work. Is that right?
You have asked, do you need or pummel? In these general categories, we have given you an affirmative reply.
Yes, but then Miss Iverson went into near hysterics when she found out what it meant.
Because I didn't know the word.
But now that you know, well, let me ask you, do you do some kind of massage work?
Yes, sometimes.
Are the people that you massage fully dressed when you do the massage work? Or are they lying in a rather horizontal position?
Now, Miss Iverson,
Now
you know
you
what
know
that is.
You're down to 8 to go. We figured that one out. Miss Kilgallen.
Miss Iverson, do you do something besides or in addition to massaging or pummeling or kneading?
Yes.
Do you use any implements in your work?
Yes.
Are you inclined to work on these gentlemen more above the neck than below the neck?
Yes.
Do you ever take anything off them?
I haven't seen anybody have so much fun on this program.
Well, are these gentlemen in sort of tilted position rather than just lying down when you work on them?
Yes, sometimes they are.
Do you ever put any lather on their face
Yes.
or anything? Are you a lady barber?
A lady men's barber. And actually, if you are opening in a play anytime soon, Robert Q. up in Boston, the Hotel Touraine is the place.
She may need me, but I need her.
Well, I must...
Pummeling. How do you ever pummel anybody?
The scalp.
Need the scalp. Right?
Yes. Yes.
You think it's funny. You should have heard Miss Iverson when I did. What I said to Miss Iverson is, you know, it's like when you're kneading dough for bread, and she practically blew up here. Well, Miss Iverson, I think you enjoyed yourselves. We hope so.
I did, Miss Dillon.
Needless to say, it was wonderful to have you as a guest on What's My Line. Thank you very much. All right, panel, a very good beginning. Let's see what you can do with the second challenger. Will you sign in, please, sir? Eugene White, right, sir? Where are you from, Mr. White?
Lancaster, PA.
Lancaster, PA.
That's right.
Fine. We have a custom here, and the custom is... Sorry, I blocked the applause from all the people from Pennsylvania. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. We have a custom to let the panel get a better look at our challenges than they can from this point, so will you take that hike for me?
White?
Come on, Mr. White.
Is it? Pretty good.
Mr. White.
Pretty good.
All right, Mr. White, over here, please, and sit down next to me, and the panel gets one free guess as to what your line may be. And we begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think Mr. White bakes pretzels.
Mr. Lewis.
I think Mr. White is probably the only fellow who is an Oscar loser for On the Waterfront.
Miss Francis.
I think Mr. White is the physical education instructor.
Mr. Cerf.
I think Mr. White paints those hex signs on barns down in Pennsylvania.
No, I'm afraid not. Let our viewers have a further look at Mr. Eugene White. Might give them a clue for a second or two, but at the same time, we'll tell our viewers, excuse me, at home just exactly what Mr. White does. had a frog in my throat. I got one of my sons out in the audience, and it makes me nervous. All right? Mr. White, you know how we score this operation?
Yes, sir.
Good. Then I won't have to explain the rules. We can go barreling forward. I will announce that you are salaried. And let's begin the general questioning with Robert Q. Lewis.
Thank you, sir. Mr. White, is there a product connected with what you do?
There is.
Okay, is this a product that might be found in the average home?
Yes.
Might it be found outside the home?
It's possible.
I would say yes to both questions with equal values to both replies.
Good. Is this then perhaps a product that might be used by women?
Yes.
Then I might look sort of silly if I had one on right now, huh?
You would.
Is this a product that you might pick up in a department store?
Yes.
Good
ones.
Good ones. And good ones. Uh-huh. Is this then a product that a gal might want to purchase? You know, Easter's coming. Around about this time of the year, might she want to?
You mean with special application to the Easter season?
With special application to the Easter season, yes.
No.
1 down and 9 to go. This is something that might be purchased at this time of the year, but it would have no application to the Easter season.
Oh, I see.
Well,
I'm
specifically.
glad
Miss
because
Francis.
my girlfriend...
Well, is it by any chance useful rather than beautiful?
It is useful.
It's practical?
It is.
Should every girl have one?
I would say every girl, no matter what her estate, marital or otherwise, might find one useful, yes, wouldn't you, Mr. White?
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of something other than a man, of course.
Oh, well, yes, that comes first.
Is it anything that is consumed?
No.
No, that's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. White, has this got any moving parts, this product?
It has.
Are there any wheels on it?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is it bigger than a jewel box?
It is.
Is it smaller than a telephone booth?
Smaller than a telephone.
Yes.
Yes.
No wheels.
No.
Yes, there are no wheels, no. Merely affirming previous question.
Could you sit on it?
You could.
Well, would you look pretty silly if you did?
Would you feel pretty
It's
silly?
actually, let's say it is not normally used for that purpose. Some people might say you look silly. Others would like to say, well, you were tired, you know.
Is it solid rather than liquid?
Yes.
But does it have any squashy aspects? I mean, would it be comfortable if you sat on it?
No.
No. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Lewis.
Well, let's assume that you wouldn't sit on this fool thing. If you did have it inside the house, would it be in any particular room? Would it be in one room as opposed to other parts of the house?
Would you say yes?
Yes, I think so. It'd be more likely to be in one room of the house than
Would it be more likely, for example, to be in the kitchen?
Yes.
And let us find out what it's made of. Yes. I sound like I know what I'm doing. Is it possibly metal?
Yes.
It is metal and has moving parts.
Yes.
And no wheels. Would the moving parts have to do with opening and shutting it?
Yes.
Might it then be considered a container of some sort?
Yes.
Well, what container would be inside the house as well as outside the
Oh,
house?
I know.
Ready for next.
May we
There
have-
has
may we
been
have
no
a-
call for a... Oh, yes? What?
May we have a conference?
15 seconds you have for a conference.
Garbage can.
Could it possibly be a garbage can?
Yes, it's a garbage can. All right, Mr. Lewis. Now you have determined that the product is a garbage can. What does Mr. White have to do with garbage cans?
He fills them.
5 to go, Miss Francis.
I'm not going to say he empties them. He doesn't look like the type. I think he makes them.
He makes them as 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Serp.
I think I will take that chance and say that he does empty them.
That makes it 7 down and 3 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
He sells them.
Sells them is right, Mr.
I sell the red label line for Wheeling Corrugating Company, Wheeling, West Virginia.
Are they the indoors type or the outdoors
No,
type?
they are the outs. They're not the ones you put in the ground. They're the ones with the red label. You've seen them.
They make them all sizes.
Very pretty, very pretty.
Lovely. All right, Mr. White, thank you. I hope you had fun. Thank you. All right, in just a moment, we'll meet tonight's mystery. Come to the special feature of the program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity, for which my friends on the panel are blindfolded. And the blindfolds are all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? In the case of our mystery celebrity, we get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
May I assume that you are not the President of the United States?
Yes, you can assume that, Miss Dorothy.
Well, could I hear the guest's voice? All right. When you walk down the street, do men whistle at you? I didn't hear anything.
Three coins in the fountain.
What?
The answer is no, Miss Dorothy. 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Lewis.
Oh, nuts. I didn't hear the voice. Do you have a voice? Yes, you do have a voice. Now I know why the men don't whistle at you. Are you perhaps in the entertainment world?
He's a song puzzle.
That means yes.
That means yes. All right. Are you known as a singer in the entertainment world?
3 coins in the fountain.
That means no. 2 down and 8 to go.
See why, too.
Miss Fred.
Are you a comedian? Comedian, not comedian. Not very funny.
Well, actually, I must say that we'd say yes, but that is not the entire story. Is that true?
All right. Then you are a leading man?
Diddly duck.
He's a leading man, and is that your favorite song? Do you appear in pictures?
Looky what you've done to me.
Yeah.
The theater?
3 coins.
I'm getting confused
May I
now.
assume that you were not in that picture?
Yes, you may, Miss Arlene.
Do you do something other than perform as an actor? I mean, do you dance or play a musical instrument? Do you dance? Are you known best for your dancing? Did you appear in the early part of your career with a member of your family? And was her name Adele? And are you one of the famous Astaire's? Fred?
Fred Astaire is
You first, Dorothy.
He's one of the greatest singers
He's
who
a
ever
great
lived.
singer. I have all of his.
marvelous
I have that
singer.
terrific new album, Mr. Astaire,
Thank you
which
very
is
much. Thank you.
sensational.
I just don't think so. I mean,
That's why he's
And I
great.
just bow to the opinion of our guest. But
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I must say it's wonderful news, Fred. I read in the press that you've got a new picture coming, Daddy Longlegs.
Yes,
And
yes.
I understand it's wonderful. And tickled death to hear you back
Well,
in.
thank you very much. We have hopes for the picture. It looks okay, I think. And I have a wonderful little girl in the picture. The real little star is Leslie Caron. You know, she's just the most wonderful little actress, I think, coming up along nowadays.
Well, and she's wonderfully lucky to be playing with a man named Fred Astaire.
Oh, thank you very much.
Fred, couldn't you do one little step for us?
Yes, as you go over.
Do a step across to the camera, would you, Fred? One little step? Just one little step, just across to the camera. Just one little thing across.
One step. I don't know how to do one step.
Do one for each of us.
I think we've just got time to give you a really quick test on a final challenger. Would you sign in, please, ma'am? And we will dispense with the free guesses and also the walk down. And we will see what you can do with the occupation of Lillian Saul. Is that right?
That's right.
Is it Miss or Miss? And Miss Saul, where are you from?
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. Now you come with me. All right, panel, we're going to dispense with the wild guesses, and we'll just right now let the people at home know what Miss Saul's line is, but the panel, as usual, is going to have to try and work it out. All right, we don't have much time. So you know how we score this thing, Miss Saul?
Yes.
And we will announce that you're salaried and begin general questioning with Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Well, Miss Saul, I'm going to eliminate hair from Columbus by asking you, is it correct that you do not work for the Lazarus Company?
That's correct.
Do you work for some other company in Columbus?
Yes.
Is it indoor work?
Yes.
I would say, it's a matter of indoor to the degree that a lot of work is indoors, but you move around.
Do you perform some kind of service?
Yes.
Is it a service that makes you visible to the people for whom you are performing the service?
Yes.
Do you do something with your hands?
No.
Not specifically. 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you move about?
Yes.
Do you move about in a prescribed area?
No.
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Lewis.
Well, is there a product involved in what you do?
Yes, Mr. Lewis.
There is. Is this a product that, might be found, might the average family own one of these,
No.
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Is the product something that is used on something else rather than by itself?
No.
No, that's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Serp. We've got about a minute to go.
Is the product, or has it ever been, or is it alive?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is this smaller than a telephone booth?
No.
No. 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Lewis.
Well, then is it relatively large?
Very good, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you so much. Does it have any moving parts, this product?
Yes.
It does have moving parts. Do you sell those things too? It has moving parts. Is it perhaps so large that it would not fit in the average home?
Yes.
Yes, and
Might
Bob,
you-
I'm sorry. I've got to flip the card over because we've run out of time.
Transportation?
It's got something. I think you're getting close because actually I'll have to tell you now, Miss Saul is an airplane salesman. Whose airplane?
Cessna Aircraft Company. That's right.
Miss Saul sells airplanes for the Cessna Airplane Company, and the average family like Robert Lewis can go get one from you. And thanks very much.
Thank
nice
you.
to have had you on What's My Line. Good night. We'll be back. Until next week, this is John Daly saying good night, Miss Doris.
Good night, John. And Bob, come again. Good night.
Thank you. Good night, Dorothy. Good night, Arlene.
Nice to have had you, Bob. Good night, Bennett.
Meet you at the barber shop. Good night, John.
Mr. Cerf, good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
Transportation for tonight's guests was arranged through American Airlines. American Airlines, the country's leading airline, now serving the United States, Mexico, and Canada. This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production in association with the CBS Television Network. Be sure to watch Remington Rand's other television program, Masquerade Party, on another network. Check your newspaper listings for time and station.
Game Show Network, anyone can win terrific prizes like this. The RainSoft computerized water treatment system softens your water, filters, and purifies it, providing ideal water for every use in your home. From RainSoft.
Let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet this week's What's My Line panel first. You've all heard of the Love Machine, the Flying Machine, and the Adding Machine. Here is the original Laugh Machine, Soupy Sales.
Oh, hey, thank you, and thank you, Dennis Holy. Dennis, welcome to our show. And I'll tell you how Dennis got his job. Our producer, Gil Fates, walked in and said, "Hey, gang, Dennis anyone?" And we hit him in the mouth. But it gives me a pleasure right now to welcome our next panelist, and this is her brand new album, and it's Gas. I have it, too, Gas. But anyway, it's really great. Would you please say hello to Donna Valeri?
The next gentleman I'm about to introduce is amusing, horribly intellectual, a movie critic, Mr. Gene Shalit.
He sure is.
And on my left, a lady who is going to soon be very right, Melba Tolliver.
Getting political, are you, Gene Shalit?
Correct.
Hello, thank you. It's nice to be here, and it's an honor indeed to be sitting in this particular seat. But it is time to say hello now to the host of What's My Line and the producer of one of Broadway's terrific hits. A funny thing happened on the way to the Forum, Mr. Larry Bird.
Thank you, all bodies. Thank you, and welcome to What's My Line. Won't you be seated, all bodies? Well, I want to say it's a pleasure, and I want to congratulate you on winning the Tony for your fine performance and funny thing happened on the way to the Forum. Thank you very much. Great show. Thank you. There was only one way to get a good part, and it was produce the show myself, so I did it. Welcome to What's My Line. During the next 30 minutes, you'll meet some interesting people engaged in occupations, which we hope will baffle our panel. In addition to the panel, they will face a celebrity mystery guest a bit later on. Right now, let's meet our first challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? Mr. Henry Boyd. Hi, nice to see you. You can sit down? Right. Where are you from, Mr. Boyd?
Sunnyside, Long Island.
Okay, panel. Henry Boyd works in the field of entertainment. He has a specialty. Now let's show the audience just what his specialty is. All right, and we'll start the game with Donna Valeri.
Am I right in assuming that you're not a stripper?
That's right.
It's not a stripper.
I can hear.
What? Is it in the music field?
Sort of, yes.
Well, it more or less is in the broadest possible sense, but I'm afraid it would mislead you to get a yes on a thing like that. So let's have a no, and that'll be 1 down and 9 to go, and Gene will be up.
That means you hum when you work. That's about how broad it is.
Is that a question?
No. Does it sound like a question to you? Sir, Mr. Boyd. Yes. Are you in the business end of entertainment rather than in the performing end of entertainment? No.
No, he is not. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Melba.
So you, Mr. Boyd, then actually provide the entertainment through your performance.
That's right.
Would your kind of entertainment be suitable for the entire family, children as well as adults?
Oh, yes, definitely. You look like a dirty old man.
All right. Is your entertainment seasonal in any way?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. So that's 3 down and 7 to go. We go to Soupy.
Mr. Boyd?
Yes.
This act that you do, is it like a novelty act?
Yes.
That means that you work with some particular kind of prop.
No.
Does he work with a prop? No, he does not. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Donna.
Use your lips.
Yes.
But I would say, do you make bird sounds?
Right.
That is correct. Mr. Boyd imitates bird calls and is an authority on bird life. Excuse me, Mr. Boyd, how long have you been doing bird calls?
About 50 years.
And how many bird calls do you do?
I think about 60 songbirds.
Ooh, would you give us a sample?
Certainly. The wood thrush.
Ooh, that's beautiful. That's really beautiful. Soupy, do you do bird calls?
I would do my bird calls today, but I have chapped lips.
I can make the sound of an Italian rooster.
How does that go?
Well, it goes kiki-kiki. That's Italian roosters go like, they don't go cock-a-doodle-doo or whatever American roosters do.
I thought they just pinched.
Well, let's see how good you all are at recognizing other bird calls. Then, as Henry imitates each call, we'll show the audience just what bird it is. Okay, Soupy, you have a shot at the first one. Okay,
I'll have
Henry,
a
go
shot
ahead.
any time.
Got it?
Enough, Henry, I got it. That's a,
Does anybody else know what it is?
It's a Bob White.
No,
White.
the bare-breasted metropole.
What is it, Henry?
It's a robin.
A robin.
A robin.
No.
Okay, let's have another one. Donna, see if you can get this one.
Right. Oh, that's
He's spelling it for you.
a bluebird.
Have a look.
I don't know any names.
It's an American rooster, is what? It's a whippoorwill.
Whippoorwill. Right.
Okay, let's do one more, huh? Gene, you have first shot at this one.
That's the policeman at 5th Avenue and 57th Street.
What is that one, Henry?
Cuckoo.
It's a cuckoo.
Well, that fit me all right.
Melba, I bet you get this one.
I bet I don't.
I bet you do.
That sounds
Rinso
like
White.
a song of yes, Rinso White bird.
What is it?
Bob White.
It's a Bob White. It's a Bob White. Okay, can you do another one for us? See if you can get this one, Soupy. Soupy, you know what it is?
That sounds like a good
That's a little bird, isn't it?
A little bird.
But I don't.
It's a big rotten bird. It's a blue jay.
Oh, a blue. Oh,
Yeah, they're thief birds.
I got one on
Here's
my
a little
foot.
bird. Donna, here's a little bird.
Sparrow.
Well, no. Who else has got it?
Canary.
Canary, right, Melba. It's a canary. Okay, Henry, thank you for being with us on What's My Line. That was just marvelous. Henry Boyd, everybody. We'll be back to meet our next challenger as What's My Line continues.
Get ready to play. Where can you learn all there is to know about your favorite celebrity couples? On Tattletales. Join Bert Convy and get intimate with the stars. Catch Tattletales only on Game Show Network.
Let me tell you about how UC Lending saved our marriage. We had too many bills.
And not enough fun.
And our credit was lousy, like our relationship.
We didn't know where to turn.
It was time to consolidate.
A friend told us to call UC Lending.
Sally at UC Lending.
She really helped us.
She came all the way to our house
Put all our bills
on one payment.
Lowered their payments, something like $300 a month.
$347.
And 52 cents every month.
On top of that, she got us some money for a new bedroom,
A new mower.
a new love seat.
New tools.
No problem.
Since UC Lending helped us, it's like
The magic's back.
If you own your home, call UC Lending now and let's see what we can do for you.
Mama always said, you'd be surprised how much you can get done. If it's all got to get done. That means keeping an eye on things. So I wondered about snacks cooked in that new fat-free cooking oil called Arlene. I found out the Crisco folks came up with it, starting from crops we grow here, like soybeans. The chips taste real good, have a lot less fat and fewer calories. You know a good thing when you see one.
New fat-free Arlene, a good place to start.
So remember, there's only one Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats.
You have it. Oh, no. You.
Sure?
Yeah. Sure.
There's only one Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treat Square. Try them in chocolate chip.
We're back. Our next challenger. Would you enter, please, and sign in? Madeline Knight. Hello. What's that? Is it Miss Knight? Miss Knight, where are you from, Miss Knight?
Miami.
Okay, she's from Miami. Panel, we're concerned with a job that Miss Knight no longer holds, but it was a fascinating job. She left it to continue her education, but we thought it was amusing enough and interesting enough for you to have a shot at it. Now, she was in charge of something. We will show the audience what it was that she was in charge of. And let's start the questioning with Gene Shalit.
Is this a job I could have also been fired from?
I wasn't fired.
No, she wasn't fired.
Oh, you just quit, huh?
I haven't
Oh,
quit.
likely story. Well, I'll let you get away with it. Is this a job that I could possibly have held?
Yes.
Is this a job, since the audience laughed, that involves something very much out of the ordinary?
For me, I guess it would be.
Would I find this job listed in the yellow pages?
I guess so.
I would, eh? Well, I have good yellow pages
I tell
in
you,
Miami.
Gene, you might, but it's highly unlikely that you would. So let's have one down, 9 to go, and move on to Melba.
Did you, were you in charge of something other than other people?
Yes.
Were these things you were in charge of, would they be considered animals?
No.
And
No.
I mean, aside from human animals.
No, they wouldn't. 2 down and 8 to go. Soupy?
Well, the thing that you were in charge of, was it a, that it would be unlikely that a woman would be in charge?
Yes.
Does it indeed have something to do, like, with a college or a...
No.
No, it has nothing to do with the college at all, depending on where you sit. Donna?
Let me think. Were you in charge of a place? Yes. Was this place,
Yes.
did it have, like a department store type place? No. Wrong.
Not like a department store type place. 4 down and 6 to go. Back to Gene.
Miss Knight, there were no people and I'm just reviewing, no people and no animals involved in what you had charge of, but you had charge of a place. In other words, you had...
I don't think we established that there were no people involved in it at all, did we?
I thought we did.
That's what Melba asked. Were you in charge of people? And they said no.
We're in charge of people. I see. All right, then we established it to that extent. All right.
You weren't in charge of people. You weren't in charge of animals. Were you in charge of some big empty place, like the Gypsy headquarters?
Is Gypsy headquarters a specific question you're asking?
No, I want to know whether or not you were in charge of an empty location, a sort of a caretaker job, while there was no animal and no person around.
As a caretaker, more or less. We'll give you a yes on that, Gene.
Yeah.
Okay.
You took care of this in the daytime rather than nighttime?
Yes.
Did this have anything to do with politics?
No.
Nothing at all. 5 down and 5 to go, Melba.
Singer of a question. So it was a place that you took care of, or whatever it was, during the day. In being in charge of this, whatever you were in charge of, did you work mainly out of doors?
Yes.
You did. Did you have to wear something other than you're wearing now to perform your job? You wore a uniform of some sort. Was it a uniform that identifies you immediately with a group of people, like a Playboy bunny or a policeman or something of that sort?
It's a nice combination.
Was it a brief outfit?
It was not a brief outfit. Let's try 15 more seconds. Soupy, what do you say? 6 down, 4 to go. You have any idea?
When you do this thing, it wouldn't be in a cemetery, would it?
That's what I thought.
No, it's not in a cemetery. Donna?
That's what I thought, for a cemetery.
No, it wasn't a
No,
cemetery.
wasn't.
I tell you what, we'll flip them all over because you have an idea, Melba?
Is it something that had to do with sports that maybe you were...
No, it didn't. She was in charge of the Dade County garbage dump.
Really, how come I got a no answer on politics?
She was the first dump attendant for the Dade County Waste Department, the first woman to be hired by them. How did you get that job, Madeline?
I fought for it.
How?
Well, they didn't want any women working there, so I went to Civil Liberties Union, and they called them up and said, well, listen, we think we've got a good case for court here. So I went back and I told them what Civil Liberties Union said, and they said, no, let's send her over to the Waste Department. Maybe we can get rid of her that way. And it turned out that I liked the job at the dump really well.
Well, why was that? Do people throw away unusual things? I mean, what do they throw in there?
Well, they throw out everything, you know.
Right.
There was a boat out there. And
A boat?
I collected enough really nice furniture to fill up my room. Antique.
Yeah, but you should
Someone
see her
threw
icebox.
Someone threw out a solid oak table, you know, coffee table.
What did you have to do, really? Did you just stand there while people came and dumped their
I helped them unload and sweep up.
Directed the flies.
Listen, Madeline, we have to push ahead, but thank you very much for being with us on What's My Line. That's lovely. What's My Line continues after this word.
When it came to computers, I was so far behind the times, I thought I'd never learn to use one. So when Video Professor said they could teach me to run a computer in an hour, well, to say the least, I was a bit skeptical. So to prove it, they sent me this free computer learning CD-ROM. It's simple. You take the CD, put it in a tray, click, and the video starts playing right here on my computer screen. Hey, I'm learning to use the computer, and so can you. Just give Video Professor a call for your free computer learning CD-ROM or video. Choose from Video Professor's 9 most popular computer lessons. It's a $39.95 value, and it's free. Me in computer school? I don't think so. And computer training manuals may as well be written in Greek. I now can use my computer thanks to Video Professor. Call the 800 number for your free computer learning CD-ROM or video. You really have nothing to lose. Video Professor makes computer learning simple, fast, and it's free. Why are you waiting? Go ahead. Give them a call.
The amazing Dirt Devil roommate vacuum is powerful enough to get dirt off any carpet or floor right before your eyes. Yet it's still incredibly light on its feet. The roommate, nothing escapes the power of a Dirt Devil.
My goodness, what happened?
There's only one package left.
Tried to keep the Pillsbury toaster strudel with cream cheese and strawberry a secret. She underestimated the power cream cheese has over people.
They're in your grocer's freezer.
This is an important notice for diabetics. If you control your diabetes with the diabetic pill, insulin, or diet and exercise, you may be eligible to receive your supplies at no cost to you. That's right, no cost to you. Effective July 1st, Medicare will cover all diabetics on Medicare.
Great news. Effective July 1st, all diabetics on Medicare will be covered. I take the diabetic pill, and now I'm covered.
If you're on Medicare or have private insurance, call the Diabetic Supply Foundation right now for details. Call 1-800-791-9922.
Thank you. It's time now to play Who's Who. So could we have the curtain open, please? Now, here, panel, you see 4 people from the studio audience and a list of their actual occupations. One is a writer, one sells jewelry, one is a teacher, and one is a stationary engineer. All you have to do, panel, is to hand out all 4 cards so that each person is holding the card which represents his actual occupation. Let's start with Soupy, and you have 20 seconds. Go. terrific. Okay, everyone, will you tell us who's who?
I am Pat Brunson, and I am a writer.
My name is Tony Lando, and I sell jewelry.
I'm Joyce Levins, and I'm a teacher.
I'm Fred Iris, and I'm a stationary engineer.
That's terrific. You didn't fool anyone, but each member of the team will receive a gift. Thanks for playing Who's Who on What's My Line. Thank you very much.
The Who's Who team will receive a Samsonite Silhouette Softy, the casual carry-on suitor featuring 3 compartments for efficient packing. Samsonite, we make travel a little easier.
That's fantastic. Okay, now, panel, you're putting your blindfolds on. Gene, I don't think you are.
Just once, but I have a little edge.
No. Blindfolds on. Are they all in place? Okay, will our mystery guest enter and sign in, please? Well, mystery guest, I recognize you, but I've never seen you with glasses on before. Why are you wearing them?
Well, I'll tell you something, Larry. With the kind of summer we had back east here, I wanted to come prepared. Get a close-up of this, Charlie.
Okay, panel, it's one question at a time now. We'll give you 3 minutes to establish the identity of our mystery guest, and we'll start the questioning with Melba Tolliver.
I think you tried to throw us off with that bit about the glasses, Larry. Our guest doesn't wear glasses. But did I understand you to say that you are now on the West Coast, or living now on the West Coast?
Well, I live a little bit everywhere. I'm a traveler.
Are you known primarily for your work?
Well, one question at a time, so we move on to Soupy. Soup? Are you currently appearing in a vehicle in town? I mean, not a cab. But, no, I mean, are you in a show that's playing on Broadway?
No, not at the present, but I think I'm going to make a sequel to The Godfather, and since I'm a sissy, we're going to call it The Godmother.
Hey, Donna?
Do we know you from your appearances on television?
Well, all depends on what kind of memory you got, baby.
Pardon me, Gene?
Are you currently playing in a movie in New York City?
No, not currently. I made a movie. They kept the movie and released me.
Okay, 2 down and 1 to go. Melba? Gene, I'm sorry. Gene?
No, I just asked.
You did? You asked that, Melba?
It sounded like Melba.
It sounded like me.
Yeah.
Are you currently appearing in production off-Broadway?
No, I'm not currently appearing any place, baby.
3 down and 7 to go. Soup?
Gee, we both have the same agents. No, then you mentioned something. Did you once have your own television show?
Yeah, I once had my own television show.
Donna?
You make a couple of more cracks like that, and I'm going to give you a contract you can't refuse.
Donna?
Do you sing? With a voice like that, how can you say no?
Do I sing?
Well, he's really known as a singer, I wouldn't say.
Not known as a singer, not like Sergio Fonte, no.
4 down and 6 to go. Gene?
Wow. I am really stuck. The man doesn't work.
I think he's got everybody fooled. He's really very good at this.
It's probably a girl.
Let's flip them all over, take off the blindfolds, and meet Peter Lynn Hayes.
Oh, my.
Peter is really living in Las Vegas now with his wife, actress Mary Healy, and he's just here for a visit.
We have a lot of fond memories together because Larry and I were in Who Was That Lady I Saw You With? And I want to congratulate you on the tremendous success of On My Way to Decorum or something like that.
Close enough for jazz. It was a delight working with him, I must tell you. He was marvelous. One night we had a snowstorm in Philadelphia, and the audience was coming down the aisles at us, and Peter blanched. And I said, "What's the matter, Peter? What happened to you in the scene?" He said, "I'm from nightclubs, and when they come down the aisles after you, they're coming for you." Didn't something happen to you like that once, Peter?
Oh, yeah, we were held up at the Mounds Club in Cleveland by 14 men who stayed 45 minutes. That's the kind of people we used to draw in supper clubs, and that's why we're out of them now.
What are you doing now, Peter? Are you retired, or are you just...
We're sort of semi-retired and refer to ourselves as Ma and Paul Kettle of Las Vegas, and we live in Westchester 5 months a year and 7 months a year in Las Vegas, and our son just got married, and our daughter's about to get married, and how are your children?
They're doing all right. You want them?
What's your address?
You still got your tugboat?
No, I sold the tugboat, Gene. I watch you, though, in Las Vegas, and I think you're terribly clever. And
Oh, you almost stopped there.
I remember you for a long time, too, before you grew the handlebars.
Peter, what happened with the radio show? Are you going to do another one of those, or have you decided not to do it?
No, they got wise to us, and so we, actually, it was wonderful for us for 6 years on WOR here locally because it gave us those traumatic years with our teenagers. But they're all grown now, and happily, I think everything's going to work out. Our son just went to work in systems engineering over at CBS.
That's terrific, Peter. And you're looking
baby bug.
Yes, I do. And listen, thank you for coming and being with us on
6'4", and I'm 4'6".
Okay, thanks, Peter. What's My Line continues right after this word.
The music that will last forever. From the women who changed the world. Rolling Stone magazine presents Women in Rock. Nearly 4 hours of hits from the greatest female artists of all time. 48 songs on 3 CDs or 3 cassettes. Featuring Tina Turner, Joan Osborne, rebellious, passionate, original, provocative. All of rock's legendary women together for the first time on one historic package. Sarah McLachlan, Eurythmics, comprehensive star-powered anthology of female artists ever created. From Janis to Jewel, Aretha to Madonna, this is the ultimate collection. To order Women in Rock, call the number on your screen or send check or money order. 3 CDs, $39.99. 3 cassettes, $29.99. Rush delivery available. This collection is not sold in stores.
My granddaughter loves to hear how different life was when I was her age. But one name has always been there. Charmin. Always so soft and strong enough for this. So today, 70 years later, Charmin Ultra is the strongest and softest of all, making Charmin #1 at 70, just like me.
Grandma, is 70 old?
No.
Charmin, 70 years soft and still going strong.
Around here, we're always having a salad. And not just because it's good for us, but because it tastes good. And the people who make Kraft-free dressings seem to know what we like. They know the fat-free part shouldn't ruin the taste part.
Smells great.
It's simple. I guess they just know what we like. Around here, the dressing is Kraft-free.
Up next on Game Show Network, play The Price is Right, followed by the $100,000 Pyramid and Family Feud.
Panel, you did beautifully today. You bat .333. Maybe we can fool you better tomorrow. In the meantime, goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget to be with us every day on What's My Line. Goodbye.
Speaking for What's My Line, a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production.
It's time to register. To play our interactive game shows, call 1-800-537-GAME now. It's fast, it's fun, and it's free. You only have to register once to play forever on Game.
Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Throughout the world, only one company produces all types of business machines and systems, Remington Rand, who now invite you to play What's My Line?
Now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
I usually introduce the gentleman on my left, but he isn't here, and we don't know who it is tonight. Somehow, he's as much of a mystery as our mystery panelist, so I can't introduce him. But it does give me pleasure for the first time to be able to introduce my colleague of 7 years, almost, on this panel, a girl who is not only known for her splendid and logical mind, but whom I consider a very splendid person indeed, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Thank you, Arlene, very much. And I don't know who this is either. Did you peek?
There's no name.
No clue? But I do know very well the gentleman who is going to be seated on my left, and so do you. He's our traveling panelist. I happen to have a condensed version of his itinerary, so the people out in Notre Dame can look forward to seeing him this week. Also those in Bradley, Michigan, and the University of Indiana. Mr. Bennett, sir.
Flint and Cincinnati.
Tell me.
Well, this is a night, I think, since we don't know who our fourth panelist is tonight, I'd like to take a moment to mention the fact that a book by our late and beloved regular panelist, the late Fred Allen, is being published this week by Little Brown. It's called Much Ado About Me, and like Fred himself, it's a warm, gracious, witty book. And now, on my left, is our wonderful newscaster who's shown again on election night and who moderates his panel so brilliantly, Mr. John Daly.
Good evening, and it falls to my lot to lift the veil of secrecy about our missing panelist. I think the best thing for me to do is to introduce him. I can't ask him to come in and sign in, please, but I do ask him to come in and sit down, please. Welcome to Jerry Lewis. It's nice. What is that? Quadruple sheeting, huh? Jerry, it's nice to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to have you with us. And everybody, welcome to What's My Line. We're up to our old tricks tonight. And we trust that with Jerry here, we'll perhaps have a little more fun even than usual. We'll still hope we can stick the panel. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before the panel a little bit later in the show. And we'll meet our first challenger in just 30 seconds. All right, hanging on to our hats, let's see if we can't meet our first contestant. Will you come in and sign in, please? Victor W. Nixon. Right, sir? Where are you from?
Aldershot, England.
Aldershot, England. Well, it's very nice to have you with us, sir. There is the panel. We'll give you a very sort of informal introduction. And will you come over here and sit down with me? I wonder if you're familiar with the way we keep score.
Yes.
Good. If you know how we keep score, let's let everybody at home and those who are with us here in the theater know exactly what your line is. Small bit of help we'll give you. Mr. Nixon is self-employed, and I believe in putting the new panel members to work. So why don't you start it off, Jerry Lewis?
What?
Huh? Why?
You're self-employed.
Yes.
Is this a profit-making thing you do?
Yes.
Yeah.
We hope.
What is it?
I said we hope.
Oh, I see. I couldn't guess what he does right off like this, could I? Because I have a feeling he makes chicken fat for fish and chips.
Do you make chicken fat for fish and chips?
No.
That'll cost you dear, Mr. Lewis.
Thanks a lot.
One down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Nixon, do you deal in services?
Yes.
Could anyone on this panel avail himself of your privileges?
Yes.
Could all of us?
Yes.
Would we come to you?
Not necessarily, no.
Not ever?
I would say that in the main, in the term of reference with which we deal when Mr. Nixon is functioning, we would say people tend to come to Mr. Nixon.
Yes.
Do you work in an enclosure?
No.
Oh, wait a minute.
Not always.
Small thing. Well, actually, the issue there is it's not always, Dorothy, but Mr. Nixon does work in an enclosure, but he can work outside, too.
I see. Do you work in something that would be called by any name other than an office?
Yes.
Would it be called other than a factory?
No.
Would it be called other than a factory?
Oh, other, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Would you work in something that is not always on the ground?
Possible,
but I think
very improbable.
Highly unlikely. So unlikely, Dorothy would have to give you a no. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Mr. Nixon, you know, you have a name that's been bandied about quite a bit in this country in the last few weeks. No relation, I take it.
None whatever.
Mr. Nixon, the services that you perform, would you say they were of a personal nature?
No.
Well, if any one of the members of this panel could avail themselves of these services...
Yeah, I would think that we would have to describe, and there is a relationship which is certainly personal that must apply as between Mr. Nixon and whomsoever he may be working with before he can function well, yes.
Well, that gets me nowhere. Mr. Nixon, is there any kind of product involved in the services that you perform?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Mr. Vice President, is there any pleasure or gain associated in what you do?
Any what?
Is it a pleasurable job?
No job
yes,
is
I think so.
pleasurable.
Yours is, isn't it?
Yes, I'm tired, though.
I think so.
Does it afford other people pleasure, what
Well,
you do?
So. I hope so.
You hope so? Do you usually deal in your job with several people at one time? Could you?
Yes, occasionally.
Does gambling have anything at all to do with your...
No, that's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Lewis.
You were thinking of the Derby, weren't you?
I was, you know.
Well, I thought that. I was getting to it myself for a moment.
They have legitimate bookmakers in London.
Yes.
Which
I
we
must
did,
go
don't
sometime. Mr. Nixon, do you do what you do here, too?
I could do. I don't at the moment.
Oh. Oh, that makes it perfectly clear. You could, if you so choose to do so, you could do it here.
I could, but it'd be rather difficult at the moment.
Mr. Nixon, do you deal in... did we ask about politics?
No.
No.
He's self-employed, though.
Yeah, that's it. Self-employed. Well, you say you could possibly do it here, but right now it isn't probable.
It would be rather difficult.
Rather difficult. He deals with Big Ben or something. Big thing. Boy. I think I made a mistake coming here altogether.
You're doing fine, Jerry.
Well, let me say this. Let me just take a stab in the dark. Mr. Nixon, what you do is this. We asked if it was pleasurable for you, but is this pleasurable for those that receive what you do?
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy. It wouldn't have anything to do, it wouldn't have anything to do with physical therapy in any way, would it?
No,
No, I'm glad I got out of that.
5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen. I'm going to give you one more minute because I don't think you're even getting close to this.
Mr. Nixon, could a member of royalty enjoy your work?
Oh, yes. In fact, I have done.
They have done?
Yes.
I see. Do people watch you when you do what you do?
Yes.
Would you say that you were connected with any branch of the entertainment business?
Well, you could call it that, yes.
Are you a performer?
Yes.
Are you either a mind reader or a pickpocket?
A mind reader or a pickpocket? Yes.
One or the other?
Dorothy, that's wonderful. And Dorothy, you have no idea how well you built, because you said, are you a mind reader or a pickpocket? And this is the great Nixon, who is father to Vic Perry, who was with us last February as a pickpocket and who took the watch off my wrist. Remember?
Oh, no.
So you scored a double shot there. Well, we had him in trouble for a while, sir, and thanks very much for coming to see us. It was good to have you in. Well, very good, panel. I thought you were going to run dry on that one, but you didn't. Let's see what you can do with another challenger. Would you sign in, please, ma'am? Elsie? Lawrence, right? Is it Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. Lawrence, and where are you from, Mrs. Lawrence?
Long Island City.
Long Island City, New York. Fine. Well, these people are all familiar to you then, aren't they? Huh? The one asleep, the second from the end, is Jerry Lewis. Come with me, please. Now, let me see if we can't find out right off the bat if you're familiar with our scoring system, are you?
Yes.
You are? All right, then let's tell everybody at home and those here what it is you actually do, what your line really is. All right. Panel, Mrs. Lawrence is salaried. And Dorothy, you performed so brilliantly, I think we'll start you off this time.
Mrs. Lawrence, do you work for a profit-making organization?
Yes.
Do you deal directly with people?
Yes.
Well, I'll ask the same question that I asked of the gentleman who preceded you. Could anyone on this panel enjoy your services?
Yes.
Well, now, I think here we're getting out of our basic term of reference. While it is true in a very small way that you could be the end recipient of the service and to that degree enjoy it, I don't think that you would necessarily come in touch with the service in such a personal way, Dorothy, as to describe it that way.
Get it.
So I just want you to be careful. That just means don't...
It doesn't mean no, though.
No, I don't think we can give you a no on it, but I don't want you to be misled either.
I see. All right. Can both men and women avail themselves of your services?
Yes.
Both men and women can indeed receive a service as an end result of the work that is done by Mrs. Lawrence.
All right. I'll ask the fatal question. Is there a product involved in what you do?
Yes.
Well, is it a useful product?
Oh, yes.
Would it be found in the home?
Oh, yes.
Would it be found in what might be called the average American home?
Yes.
You think most people have one of these?
Well, now, wait a minute. Now, I think there, on the basis of the product with which Mrs. Lawrence specifically deals and the use of the term average, we have to give you a no. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Lawrence, you're a very healthy, robust lady. I wonder if the product that you deal in can be taken internally.
Yes.
It can.
Yes.
Is it nourishing?
Oh, yes.
Well, now, wait a minute. Mrs. Lawrence is in a very generous mood. I would think technically we probably should say no to that one, but Mrs. Lawrence feels that we should give you a yes and no and not be too technical about it.
Well, is this thing that is taken internally, is it a solid?
You're solid.
Yes. It's a solid?
It's a solid?
Solid.
Jackson?
Is it attractive to the palate? Does it taste good?
Oh, yes.
It does taste good?
Sure.
You're the authority on this, because I must admit I can't tell you whether it tastes good or not.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mrs. Lawrence says it does.
You don't know whether it tastes good or not? Would this be taken for medicinal or health-giving purposes?
Yes.
And John doesn't know whether it tastes good or not?
You know I'd never take anything that was healthy, Bennett.
Could this be then called a kind of medicine?
Yes.
It could. And it's a solid. And it tastes good.
Sure.
Is it some kind of a tablet or pill?
Yes.
Has it got vitamins in it?
Yes.
I know what it is already.
What, Jerry?
You want me to help you?
Sure.
She makes diet pills.
Actually...
Doesn't she take them at any time?
Mrs. Lawrence has asked me to advise you, Mr. Lewis, that she has lost 40 pounds. Actually, to clear this all up, Mrs. Lawrence describes her line more specifically as packaging reducing pills, Amplus, which are made by the Charles Pfizer Company, and you can only get them by prescription, so that we're not trying to get anybody to rush to the drugstore and get them. You have to have a doctor's prescription to get them, which is why, Dorothy, I said you wouldn't find them in the average home. You must have a
I think
prescription
you're
to get them.
absolutely right, John.
Mrs.
Very
Lawrence,
fair.
how long are you going to keep on taking these pills?
Till I lose 55 more pounds.
55 more? Gosh.
If you put on 55 more pounds instead of taking off, you could play with the L.A. Rams this one.
Mrs. Lawrence, we're going to flip all the cards. We had a wonderful time with you, and thank you so much for being our guest. Nice to have you. In just a moment, we'll meet tonight's mystery. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery guest, for which I've asked my friends on the panel to put on their blindfolds. Jerry Lewis has got his on. Get that up where it belongs there, Lewis. Now, are all those blindfolds in place?
Ours are.
All right, fine. Then will the mystery challenger come in and sign in, please? As you know, in the case of our mystery challenger, we go to a different form of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin it with Arlene Francis.
Are you associated in some way with show business?
Yes. Mr. Lewis.
Are you a performer in the literal sense of the word?
Oui.
What does that, he said?
That's yes.
He's
Yes?
a little
That's
performer. Oui.
Oh.
Miss Gilgallen?
Are you in the motion pictures?
See. Sir?
See, I can't see. There was a strange, it seemed to me there was more applause after you signed in than when you walked out. So I wonder if it's possible that your chief fame is because of your reputation rather than visually. Is that correct?
Je ne sais pas.
I
I
don't
would say
get
that it probably, Bennett, that our guest is known visually to great numbers of people, but at the same time I would have to admit that he has a towering reputation, which rises even above the identification factor.
Thank you.
Miss Francis?
I'm in Pittsburgh. But the gentleman is a performer, you said, or he said, or we weed.
The gentleman does perform, yes.
He performs, but he performs mostly behind the scenes, am I led to understand?
What was this reading you just gave?
See. Yes, I think that in balance, we would have to say that behind the scenes is the principal area of operation.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Lewis?
But you do both, behind the scenes as well as in front of the camera. Is that correct? Am I to believe?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
That is true. Do I go again?
Yes, you go ahead, because you were merely re-establishing an already recorded fact.
Oh, thanks a heap. Well then, let me ask this. Do you work alone?
Oh, no. One down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Are you in any way associated with the production end of motion pictures?
Oui, mademoiselle, oui. Mr. Cerf?
I think I know that voice from personal acquaintance. Are you beloved by millions and millions of children?
It's Gulliver.
The answer to that would have to be yes, Bennett.
Can I take a stab? What do
Yes, you
want?
can take a stab.
I think it's Walt Disney.
You're right.
I was afraid to use the falsetto because that's the mouse.
That would have given it all away, Walt. No, actually, you did very well. All those foreign languages and things. You know, Walt is a man of very great courage. Next Tuesday's, I guess it is next Tuesday, Saturday Evening Post is going to come out with an article written about Walt Disney by his daughter. And as far as I know, he's planning to stay in town and even in the country, aren't you?
Well, I think I should leave town, to tell you the truth.
No,
because
I'm sure
it was a conspiracy on the part of all the women in my family to give the lowdown.
I must say.
And everybody had something to say in it, except there's one female that didn't say a word, and that's my dog.
Your dog didn't say anything. Well, they do say a man's best friend.
Could I ask you a
That's right.
question, Walt? When we had lunch together in Hollywood, you gave me a long list of all the wonderful additions you're going to put into Disneyland this year. Are they coming along?
Well, I completed those. I'm starting on next year.
The chairlift that's going over
yes,
the whole, is that in? And the Palm Sawyer Island that you tell me about?
I made it in time for the summer season. Now I'm starting on my next year plans, which...
May I ask? Oh, I'm sorry, Bennett.
I just wanted to say, give a plug to Disneyland. I think it's the most wonderful place for kids and adults I've ever visited in my life.
I just wanted to ask Walt a question. Walt, did you check with the government and see if they needed any money lately? You know what money he's put into this place? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Now, I would like, actually, it's no secret that Walt and I work basically in another network, but I'm more interested in what you think now about television after 2 or 3 years of exposure.
Well, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. You get to reach people in a sort of an immediate way. With the pictures, you work for years, and then it's quite a while before you know how what you're working on is going to come out, how it's going to be received. But with television, you know, well, in a very short time.
Do you find it's a burden, Walter, over the other working habits? Or
Oh, no. I think I found it very stimulating.
Very stimulating.
For the whole staff, everybody, it's been a great stimulus for the whole organization.
Fine. That's good, you know, because that makes it sound like Mr. Walt Disney's going to stay in television, which is what I really wanted him to do. Walt, thanks
I think
very
I
much.
made it.
It's glad to have you with us, and nice of you to have been our guest. Will you say hello to Bennett? I must say the panel did very well, and so did Jerry Lewis. And I'm going to take just a few seconds, if I may, to say that I take very great pleasure in sharing with Jerry participation in muscular dystrophies, doing something about it. I was going to say something about it tonight because I didn't know Jerry was going to be here. It was a surprise to me, too. But I think that my job should be taken over because this is closer to Jerry's heart than anybody that I know. So, Jerry, why don't you say a few words about muscular
Well, thank you very much, John. I will be very brief, and I will just say that due to the fact that television is one of the great exposures entertainment-wise and that you reach so many people at one time, I would like to mention that November is the Muscular Dystrophy March. The firefighters all over America will be coming to your homes as well as your neighbors asking for contributions to help wipe out this vicious disease, I should say, to the 135,000 victims, the children who certainly have no right to have this, and we'd like your help and would appreciate your giving all you possibly can. And I thank you, John, very much.
And I join Jerry in the hope that you will open your hearts and your pocketbooks. Now, before our panel says goodnight, here is a word from next week's. Well, there we are. Jerry Lewis lived through the half hour, and so did we. It was nice to have him with us. And so until next week, this is John Daly saying goodnight, Miss Arlene Francis.
Good night, John, and come back and surprise us again, Jerry, please.
Thank you, Arlene. I will be very happy to. And good night, Dorothy.
You were funny.
You're terrific yourself.
Good night, Bennett.
It was a good show tonight, I think. Good night, John.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
Travel arrangements on What's My Line are made through American Airlines. American Airlines flies our contestants in luxurious comfort aboard DC-7 flagships. This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production in association with the CBS Television Network. Be sure to see Remington Rand's great new television program, Gunsmoke, Saturday night on this same network.
Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Brought to you by Helene Curtis, makers of Stopette, Suave, and Shampoo Plus Egg. Now let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in papers from coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And now it's a pleasure to welcome back from Hollywood, where he's been picture making, Martin Gable.
On my left, the woman that bears my name, Miss Arlene Francis. Gable.
Good evening, Mr. Gable. And now a gentleman who has published the #1 bestseller of this year, Don Whitehead's FBI story, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming out of this corner, weighing 163 3/4, wearing the purple trunks, the fireball from Boston University, John Spike Daly.
Purple trunks. Boston College, Bennett. Get me in trouble. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. The panel is in a happy mood tonight, as you heard. We'd like them to stay happy all through the show, but perhaps we can give them a little trouble in the next 30 minutes. We'll also have a famous guest before our experts a little bit later on in the show, but we'll meet our first challenger in just 1 minute. Let's meet our first contestant. Will you come in and sign in, please? J.E. Reagan. Is that right? The J stands for?
Joseph.
Mr. Joseph E. Reagan. And where are you from, sir?
Plainfield, Illinois.
Plainfield, Illinois. Mr. Reagan, the panel. Mr. Reagan, will you join me over here, sir? Do you know how we keep score?
Yes, I do.
Fine, then let's let everybody here and about, except our friends on the panel, know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we'll tell you that Mr. Reagan is salaried, and let's begin the general questioning with Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Reagan, do you by any chance work for a non-profit making organization?
That's right.
Is there anything punitive or disciplinary about what you do?
Yes, it is.
Do you have anything to do with the law or keeping the law or the peace?
Yes, I do.
Are you higher than a sergeant?
Pardon?
Are you higher than a sergeant? Do you ever work out of uniform? May I put it that way?
I don't work in uniform, no.
You work
Works out of
in
the uniform.
in ordinary clothes such as you're wearing now?
Mhm. Let me have a small conference. That's right, Dorothy.
Well, do you have anything to do with any police department?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Gable.
Is your work done with children as well as with adults?
No, it isn't.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Are people not so glad to see you?
I'm
Except
sure,
for your family and friends, of course.
I think some of them are.
Uh-huh.
I would say this, Miss Arlene. I think we will agree that in the main, you might describe the people who, in a professional way, might come in contact with our guest as not too happy to make his acquaintance.
Are you ever in or around a jail?
Yes.
Do you have charge of any of the inmates in the jail?
Yes.
Would you be a warden of a
Yes.
jail? Are you Warden Reagan that I used to know when I was locked up? I knew I remembered your face from somewhere, Warden.
Actually, on a technicality, we would say that it's Joliet Prison that Mr.
Joliet.
Reagan is warden of, and I think that he very properly can be extremely proud of the work he's done in this field. I think, sir, if I am not embarrassing you, that a good many of our states have asked you to come and help make their prison systems fairer and more efficient, haven't they?
That's right, 18.
18 states. He's made out of Joliet.
Warden, isn't Loeb in your prison?
Leopold.
Leopold, I mean?
Yes.
Leopold's there now, isn't he?
Well, I must say this, that first thing is that Warden Reagan asked that any money he won tonight go to the boys' clubs of the Salvation Army, so we'll flip all the cards just as a starter. But he said they're going to get me very quickly, John. I'm afraid of it. And I said, I don't think so. Yes, Dorothy?
He just looks as though he would be capable of handling very tough customers very well.
On that happy note, sir, would you like to meet the panel personally? All right.
Quote the Reagan, nevermore.
Beg your pardon? What did you say, Bennett?
I said his motto ought to be, quotes the Reagan, nevermore.
He's ashamed, he said.
I'm looking down.
Too bad he can't get right under the... Well, never mind. But actually, I would say this. This is a very fine story of an American doing a fine job, and it's in a book. Warden Reagan of Joliet, I believe, isn't it?
That's right.
And so that if you have an interest in this area or want to learn more about the tough job that this man has, there's something that you can do is get the book. Thank you very much for being our guest. Well, that one didn't give you much trouble. I'm in a very salubrious mood this evening, however, so we'll give you another chance to be brilliant again. I think this one will give you no trouble at all. Just run all the way through, that's all. Will our next one come in and sign in, please, right there. Joseph Genova, is that right? Mr. Genova, where are you from?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri. Fine. You've nodded to the panel. Will you join me? Do you know how we keep score? All right, then let's let the folks here and those at home know exactly what your line is. Mr. Genova is salaried, and let's begin the general questioning with Martin Gable.
Mr. Genova, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a product connected with what you do?
Yes.
Is it something that I might use? Yes. Has it anything to do with what some people might call a physical disability?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you would describe it necessarily as having something to do with a physical disability. However, I will leave it to Mr. Genova. If you want to give it a qualified yes, you may. Well, maybe on it. Maybe? All right. You go ahead then, Mr.
I know
Gable.
how strict you are, John, in the usage of language. Nevertheless, it might be so. Has it something to do with, say, having too little hair?
Having too little hair?
Too little hair, Don.
No. No. That makes it 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
My only disability.
True. Mr. Genova, do you, this product that you deal with, has it ever been alive?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Genova, this product with which you're connected, is it visible when worn or applied?
When worn or applied. Well, Bennett, this is so broad that actually it would be difficult to give you anything but a yes answer to it, because no matter what it might be, worn or applied, there is a period when it could be visible. There might be another period when it's not.
Let me simplify the question for Mr. Genova. Is the product worn or applied?
No. That makes it 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Gilgallen.
Well, does it ever come in contact with the human person
Yes.
of both sexes?
Yes.
In other words, I could use this product as well as Martin could?
You could.
But it isn't worn or applied. Is it something you pick up? Or could you pick it up?
You could. Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have to be strong to pick it up.
No. No.
Would something special happen if you picked it up?
I mean, the process of picking it up.
Or after you had picked it up?
No, I think we have to give you a no on that, Dorothy. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Gable.
Is it sometimes not visible when worn? If worn, which it isn't worn.
Just on the assumption which the question proposes of wearing, I'm going to give you a no, Martin. I think you'll
quite agree,
understand why later. 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis.
Now, since you laughed a little when Dorothy said, is it possible to pick it up or would it be difficult, may I assume by that it's something very easy and light in weight?
It is.
It's very light in weight. Does it, would it be as light as a feather?
What feather did you have in mind?
A large one on an ostrich. No?
Even with the ostrich, I think we can safely give a no. Don't you think so, Mr. Genova? That makes it 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Genova, if your product is neither worn nor applied, might it be eaten or imbibed in some way, taken internally?
It would.
It is, eh? Is it a solid? Is it medicinal?
No, it could be so described, yes.
Did any part of this product ever grow naturally?
Yes.
Yes. Would there be any grain or fruit in this product?
Wait a minute. Bennett, we are going to give you a no answer. However, I give it to you subject to recalling the answer should we be proved incorrect. That'll do next week. That'll be all right, won't it? That makes it 7 down and 3 to go, Miss Gilgallen.
Does this come in either pill, tablet, or powder form?
Yeah. Yes.
Now I just have to decide which one. Is this something that would be found in many American homes?
I think it would be fair to assume that it is not beyond possibility that a substantial number of homes might at one time or another.
Well, would they be more likely to have it at one time than just all the time? I mean, is it sort of a specific rather than something you keep around all the time, like aspirin or something.
Well, I would say that a carefully managed home, if it had a need for it, would have it around most of the time. That would make it 8 down to 2 to go, Mr. Gable.
May I call a consultation for a minute before...
30 seconds for a consultation.
Martin, I have an idea this might be something like rat powder or something. Find out whether other than human beings imbibe it.
I think it has to do with hangovers.
I've spoken.
Well, I always respect Bennett's lurid imagination. Is there anything about this product that you deal with, sir, that has anything to do with rats?
Thank you, Martin. 9 down to 1 to go, Miss Frances.
What rat did you have in mind?
I'm just eager to please, Arlene, as you know.
Is it something that one might take if one felt badly?
Yes.
Would it be in the Bromoseltzer, Alka-Seltzer family that sort of pick up a corrective of that sort?
It is. Broadly speaking, we would say it would be in the family of pickup or corrective, yeah. I'm just so unknowledgeable in this area that I find myself...
Is it? Well, since it's something you are unfamiliar with, John, may I ask if anybody would take it, if they had, if you'll pardon the expression, a hangover?
Yeah. The product is a hangover remedy. Now, what does Mr. Genova have to do with it?
Well, I hope he takes it. He prepares it?
Prepares it is wrong. That makes it 10 down and no more. Mr. Genova sells it. Actually, it is a hangover remedy. It's made by the Lansdale Pharmaceutical Company in Kansas City. Is not now widely distributed, which is why I give you this detail.
Oh.
It's known as KL8. But I understand that Mr. Genova and his employers have some very lively expectations that the future is bright. Thank you very much, Mr. Genova, for being our
John,
guest.
there's no need to send any of this.
I'm sorry, Martin, I didn't hear you.
It was quite all right. There's no need to send any of this to anybody here.
All right, won't do it. No, I know. Actually, I just spent the weekend at that wonderful place called Louisville at the Derby, and had a grand time. I think there you could have used a little of this. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just... And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity, for which I ask my friends on the panel once again to blindfold themselves, or rather for the first time tonight. Blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes,
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? Well, as you know, in the case of the mystery celebrity, we'll change the form of questioning. You ask one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and let's begin it with Bennett Cerf.
Well, when the audience recognizes somebody before they even sign in, it usually means somebody in the entertainment world. Are we correct in assuming that?
Yes, that's completely correct.
I didn't hear that.
He said that was completely correct, Bennett.
Oh, did he?
Miss Gilgallen?
Could you be described as a comedian?
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon.
What was that?
Tell you what, I can get this all straightened out. Miss Gilgallen wanted to know if you could be described as a comedian.
I've sort of been both. I've sort of been both sort of any kind of sort of other thing.
The answer is yes, could be described as a comedian. Mr. Gable?
Are you now appearing in a nightclub in New York?
No, I certainly wish I was, believe not.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Goodness. Well, are you younger than Gabby Hayes?
There have been doubts. I am much younger, I think. A little bit younger than Gabby. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cerf?
I wish the mystery guest had put his teeth back in. Are you a moving picture star by any chance?
Really worked an awful long time in it.
I can't understand.
I am. I've been in pictures, Miss Jordan. It's been dimmed, sort of, several times.
The answer is yes, Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, gosh. Is he talking through a comb with tissue paper around it? That's not an official question. I just wondered.
No, I'll answer in a point of information. He's just talking through his teeth.
Where are his teeth?
He is in the movies. Have you also appeared on television?
Yes, ma'am. I've appeared on television.
Have you red hair?
No, I haven't any red hair.
$2.08 to go, Miss Francis.
But it is a man.
Yes, I think so.
I guess I'll have to count that a question.
I'm
Bennett.
afraid so. Mr. Cerf?
Have you any hair?
It's falling out.
But the fact that there's some to fall means there is some hair.
There's hair there.
Yes, indeed.
Right. Well, you're sort of...
Miss Kilgallen.
Are you
Beg pardon?
really a very attractive leading man?
I think this is a question which is best answered in this way.
I should take my mask off and look?
No. The talents which our guest has demonstrated would not suggest to you in this form of questioning that you should concentrate on the concept of a very handsome leading man. He has a very
Don't
broad
tell him.
scope.
Don't tell him.
Okay, I get it.
No, we give you a no. That makes it 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Gable.
Are you on a regular television show?
I beg your pardon? I
One
can't
of
hear you. Can't understand you.
Is that a no, John?
Mr. Gable asked you, are you on a regular television program?
No.
That makes it 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
You are a comedian. You are not a leading man.
No,
Would you
it
be
was
considered
not-
what?
It was not specifically
Oh,
said he was not a
He plays the lead, but not the
Oh.
grandson, so.
Oh, you play the lead, but not in the Cary Grant sense, my husband said.
Oh,
I don't know
played
what...
a lot of sets like that.
And he's...
I've been beaten 11-0 in those kind of sets.
Well, are you with any particular studio?
No, not in any studio.
No, that's
right now.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Would you say that you were shorter than average height?
Why really ask a question like that? Well, I'm not as tall as other fellas.
Miss Kilgallen?
Were you ever in a picture with Judy Garland?
Of course, you know who I am.
Say it.
Well, I don't know. I just thought of Mickey Rooney suddenly.
That's right. And now, Mickey, now that they're completely unblindfolded, will you talk to them again the way you were so you can see how it's done?
Well, I just wanted to tell you.
Thank you very much for having had me here. Thanks,
Mickey,
John. Very kindly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having had me on your program. And incidentally, I hope that you will watch, all of you, the George M. Cohan story for Swift and Company on Saturday night, May the 11th. Because we're going to be doing our best on I shouldn't mention the network, but the initials are NBC.
Oh, well, as long as you don't mention it out loud, Mickey, that'd be fine. Good to see you. Wow. Actually, that moves me to share a joke with you. I think many of you probably read about the Kentucky Derby. We were coming home from it today with Toots Shaw and some of his friends, and Frank Kniff said, "Did you hear about Shoemaker? After the race yesterday, you know, when he pulled up the horse and lost the race as a result, he took a shower and then went and caught a plane and went to the coast. So Kniff got on the plane this morning and said, "Did you hear about Shoemaker?" And he said, "No, what happened?" He said, "He got off at Albuquerque." Now, although we never like to see any of our regulars go away from us, and Martin Gable is coming to assume almost that same position, and Martin and his good bride, Miss Arlene, are going away next week. They're going down to Nassau for a rest, which they both richly deserve, and we're going to have on the panel Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon, whom you all remember. They made 6 pictures together. We're a wonderful acting team, and we'll have a chance next Sunday to see if they are also a wonderful team on What's My Line. Until next week, then, this is John Daly saying good night, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And I happen to know that Nassau is where Bennett wooed Phyllis, so happy second honeymoon to both of you. Morning.
Thank you, Dorothy. See you later, Arlene.
You know it, boy. Have a nice time here next week, Greer. And good night, Bennett.
Have fun, Arlene. Good night, Spike.
Huh? Purple trunks. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
Travel arrangements on What's My Line are made through American Airlines. American Airlines flies our contestants in luxurious comfort aboard DC-7 flagships. This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production in association with the CBS Television Network.
Brought to you by Kellogg's, the folks who give you the widest choice of cereals in the whole wide world. All the great grains in the forms you like best. Yours from Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in papers from coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
We're very happy to welcome tonight a new guest panelist, the star of the very popular television show American Broadcast, Dick Clark.
Thank you. I had the pleasure tonight of meeting for the first time a lady I've admired for a long, long time. She'll sit right here. Miss Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Dick, from the American Broadcast. That was American Bandstand. You know
right,
that.
honey. Tell her. And now, the very debonair publisher of Random House, known to his intimates as the Count of Monte Cristo, Bennett Cerf.
And here, to the great surprise of practically nobody, is our brilliant, fast-talking, and frequently coherent master of ceremonies, Mr. John Charles Daly.
The Count of Monte Cristo. Somebody did it to Bennett. Nice going, Arlene, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have you with us on What's My Line. We have some interesting occupations and some good occasions for good fun tonight. We trust we'll have the fun and stick the panel. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before the panel a little bit later in the show, and we'll meet our first challenger after this word from Dennis James, speaking for Kellogg's.
Hi. You want to see a familiar sight now that school is out? Well, with the swimming and the baseball and the bicycles, the youngsters are on the go from breakfast right through to bedtime. Well, that means one thing for sure. It means they need their protein. The body-building kind of protein that you're going to find in Kellogg's Special K. You know, for every pound a youngster weighs, he needs twice as much protein as you and I. And we certainly need a lot. Well, right here is where you can get a lot. 15% of all the protein we need each day is in an average serving of Special K in milk. Twice as much protein as the average of all cereals. And it's high-quality protein, too. Remember what I've said. High-quality protein has 8 essentials. Well, all 8 are in Kellogg's Special K, and all 8 are in milk. Together, they are perfect protein partners. So keep built up for a busy day. Enjoy Kellogg's Special K. Pick up a package next time you shop.
And now let's meet our first contestant. Will you come in and sign in, please? Corporal R.K. Beecham, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I hope I'm not going to start anything. What does the R stand for?
Richard, sir.
And the K?
King.
Richard King Beecham.
Yes,
No
sir.
problems. No Percys or Frothinghams or anything like that.
No,
huh?
sir.
Fine. Corporal, where are you from?
I'm originally from Philadelphia, sir, and now stationed in Paris Island.
Paris Island.
Yes,
Fine.
sir.
Well, Corporal, the panel, Corporal Beecham, now will you join me over here? Do you know how we keep score, Corporal?
Yes, sir.
Fine. On that basis, let's let the folks at home and the friends in the audience know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, as you can readily ascertain by the corporal's uniform, he is a member of the fine United States Marine Corps. Naturally, what you have to figure out is what he does with the United States Marine Corps. We will tell you, however, because you probably wouldn't be able to work this out otherwise, the corporal is salaried. And now let's begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Corporal, do you instruct in the Marine Corps?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Corporal Beecham, do you perform the duties that you perform in various places beside Paris Island?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Corporal Beecham, are people better off or happier because of what you do?
Yes.
I would say this, that the answer there could be yes and no, but certainly in certain specific instances, the answer would have to be yes.
I thought it was the drill sergeants that gave them such a hard time. Sometimes yes and sometimes no. Do you do any of your work indoors?
No.
That makes it 3 down and 7 to go. Dick Clark.
Corporal, I assume that what you do is in connection with your service for Uncle Sam.
Richard, you won't try that one again.
Well, you perform some sort of service. It's in connection with the fact that you are in the armed services.
Yes.
I mean, I thought maybe you had a side enterprise or something. That would really be
Very interesting.
who knows?
He's got the hair clipper concession in Paris Island. That's right.
There you are. Is what you do more physical than mental?
Yes.
It takes place out of doors.
Yes.
Do you deal with more than one person at a time?
The question was, you deal with more than one person at a time.
Does he perform his services, say, for a group as opposed to one person?
Well, I would think we would have to agree, wouldn't you, that the services can really be said to be performed for a group as much as for one person, yes.
Sure. He is a big help, isn't he? Does your work ever call for you raising the tone of your voice above normal speaking level?
Yes.
Would it be in the form of orders that you were shouting?
Yes, sir, it could be.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It could be.
Could be. Do you perform these services for the men in, say, your company? Are they under your immediate direction?
No.
Could we have a,
4 down and 6
could we have
to
a
go.
conference?
You may have 10 seconds for a
I
conference.
have an idea.
Do you have a weenie?
I'll try it, shall I? And
Yeah.
then the
I
conference.
bet it's the same thing.
Would you be given to admonishing anybody for behavior below and beyond the call of duty? Is that what you had in mind, Dorothy? No?
No, it was more far out.
But he does it outdoors. Yes.
would you be connected in any way with what we have come to know as the military police?
Would he be connected in any way with what we have come to know as
I don't
the
know what they
military
call it
police?
in the Marine Corps.
I think we would have to say you're corrected in any way. Yes.
If somebody got out of hand, you could give them one of your good holds and take them to the commanding officer, could you not?
Well, I don't think he'd take him to the commanding officer. No, that's 5
Oh, well,
down
now
to 5 to
Dorothy
go.
got it.
Sir.
Corporal,
All right, you have 10 seconds.
She's got a great idea.
yeah.
Oh, is it your...
Well,
do you
go
have a
ahead.
great
No,
idea?
go ahead.
Well, I just want... There are lady Marines, aren't there? I thought maybe he had something to do with taking care of them or giving them orders or something.
He doesn't look the type to me. I'm going to leave that with you. Corporal,
looks the
are
type to
you
me.
have you got something to do with the place where they keep Marines who have broken some of the rules on?
No.
Nothing
6
at
down
all.
and 4 to
Now
go,
you
Miss
go ahead,
Kilgallen.
guys.
All right, Corporal Beecham, I'll get a fast no. Have you anything to do with women?
Who doesn't? Corporal
He's a
Beecham says
Marine
he's-
now.
I mean in the
Dorothy,
armed
Corporal says
forces.
he's married, if that's what you mean.
That's not what I mean. I mean in the armed forces.
Do you have anything to do with, you mean specifically with the Women's Auxiliary of the United States Marine Corps?
Something like that.
No, I don't. No, that's right. 7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Clark.
Corporal, what you do, does it entail the use of an implement or a piece of machinery or equipment? Is that essential to your job?
Sometimes, yes.
Does this machine move from one place to another? This thing,
Yes.
is it a weapon of war?
No, sir.
8 down and 2 to go, Miss Francis.
It moves from one place to the other. Does it have wheels?
Yes.
Are you in it at the time?
When it moves, is he in it?
Yes.
We hope so.
Does it stay on the ground?
Yes.
Most of the time.
Did Bennett want to say? Did you want to say?
What if he drives the thing that they take the prisoners around with? A jeep or something.
Oh. Do you collect strays?
I'm afraid Bennett, was that Bennett's idea? We'd have to say yes to that.
Well, I don't know exactly what Bennett has in mind, but is it a jeep and you go around and pick up people that are...
Thank you very much. 9 down and 1 to go, Mr. Stern.
It is not a machine in which you collect. Do you not put some of your charges into this machine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And the machine moves around places.
Yeah.
Yes.
You take them to and from the place where they're going to be incarcerated.
He's a dog catcher.
Is he a dog catcher?
He runs the canine. Boom! Since Arlene spoke out of turn, we flipped the card anyway. There was no request for a conference, but Arlene, you hit it right on the nose. Corporal Beecham is the dog catcher at the Marine base, Paris Island.
And it's a lucky dog that's caught by you, Corporal.
And he's attached to the Provost Marshal's office, which is why we answered the question previously posed about his attachment to the Marine military police. Yes, Dorothy?
John, may I ask why they need a dog catcher down there? Are there so many dogs?
Well, mostly because they got dogs there, I guess. How many dogs have you got now? They got lots of dogs?
Well, right now we have about 12 in the pound.
And they have trained dogs as a part of the Corps, don't
They
you?
wouldn't go
Well,
around
not down at
catching
Paris
them.
Island,
They wouldn't arrest a trained dog.
No, you never arrest a trained dog, just
Trained
like you
dog
don't
would
need
have
any
you back.
military police anyway. You know that, because everybody's trained. But a nice thing is, actually, you certainly, I know, are proud of your service. You wear your uniform so well, but there's also a personal thing here, I think, that we ought to agree. We had a little birthday party backstage before we came out, because this is the birthday of Corporal Richard Beecham and the birthday of Miss Helene Grant Bailey, my daughter, and they had a birthday party just before the birthday. Corporal Beecham is 22 and my daughter is 56. Leastwise, my daughter said if I told her age, that would be it, so we'll say she's 56. All right? Corporal, we had a load of fun, and I hope that you enjoyed it. You have reason to be proud of that uniform. It's a great fighting service and
Yes, sir, it is.
a very fine bunch of men. Thanks for being our guest. Good to have you with. Well, panel, that was a tough one, but we had a good deal of fun with it. You did come through at the 11th hour and catch it. Let's see what you can do with the second challenger. Will you come in and sign in, please? Kathy? Kathy Gretschman, is that right? Is it Miss or Mrs. Gretschman?
Mrs. Gretchen.
Mrs. Gretschman, where are you from?
South Dakota.
South Dakota. Oh, that's wonderful. What town in South Dakota?
Springfield.
Springfield. Nice to have you with us. Mrs. Gretschman, the panel. Mrs. Gretschman, will you join me here, please? You know how we keep score, Mrs. Gretschman? Fine, then let's let the folks at home and this nice enthusiastic body of the citizens of the United States who are here with us know exactly what your line is. All right. Panel. Mrs. Gretschman is self-employed, and let's begin the general questioning with the Count of Monte Cristo. Oh, what a joy.
Isn't that awful? Mrs. Gretschman, it is, hmm? Mrs. Gretschman, do you perform a service of some kind?
Yes.
Is it a service that you render to human beings?
Yes.
And can we eliminate animals from this altogether? There are no animals involved in this service, whatever.
Small conference. I mean, your question is, do you want to actually clarify the singular point of whether there's any relationship at all between the service and other than human beings? Is that right?
Mr. Panel Moderator, all I asked was, are there any animals involved in any way in what Mrs. Gretschman is performing? But I put it in the form that if there are no animals, I get a yes. If there are animals, I get a no.
Well, you get a no.
All right.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Well, do you do the same thing for animals that you do for human beings?
Yes.
Could... Oh, to make it pretty easy.
Think of another dog catch.
Are these animals domestic animals? Or domesticated animals?
Yes.
Usually?
Yes.
Are any of them four-footed?
Yes.
Could you perform this service for men as well as women, or women as well as men?
Yes.
Gender has nothing to do with it.
No.
Never knew her.
Could anyone on the panel, do you imagine, use your service, or would any one of us be likely to?
Could.
Is the animal that is most applicable to your work a dog or a cat?
No.
No. That makes it 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Gretschman, the services you perform for the animals and the people, does anything happen to the animals that eventually makes it a good service for people?
No.
If you have any idea what I mean? I'm thinking that maybe she does something to the animals and sells what's left to the people.
That... Let's rush to give you a no. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Do animals and people enjoy your services at the same time? Is that possible?
Yes.
Could the people ride any of these animals that you have?
No.
That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Do any products or byproducts from these animals have commercial value?
No.
Small conference.
Well, Bennett, it's a very difficult question to answer because actually it would be difficult to say that there is no animal involved, the byproduct of which would not in some subsequent
Well,
term
may I
or
just
date.
push this aside and ask, have you got any connection with a zoo?
Oh, a
No.
zoo? No. Well, I said 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mrs. Gretschman, are these animals that you are connected with in some way alive when you are connected with them?
Yeah.
Are they the kind of animals that could ever come into the house? Sometimes. But would we be regarded as a little eccentric if any of us had them in our houses?
No, I mean, we can't speak to the point of whether you'd be regarded eccentric, but on this specific issue of having some of these animals in the house, the answer would be no. That makes it 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Clark. I'm going to give you 1 more minute on this.
Mrs. Gretschman, would it be possible after this animal passed on for... somehow I get the idea we're on the wrong track. Would it be possible, say, for Miss Frances to wear this animal around her neck?
You mean just as it is?
No.
Be
You
interesting.
know, duly processed.
Duly processed. Well, I'm going to flip on.
Wait a minute. Could I just ask one question?
Yes, dear.
Does the animal have wings?
Wings? I give up. Didn't it you gave up? I gave up. Mrs. Gretschman is a ferry boat captain.
It's the ferry that had wings.
She is the captain of the ferry boat Bertha, which provides service between Running Water, South Dakota, and Niobrara, Nebraska.
This is where one question through, that animal question through us 10
everything
miles
on.
off.
That's right, and we just watched you get further and further, farther and farther and further and further, and there you were, you see. But we had, I think, a good run, and we gave them a good run. And we hope you have lots of very successful ferry runs.
Thank
you. It's nice to have had you as a guest, and hope you have a good visit with us. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our alternate sponsor.
There once was a girl named Claire who was proud of the waves in her hair. But the hot summer day made her waves look like hay. Poor Claire. Summer hair, such despair. Wake up, wake up, wake up the wave in your hair.
Get Suave, try Suave, condition with Suave. Your wave will be lovely with Suave.
Dry, parched hair can't be beautiful. But a little Suave hairdressing instantly corrects dryness. Suave wakes up your wave by restoring precious beauty oils that add life and luster to your hair. Yet there's no oily look or feel because only Suave contains amazing greaseless lanolin. No wave can look its best without Suave. All waves are softer, more natural, more manageable with Suave. So wake up your wave. Use Helene Curtis Suave. Lotion or the new special Suave cream for extra dry hair.
And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity, for which I asked my friends on the panel to blindfold themselves, as you know. Are the blindfolds on in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? All right, panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery guest, we go to a different form of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin it all with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Have you ever made a phonograph record of a popular song? Oui.
Mr. Clark.
You are obviously female. Have you ever appeared in a motion picture?
Oui.
Miss Francis?
Are you in New York because you are in a picture that is about to open or because you are making a picture here?
Oui.
Mr. Sir?
Are you noted for being a very good singer?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Were you born somewhere other than the United States?
Oui.
Mr. Clark?
The boys have been
You are
looking for
obviously
you.
not a woman of France. Are you English?
Oh, no.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Dorothy said the boys have been looking for you, as indeed they have. And if you are here making a picture now, are you by any chance a girl that should be answering si instead of oui, Sophia Loren?
Yes.
That's right. Actually, I knew we were in trouble, Miss Lauren, as soon as they got to the point of you being born out of the country. Miss Lauren is indeed making a picture here. If I read my newspapers correctly last week, they had a small riot down in Pennsylvania Station because 2,000 people tried to get in a picture with you.
That was at Long Beach, I think, wasn't it?
Was it Long Beach?
Yes,
Long Beach?
but it was supposed to be Miami, really.
It was supposed to be Miami, and it was Long Beach?
Yeah. It looks like
There you are. What is the name of the picture?
that kind of woman.
Ah, wonderful.
Is this the one Sidney Lovett is directing?
Sydney,
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes,
Well,
charming.
it's nice to know that one of your great reputation has come to New York to have a picture made. We wish you very great success with it and offer our thanks.
John, you ought to mention the picture that Miss Loren is opening in Tuesday night, The Key.
Oh, thank you very much.
We ought to
It's
get
opening
that in,
Tuesday night, Vicky, at the Odeon and Fine Arts. I'm very thrilled about it.
Actually, I have seen this. I think maybe you have, Bennett, in a preview, and I must say it's a very fine picture. Congratulations
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
performance. Good to see you. We'll have another contestant after this word from our sponsor.
Hi, this is Dennis James again. You know, a little while ago I said, to keep built up for a busy day, enjoy Kellogg's Special K. Well, I just want to emphasize that word, enjoy. Just pour milk over a big bowl full of Kellogg's Special K, and there you have it. Man, you're set to enjoy the best tasting, most delicious breakfast you can find. And it's just loaded with protein, too. You see, the Kellogg folks worked for several years with doctors and scientists from leading universities to see just how nutritious a cereal could be made and still have a delicious flavor. Well, there's the result. Kellogg's Special K, the perfect protein partner for milk. So get both, protein plus flavor. Just look for the package with the big red K on the front and all the protein inside. Kellogg's Special K. Incidentally, it also comes in the Kellogg Handy Pack, 8 individual packages. So enjoy it real soon, okay? Okay.
All right, very quickly, let's have another contestant. Will you come in and sign in, please? Larry? Gilbert. Right? Where are you from, Larry?
I'm from Mohammed, Illinois.
Panel, Larry is from Mohammed, Illinois. Come with me, Larry. You know how we keep score? All right now, let's let everybody outside of the panel know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, you have less than 2 minutes. Larry Gilbert is salaried, and let's begin the general questioning with Dick Clark.
Larry, do you, outside of your salary, the company you work for, does it make money? Is it a profit-making organization?
Yes, it is.
Does your work bring you in contact with members of the male and female sex?
Yes.
Are these people, for the most part, young people?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you work indoors? Yes. Would it be considered a building that would house things that I might buy? No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Gilbert, is this a summer job? Are you a schoolboy who's working just for the summer?
Yes.
Would this be the kind of job where you would get experience that might help you in later life?
No.
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is there a product involved in what you do?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Clark.
Larry, is your work more physical than mental?
Yes. Well, either way.
6 up and a half a dozen down, Dick.
Do you work days, daytimes versus nighttime?
You work...
Both.
You work both.
You said you work days versus nights. That's 5 down and 5 to go. One question, Miss Francis.
Are you a guide of any sort?
A guide? No, that makes it no more time. We'll flip all the cards because we've run out of time. Larry is a telephone operator for the General Telephone Company in Mohammed. That's it. Thank you, Larry. Nice to have you with us. Say good night to the family. And now, Dick Clark, it's been grand having you with us, and much congratulations on your huge success, which you justly deserve on American Bandstand. Until next week, this is John Daly saying good night, Miss Kilgallen.
Good night, Mr. Daly. Good night, Dick. Come again.
Thank you very much. Good night, Arlene.
Good night. You're darling, Dick. Good night, Bennett. You're darling.
This is one time Muhammad came to the mountain. Good night, John.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
If you'd like to attest and see the panel and our guests in person, write for tickets to What's My Line, CBS Television, 485 Madison Avenue, New York, 22, New York. Transportation for contestants on What's My Line is arranged by American Airlines. What's My Line is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production in association with the CBS Television Network. Sophia Loren co-stars with William Holden in the new Columbia picture, The Key.
What's My Line? Brought to you by Kellogg's, the folks who give you the widest choice of cereals in the whole wide world. All the great grains in the forms you like best. Yours from Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, our delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now a gentleman flushed with the victory that he richly deserves as Best Actor of the Year. He received the Film Critics Award for his performance in Separate Tables, the charming Mr. David Niven.
Well, this show's been on the air for almost 10 years, and that, to my rather limited mathematics, means that all the usual denizens of the panel have now been introduced over 500 times. And it's beyond my rather limited intelligence to think of anything new or fresh to say about anything, or any of them that hasn't already been said, so it just gives me the greatest pleasure to introduce once more the brilliant and talented Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And it's a great pleasure, and at the same time, it's a little bit sad to introduce our next panelist because he's taking off for Tennessee and Georgia on a lecture tour, and then a vacation in Florida and Jamaica, and we're going to miss him terribly. Bennett Cerf.
Well, I'm going to miss you all. That includes the audience. And I'm even going to miss our panel moderator, who's coming in here now, John Charles Daly.
Well, we will all miss the ubiquitous Mr. Cerf as he goes off. Perhaps we'll all have a panel show which will come into demise before he returns, but we'll try to keep it going till he gets back. Meanwhile, I didn't mean that, really. That was a police siren that was all about. Well, we have some very interesting guests and some interesting occupations tonight. The occupations and the guests here, as usual, to see if we can't stump the panel. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before the panel a little bit later in the show. We'll meet our first challenger after this word. And now, panel, to your arduous task, and I would advise you to be prudent this evening. Will our first challenger come in and sign in, please? There we got those leaky old buildings again. Honey? Honey Ray, is that right? Is it Miss or Mrs. Ray?
Mrs.
Mrs. Ray. The building is now sealed. And where are you from, Mrs. Ray?
Toronto.
Toronto, Canada? Well, how nice to have somebody from our neighbor to the north here. Mrs. Ray, may I present the panel? Panel? Mrs. Ray, will you join me over here, please? Coming from Canada, I know that you have reasonable access to What's My Line by television up there. Do you know how we keep score?
Yes, I do.
Fine, then let's let everybody in the audience and the folks who are looking in at home know exactly what your line is. All right, now, panel, Mrs. Ray is self-employed, and let's begin the general questioning, since you're going to have a long rest, Bennett, with Bennett Cerf.
Mrs. Ray, I'd better tell the audience who haven't got color sets that you have flaming red hair. It's quite beautiful, too.
Thank you.
Is the fact that you have red hair and are so personable, does that play any part whatever in the work that you do?
No.
Small conference, I was hoping for this anyway. Mrs. Ray feels that in the interests of fairness, even though we do consider that perhaps the answer is correct, that in the interests of fairness we'll modify it and say that you get an affirmative reply.
Well, would that possibly mean, Mrs. Ray, thank you very much for your indulgence, would that mean that you are either in the entertainment business or that you exhibit or model something?
Yes.
May I eliminate the entertainment business?
No.
No. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you a performer in the entertainment business?
Yes.
Yourself? Do you appear on a stage?
Yes.
Do you say anything in your performance, rather than just dance or juggle?
Sometimes.
Here, I think, again, to be fair, Miss Arlene, it is certainly reasonable that Mrs. Ray might say something, but I wouldn't put too much weight on the fact that she does.
Uh-huh. Do you do anything that is acrobatic in any way, Mrs. Ray?
No.
That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Niven.
Well, it's my experience watching this show that people are never quite what they look like. Do you have anything to do with animals?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go. Miss Kilgallen.
May we eliminate the fact that you are a member of the panel of the Canadian What's My Line?
Yes.
You know, they're just tricky enough to do that twice in a row. You don't do anything acrobatic. Do you make any noise at all that is apart from singing?
No.
That makes it 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Ray, does that mean then that that emphatic no to Dorothy mean that you do some singing?
No.
That's 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis.
She sometimes says something, but only under duress, I guess. Do you wear a kind of costume rather than just an evening dress when you're performing?
Yes.
Does this costume protect you from anything in any way?
No.
6 down and 4 to
It's a
go.
very small costume.
The taciturn Mr. Niven.
Are you performing usually alone?
No.
7 down and 3 to go.
I'm going home.
7 down and Miss Kilgallen.
Are you performing with other ladies rather than men?
No.
8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Well, do you do something that could be roughly called either an adagio dance or something where you're flung about by various men in the company?
No.
Not flung?
9 down and 1 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you have anything to do with a musical instrument?
No.
10 down and no more to go. Mrs. Ray is the target in a knife-throwing act. The professional name of the team is Del Rio and Rosita.
That's it, yes.
And Mrs. Ray's partner in the act is her husband.
And I know the word that she says when she speaks once in a while. It's ouch!
Have you ever been pinked, so to speak?
Well, yes, but it was an accident, you know, this sort of accident. It wasn't my husband's fault, it was circumstances.
That wonderful picture of you leaving the theater, going to the doctor and say, pull this out, will you? Had a little accident. Well, we had a wonderful time with your visit. Thanks for being our guest on What's My Line. By the way, Mrs. Ray is the target for such nice things as bayonets, axes, flaming axes, as a matter of fact, and ice picks. It's an interesting way to live, isn't it? Now, would we have a next challenger, please, and see if we can't give the panel another rocker here. Okay. Would you sign in right there, please? Helen Corwin. That's right. Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Mrs. Corwin, where are you from?
Blythe, California.
Blythe, California. It's nice to have you with us. Mrs. Corwin, may I present the panel? Panel, Mrs. Corwin, will you join me here? That's a lovely orchid you have there, I must
Thank
say. Now, Mrs. Corwin, you know how we keep score?
Yes, I do.
All right, then let's let people in the theater audience and those at home know exactly what your line is. Panel, Mrs. Corwin is self-employed, and let's begin the questioning this time with Arlene Francis.
Mrs. Corwin, is there a product connected with what you do?
Yes.
Is it a product that one might find in a home?
Yes.
Is it decorative in any way?
Very. Some of
Very?
them.
Yes, and here again, with Mrs. Corwin's permission, I would say that if it were found in the home, we would have to consider that it would be decorative.
Is the product made of cloth?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Niven.
Blythe, California being rather a warm spot.
Yes.
Does your product have anything to do with that fact?
No.
That's 2 down and 8 to go, and congratulations, David, Miss Kilgallen.
Is this something that is or ever has been alive?
Yes.
Is it found outside of the home quite often, too?
Yes.
If any of us on the panel owned one of these things, could we keep it out of doors as well as indoors?
Yes.
You could. Now, I would say this again, with Mrs. Corwin's permission. If you kept it outdoors and made no effort to give it any kind of protection, it would deteriorate, subject, of course, as most things of matter are, to the elements.
You know we wouldn't do that, John.
No,
All right, let's say we had it indoors. If living in New York, I had one of these things, do you think that people who came to visit me would be liable to comment on it more than...
Would you repeat that question?
Well, as you know, I live in New York. As a city dweller in the East, if I had a visitor to my home and one of these things that is your product was visible in the living room, would the visitor be likely to comment on this?
Oh, yes.
It would be more noticeable than just an ashtray.
Oh, yes.
All right. Does this thing move around at all?
No.
Let us say this. I think it's fair to say that under certain circumstances, it's reasonable to expect that this thing might move around a bit.
Well, do most of your customers get these things when they're alive?
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Cohen, in other words, then, you deal with animals after they have...
No, now, Sid Bennett, I want to clarify here because you're being misled. The question, as Dorothy put it, was, has this thing, is it alive or has it ever been? Now, to the degree that it's made up of materials which at one time or another have been a part of some living organism, then we would have to say yes. But here again, don't put too much weight to it.
Are you trying to tell me, John, being nice to me, that
Don't ever make that accusation.
only some component part of this thing was alive at one time.
Well, what we meant to convey to you, and the question as we got it, is that some of the, or all, or a part of the element in the thing, which is hereinto and after to be known as the product, could have at one time have been alive.
Mrs. Cohen, would this product, in the shape in which you produce it or ship it, have any educational value?
Direct educational value, I would say that Mrs. Cohen agreeing with me, its purpose would not be to educate.
I was thinking of ant houses.
Ant houses, no. 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
It is not alive, but it moves. That's very nerve-wracking. Would you say that this is solely for decoration of some kind, that it is not useful?
No, I wouldn't say that.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Niven. I'm going to give you one more minute because...
Well, everybody's been sounding like the Encyclopedia Britannica, except me. He's sounding like an idiot for the last 20 minutes. Would this product benefit me?
Could.
Possibly.
It would.
Could.
I have an elderly aunt who dislikes me intensely. Would it benefit her?
How old is your aunt?
She's not around.
She's not around. Now, I can't see any way it would help them. That's 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Could I hold this in my hand?
Yes.
All right. Would it be more likely that I would buy this thing if I were someone other than me?
Yes.
Very possibly.
Then this is an object which is more useful to someone west of the Mississippi, perhaps? Or in another profession?
I couldn't say that.
No, but I will give this much if you're willing. This is an object which is perhaps more used west of the Mississippi.
Spurs. All right.
Road map of California.
Well, Mrs. Corwin, if I had this and I were living west of the Mississippi, would I carry it about with me? Would that be a logical thing to do
You
with
mean
it?
as a normal part of your daily routine?
Well, as part of any adventure, even. Would there be any
Well-
point to carrying it around?
For instance, if you were out there and going somewhere with a body, would you carry this with you if you went to some kind of an entertainment or a meeting or something
Or
like
the
that?
supermarket?
Or a supermarket, thank you.
No.
That's 7 down and 3 to go. You want to take a shot at it, Bennett?
No, I just wondered if this could ever be eaten.
No, I'm going to throw them all over. 10 down. Actually, Mrs. Corwin makes saddles.
I just...
Very fine saddles. Beautiful saddles. And by the way, has tied as the all-around cowgirl at rodeos, so that she knows how to use these lovely, wonderful saddles that she makes. That was a tough one, panel. Congratulations to you, Mrs. Corwin. Thanks very much for being our guest. Wonderful to have you with us. You so good luck. And now we'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment. But first, here is a word from our sponsor. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity, for which I ask my friends on the panel to blindfold themselves. Blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yeah, we couldn't get anything
Good.
unblindfolded.
Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? All right, panel, you know in the case of our mystery challenger, we go to a different form of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise, and we begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Do you sing professionally?
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Are you a professional entertainer of one sort or another?
But of course. Miss Francis?
Have you been in pictures?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Niven?
Are you in a picture now running on Broadway?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Miss Kilgallen? Yes, that's a yes, David.
Have you ever been a panelist on What's My Line?
That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Is the picture that you're in a drama? I mean the new one.
Mm-hmm. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
That was a no answer?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Should we rule out that you are a serious actor then? You are more of a comedian?
Taking the first phrasing of the question, should we rule out you're a serious actor then, the answer is no. 4 down and 6 to go, Mr.
What?
Niven.
He is a serious.
Would you describe yourself as a Hollywood actor rather than a Broadway actor? Yes, for Hollywood.
And 3 cheers for Broadway.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. You would then, would you say that you were, was that a no, John?
Has everybody gone?
Was that...
I'm sorry,
Was that last answer to David a no?
we haven't given it yet, but you guessed it. That's 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sir.
Well, it's, I haven't asked anything, John.
No, that was David's no.
Oh, no.
Is he, what was the answer? Is he a Hollywood actor?
No, he's not a Hollywood
Not a
actor,
Hollywood.
primarily. Would you say you are primarily a legitimate stage actor?
Well, taking the previous question as a reference point, the answer would be...
Mm-hmm. Well, he could be British screen, you know.
Mr.
Yes.
Sir?
Although you didn't sing in this particular picture, have you ever done any singing professionally before that?
No, Bennett. 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you well known as a theater performer in on the New York stage?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Niven?
This picture that is now appearing on Broadway, has it been here less than 3 weeks?
Mm-mm. 7 down and 3 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Oh, David. Oh, do you travel on a United States passport?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Sir?
Is the picture in which you're appearing one that is only shown, is called hard seats and only shown twice a day, reserved seats?
Mm-mm. 8 down and 2 to go, Miss Francis.
Have you appeared in the theater in New York in the last year? 58, that would be.
Mm-mm. 9 down and 1 to go, Mr. Niven.
The part you play in this picture that has not been on Broadway, that has been on Broadway longer than 3 weeks, did you play the same part on the stage?
Mm-mm. 10 down and no more to go. And take your masks off and meet Mr. Paul Newman. Right. Newman. Oh, Newman. The wonderful thing about it, the thing we trapped you with, is that Paul has the 2 pictures on Broadway.
Of course.
Yes.
Cat
Cat on a Hot Tin Roof and Rally Round the Flag, and happily you got to the second one, the latest picture, so we could deny the drama concept and we could deny a lot of things on that basis.
Dirty trick.
It was a dirty trick, but it came off rather well, don't you think?
You're rehearsing in the new Tennessee Williams play, are you not, Mr. Newman?
Yes. It's
Well,
wonderful.
very good luck with it.
Terribly
I'm sure
exciting.
it will be, and you will be.
Oh, I hope so.
Yes.
So this is where we actually, again, in his terms of service, it's been more Broadway than Hollywood, although
Yes.
here he is on Broadway in 2 major pictures now.
Very tricky answers.
But they're very tricky answers, are they? I thought they were good.
Well, I sort of consider myself a New York resident, and that's why,
Well, I remember you in the Desperate Hours, Mr. Newman.
yes.
Well, now, on Sweet Bird of Success, the new Tennessee Williams play.
Sweet Bird of Youth.
Sweet Bird of Youth?
Yes.
Are you producing this? Directing
No,
it?
I'm acting in it.
Act, but you're not directing or producing.
No, Mr. Kazan is directing.
But have you done any production or direction work?
No, not at all.
Never have done any. Got any idea you'd like to?
Well, I'd like to direct a short film this summer if I get a chance, but that's sort of in the works.
And just in the works.
What is your very talented wife, Miss Joanne Woodward, doing?
She's having a baby,
Well,
which I think is
that's
probably...
the best production of all.
That's the most creative work you can do, really.
Yes.
Well, Paul, you have come to very great success in these last few months or a couple of years. Where'd you start? You started on...
I started on Broadway in Picnic.
Did you ever do much radio television?
A lot of live television.
You think that helps a lot to Broadway and Hollywood?
Oh, yes. I just wish they'd bring live television back. I mean, real dramatic shows.
Amen. Amen. We all agree to that, I must say. We all agree to that, for sure. Well, it's been a lot of fun having you. It's been weeks and weeks and months since we puzzled the panel complete with a guest. Thank you for having 2 pictures on Broadway.
I don't know whether that speaks well for my notoriety or my anonymity.
It speaks well for your notoriety. When you have 2 pictures going on Broadway and are getting ready to open in the theater on Broadway, you don't have to worry about your reputation. The public knows all about you. Lots more success, and good to have had you with us.
Thank you, John.
We'll be back after this word from our alternate sponsor. Bennett just read me the score for the panel tonight. Kind of sorry it happened the night before he went away. No hits, no runs, no errors.
I don't think I will go now.
No, you can stay there, David. You stay right there. And it's been good to have you back with us. I must say, it's always fun to have you on the show. And may I say good night, Miss Arlene Francis.
You may. It's the one thing we can say correctly. Good night, John. Good night, David. Lovely to have had you, and good luck with your new series.
Thank you very much, and I wish I had been more used to you all tonight. Good night, Dorothy.
You were marvelous, David. Thank you for coming. Goodbye and bon voyage, Bennett.
Wish we had been better tonight, but you'll be better next week. Good night, John.
Good night. I have such a tough time persuading them that they're wonderful even when they don't get anybody, you know. But I'll make it one of these days. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
My Line. Brought to you by Kellogg's, the folks who bring the best to you each morning. The widest choice of cereals in the forms you like best. Yours from Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning panel of What's My Line. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now a young man who is soon to appear in Alfred Hitchcock's new thriller, Psycho, and who is something of a thriller himself, Mr. Tony Perkins.
There are no royal weddings anywhere on the globe this week, so we can temporarily re-welcome New York's most lovely lady columnist, Dorothy Kilgallen.
Now, tonight, we all have to do a very fast show because our next panelist has a house full of celebrated guests waiting for him. Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Here's a man who's been busy with the the United Nations Committee all week, and if he thinks they have trouble, wait till he gets finished with us tonight. John Charles Daly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. It's nice to have Tony Perkins on the panel. Nice to have anybody in the panel, actually, considering what we're planning to do with them tonight. And we will try to baffle them with our occupations, and we have some very pleasant and interesting occupations. We'll also have a famous mystery guest a little bit later in the show. We'll meet our first challenger after this one. And now I'd ask Frank Heller, who is our director, if he'll put a camera on Miss Arlene Francis, who for the 17th year in a row has been elected Miss Hathaway of 1960. Now, this is something that tickles the daylights out of all of us. Miss Arlene cuts the cornea of her eye with her fingernail, and we keep saying, you're going to make it for 1 year when you won't do it. Here we are in May, and she's done it again. What are we going to do?
I'm
And
sorry, John.
It looks very good.
Do you think it makes me more distinguished?
Why, you look like an espionage agent. Have you flown a U-2 lately?
I feel like it can only be half right tonight.
Well, even if you're half right, that's pretty
I'm
good.
all right
for
with
of
you,
us.
Blue.
You're all right with us, right. Now let's meet our first challenger. Will you come in and sign in, please? Mary Ann Messick, right? Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Miss?
Right.
And you're from New England?
No.
No? Where are you from, Miss Messick?
Mountain Home, Arkansas.
Mountain Home, Arkansas. Well, just shows you, I went to school in New England. I missed that one, didn't I? Well, I must say to our panel, as I introduce you, Miss Messick, our panel, that Miss Messick comes from a small community, and actually she wears many hats, but there is one that is particularly significant, and I would say honorable one, and that's why she's come to visit us tonight. Will you join me over here now, please, Miss Messick? You know how we keep score?
Yes.
All right, if you know how we keep score, let's let the audience and the theater and the folks at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel. We will tell you that Miss Messick is salaried and she deals in a service, and I think we ought to put Bennett Cerf to work right away.
Miss Messick, I want to know what part of Arkansas you're from. Is that anywhere near Fayetteville, where you come from?
It's about 90 miles from Fayetteville.
9 miles. That's
90. About 90 miles 90, east. honey.
No.
90. Well, that's a far east of it? Okay. Is your work done, Miss Messick, more outdoors than indoors?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, and Miss Francis.
Miss Messick, would I be correct in assuming that you are not a Miss Cotton or a Miss Tobacco or a Miss Peachtree or a Miss anything from this state?
All right, Miss Hathaway, yes, you may.
I may. Do people come to you for your service?
Yes.
Men and women?
Yes.
Could children come to you for your service?
No.
No, that would be highly unlikely. I mean, under a certain rare circumstance it might happen, but routinely it would not happen. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Perkins.
Miss Messick, when you receive these people, these adults without children, do you speak with them? Do they speak to you? Is there a conversation involved?
Yes.
In other words, might you say, do they ask your advice? Do they say, what should we do about blank, 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 and then you tell them?
Well, I think it would be safe to say, Tony, that they often get advice. Whether they directly ask for it or not would not necessarily be germane.
All right. Does this advice or does this service, does it cost money?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. In other words, we can say when correctly applied, or in other words, when it works, it costs money, right?
Well, I would say when it's working properly for Miss Messick's continuing function of her responsibilities, that it costs money, yeah.
Right. All right. When these people leave, having left, do they, having left, comma, are these people happier? Are they, do they feel more pleasant about life in general? In other words, is your service in the nature of something pleasant, rather than, let's say, not like a dentist? I mean, you don't harm them, you don't hurt them, you don't...
I think, back to get to the kernel of the question.
Yes, let's do.
But do people sometimes leave feeling happier, or?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. I pass. I'm kind of...
Miss Gilgallen?
Miss Messick, are the people who come to you ever in a romantic frame of mind?
Yes.
Do they ever come 2 by 2, heterosexually?
Hey. I say, Dorothy, please. After all, this is a family program.
Well, and I have a family.
Yeah, they sometimes come 2 by 2 heterosexually, yeah.
All right.
But actually, they more often take the bus.
Well, do you have anything to do with the holy estate of matrimony?
Yes?
Do you have anything to do with the issuing of licenses?
No?
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Well, Miss Messick, if you have nothing to do with licenses, may we presume that you are working for some profit-making person?
No.
That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
But you do have something to do with advising the couples that come to you.
Sometimes.
Sometimes you do? And you don't work for a profit-making organization?
No.
No. Do you discuss with them? Let me ask you this. Are they already married when they come to you?
Sometimes.
Would it not be better if they were married when they come?
Sometimes.
Do they come to you for advice about their progeny in any way? That's North talk for children.
Listen, sis, she doesn't know what you mean. Now, I would think here, speaking technically, no, I don't think that they come to you for advice about their children, do you?
No.
No, I don't
No,
think
wait
so.
a minute. Oh,
5
all right.
down and 5 to go, Mr. Perkins.
Well, now, I'm looking for a yes. I just want to set something straight. In other words, am I correct in saying you are not a marriage counselor or anything of that sort? I am correct
Yes.
in saying
I want to be the first to congratulate you.
These people do not come and buy something that they take with them. I mean, you don't deal with appliances for newlyweds, or I don't know.
I mean, your question, does Miss
furnishings.
Messick sell a product of some
Yes,
kind?
yes.
No, that's fine. 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Would it be possible, Miss Messick, that you could actually perform a marriage ceremony?
Yes.
Do you marry people?
Yes.
Justice of
Well,
Justice of the peace is
Thank
right.
you very
Let us go there. But since Bennett was out of order, we flip all the cards because we want to be completely correct in our procedures here. No,
I would like to make a statement, John. I never would have guessed that.
You wouldn't have guessed that?
No, I couldn't think of that phrase, justice of the peace. You know,
Well, I think that actually Bennett would have been next, so I don't think that any great less majesty has been committed. But Miss Messick is an elected official of Independence Township.
That's right.
And she is a justice of the peace. She also runs a newspaper, a little newspaper in the community. And she writes for the paper and runs a country store. And
she's mighty busy.
she's mighty busy. Mighty busy is right. And you've been a wonderful guest. It's nice to have had you on What's My
Thank
Line.
you.
Thank you, miss. Will you say good night to the Now let's see what we can do with the second challenger. Will you enter and sign in, please?
Charles T. Reese. Right, sir?
Mr. Reese, where are you from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Knoxville, Tennessee. That's
Yes.
where you were born, is it?
And yes, and
Ah,
raised there.
fine. Where are you living now?
O'Galley, Florida.
Oh, fine. It's nice to have you with us. May I present our panel?
How do you do?
Reese? You join me over here. Do you know how we keep score, Mr. Reese?
Yes, I do.
All right, then we'll tell the folks in the theater and those at home exactly what you do. All right, panel. Mr. Reese is salaried. He deals in a product. And we'll begin the general questioning with Miss Francis.
Mr. Reese, is it a product that is useful rather than decorative?
Yes.
Is it a product that any of us on the panel might be interested in?
Yes, it is.
Is it a product that is found in our homes?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Perkins.
No. Is it a product used to improve the state of health or... yes, let me stop there. Is it?
No.
No. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
In other words, Mr. Reese, if any of us were using this particular product, we would be using it outside of our homes.
If you were using it, you'd be using it outside of your home.
Is this bigger than a bread box?
Yes.
Is it as big as a telephone booth?
Yes.
Is it bigger than a telephone booth?
Yes, it is.
Does it have any moving parts?
Yes, it does.
Are any of them metal?
Excuse me?
Are any of the parts metal?
Yes, they are.
Is this in any sense a vehicle?
Yes.
Is it a vehicle that would be found at some times on land?
Well, yes,
Yes.
certainly.
Is it also found in the air?
Yes.
Is it something other than an airplane?
Excuse me?
Is it something other than an ordinary airplane?
Yes, it is.
Is it anything in the rocket or projectile field?
Yes.
All right. Is it a rocket?
Yes, it is.
Now, what do I have to guess? What you do to it?
Excuse me?
I want to know how you ever got that far, Doris. She's
I don't know.
great.
You're doing too well, indeed.
Do you
like her.
Do you have some? You?
You're brave.
What am I supposed to guess now, John? What he does to rockets?
Yeah.
Do you launch them? No.
Well, actually, I will say this. I'm going to throw all the cards over because this is fascinating. I must say, Mr. Reese has a good deal to do with launching. He inspects Atlas missiles prior to launching. Actually, it's consolidated voltage, isn't it?
No, it's
General Dynamics?
General Dynamics.
And what you'd have to do is do you pass for the company before it's turned over to the actual
To the Air
launching?
Force, well, that's a large process, of course, but in simplified language, yes, that's exactly what we do.
Now, this is fascinating. What is your educational background?
Well, some college and mostly in jets prior to this. Of course, where do you learn missiles outside of missiles?
Yeah. You flew jets?
No, but I worked in jets before, in jet engines, propulsion, structure.
He also was the 1952 Olympic weightlifting
That's what I
team
thought.
member. You remember? Yeah.
That's what I had in mind.
Why
when
didn't
I,
you say so?
Well, I did. Yes, I thought it had
Well, why
something
didn't you
to do
start
with,
down that trail? We wouldn't have ended so fast.
Now, the thing that fascinates me is that Mr. Reese is involved as deeply as any individual can be in perhaps the most sophisticated element of our electronic engineering society, missiles. And yet he is a poet who has had his works published. He has been an actor, right?
Yes,
and he was an Olympic weightlifting team member. And now he's inspecting missiles. You've had a wonderful...
Thank you.
It's a relatively, obviously, I don't want to ask ages, but you're obviously a young man and you've had a wonderfully interesting life.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations and thanks for being our guest. Nice to have you with us. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our sponsor. And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity, for which, as you all know only too well, my friends on the panel blindfold themselves. Are the blindfolds all in place, panel?
Just about.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? Panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery guest, we go to a different form of questioning. One question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise. We begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you a motion picture star?
Of course, Mr. Sir.
I didn't get that answer.
Of course was the answer.
Of course?
Yeah.
Are you masculine?
No. One down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you in a picture that has just recently been released on Broadway?
Yeah.
Mr. Perkins.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Have we ever met?
No, sir.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Although you're known for your dramatic acting, are you also capable of playing in a musical? And did you ever? I mean, a movie musical.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Sir.
Did you ever play in a play on Broadway with Phil Silvers?
No, sir.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Have you been in pictures in the last 10 years? Oh, yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes. Has your career included a television series of any kind?
Well, sometimes.
Now, a television series specifically?
Yes, a television series. In other words, a situation series.
Yes, sir.
Miss Kilgallen.
Are you Jane Wyman?
Dorothy Kilgallen, I was sitting here saying, well, we've got him right where we want him now. What happened?
I don't know. The reason I asked that question about the musical, I can't even remember the name of the picture, but I remember she had such beautiful legs and such a cute figure, and it just occurred to me that that might pinpoint it. What was the name of the picture, Jane? Do you remember?
Well,
I don't remember.
When I remember,
With
Johnny
Crosby.
Belinda, wasn't that? Well, you didn't
Well, that
talk
wasn't
at all.
quite a musical, Bennett.
You didn't even talk, did you?
I remember the one I'm thinking.
What was Night and Day? Was that was a musical?
No.
Night and Day was a musical. That was the
With
thing.
Bing Crosby. I'm going to stick to
Just for you.
Just for
Yeah,
you.
you played a showgirl or chorus girl or something and wore tiny little costumes.
And presently, it's a Walt Disney
Pollyanna.
production, Pollyanna, you know. But it was Night and Day was a musical show I remember that Miss Jane was in. Oh, golly, I'm just bereft.
My goodness, I thought we had him there just for a half a minute.
I was sure we had him. Thanks very much
Thank
for
you.
joining us, and nice to have you with us in What's My Life. We'll be back. Have another contestant after this word from our alternate sponsor. And now a final contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Right there. John W. Mulhan. Is that right? You sit down. I will tell you, panel, that Mr. Mulhan comes from the Bronx in New York. And as you can see, has a lot of friends in the house tonight. And do you know how we keep score, sir?
Yes, sir.
Fine, then we will let the folks at home and our friends in the theater know exactly what your line is. All Well, we'll tell you very quickly. Mr. Mulhan is self-employed. He deals in a product, and we have 2 minutes, and we'll begin with Tony Perkins.
2 minutes we have. Mr. Mulhan, could I have this product in my home if I had a large house?
No. 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is it a useful product rather than a strictly luxury product? Useful. Would any of us on the panel ever have this thing?
Beg pardon?
Would any of us on the panel have any occasion to have this thing wherever we kept it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, we would keep it separately from our living quarters, is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be in an enclosure, ever?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this anything in the animal kingdom?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait. Actually, Mr. Mulhan has been good enough to give you some indication here. It has a connection with, but is not of itself a part of the animal kingdom.
May I assume that this is not alive, whatever it is?
Yes.
Is it too large to carry around in my hands?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Man, you fascinate me. You look so much like Harry Truman. This thing was alive once, the product that you're dealing with?
No. Nope. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
But it is a product that would be useful to an animal.
Right.
An animal would be happy to have it.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it something you put on an animal?
No.
No. 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Perkins.
Well, if you don't put it on him, you got to put it in him or under him.
And we... Tony, I'm sorry. We just ran out of time.
He makes mattresses or
milking
something
machines.
for
Well, just
cows.
get it close.
No, he feeds small fish to large fish.
Oh, no, never. Actually,
What is this?
Mr. Mulhan is wonderful. He sells hay, and he sells it on 42nd Street in the middle of New York. Sells it to the racetracks around this part of the country. Mostly. Thank you very much, sir. I'm sorry we didn't have more time. Will you say goodnight to the... Actually, it's astonishing. Mr. Mulhan sells 500 tons a week around the state of New York and the city of New York. And on that happy note that we all have this hay at hand if we want to eat it, good night, Miss Arlene Francis.
Nice to know they sell hay instead of corn in New York once in a while. Good night, Tony.
Yes, it is, and I have not guessed anyone, and I'm very discontent. Good
You're
night,
marvelous, Tony.
Dorothy.
Good night, Bennett.
A lot of those actors will be joining that missile fellow if that strike goes through, John. Maybe he can help them. Good night.
Good night, Bennett. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Todman.
What's My Line? Brought to you by Allstate, whose policies now include protection for your home, your family, as well as your car. You're in good hands with Allstate. And now, let's all play What's My Line?
Now let's meet our award-winning panel of What's My Line. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
And I would like to introduce a gentleman who has made the effort of flying all the way from California, where he is televising a new series called Kane's 100, just to be here to spend this weekend, Father's Day weekend, with his family. And I'm part of it, thank goodness, Mr. Martin Gable.
On my left, a girl who's staying home for the first summer in many years to do a new book for the man on her left, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
You all may think that the
feudal system has been abolished, but actually there are serfs living in Mount Kisco. And here's one of them, Bennett.
Well, for 12 years now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been carrying on a relentless guerrilla warfare with our panel moderator, and we finally found a way to keep a couple of jumps ahead of him. We played checkers with him. And here he is, John Charles Beck.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's Father's Day, as you all know. And had it been possible, Martin and Bennett and I would probably have formed a conspiracy tonight, but we don't feel we can do that. So we'll just go to our usual practice, which is to make it as difficult for the panel as possible, and I think we have the occupations with which we can do that singular thing again tonight. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before the panel a little bit later in the program, and we'll meet our first challenge. And now let's meet our first contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? James B. Swindoll, right? Swindoll, where are you from?
Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham, Alabama. Nice to have you with us. May I present the panel? Swindoll, will you join me over here? Do you know how we keep score, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. In that event, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. Panel, we can tell you that Mr. Swindoll is salaried, that he deals in a service. And Arlene, because you're going to leave us and go away to Germany tomorrow and be away for several weeks,
Yes.
I don't want to be hard on you, so you start the general question.
Are you going to be very gentle with me all night tonight?
Yeah, just about as gentle as I just have been. Will you start the general question?
Oh, that's not gentle enough. Well, Mr. Swindoll, do you work for a non-profit making organization?
Yes, I do.
Are you a member of some government agency?
Yes, I am.
Is it the state government as opposed to federal?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go. Mr. Gable.
You then work for the federal government, Mr. Swindoll.
That is right.
Are you stationed in the state of Alabama in the course of your work?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Does your work ever take you to Washington?
Pardon?
Does your work ever take you to Washington, D.C.?
Yes, it does.
Do you spend most of your time there, your working time?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you have anything to do with the President of the United States?
Yes, I do.
Are you a Secret Service man?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Swindoll, in the work that you do in Washington, are you ever in close contact with the president at the White House?
No, not at the White House.
Small question.
That's no touching.
You know. Mm-hmm. Bennett, I must say that, to be fair to you, we have to say that it would not be unreasonable to expect that our guest might be at the White House, just in the course of the normal routine of the responsibilities which he bears.
Well, might I go on then?
Since you phrased it in contact with the president there in the White House, we have to give you a no. I'm terribly sorry. And how is our guerrilla warfare going now?
It's getting more relentless.
Getting more guerrilla-like all the time. Miss Francis.
Nevertheless, the relationship is with the President of the United States. That was settled
Yes.
upon, was it not? Does Mr. Swindoll bear any title besides Mr.?
Yes.
Would the title ever be Doctor?
No.
That's 5 down and 5 to go. Mr. Gable.
Mr. Swindoll, you have an appointive office rather than an elective one, is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And you're in the executive branch of the government. Do you have anything to do with the president's leaving the White House at any time, for example?
Well, I would say he plays some part in, if the president decides to leave the White House, I think it's fair to say that on some occasions Mr. Swindoll has something to do with, say, the pattern and course of his going thereafter.
I see. Do you perform a function which is, say, manual as well as mental in regard to the president's movements?
So, yes.
Is there a vehicle connected with what you do, Mr. Swindoll?
There is.
Do you either drive or pilot for the president?
That is right.
Must I make a choice of one of those two?
Yes.
Well, if the past is any guide to the present, I always make the wrong choices, one of two. So I'll say you drive for the president.
That's very good, Martin. 6 out and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Are you the pilot of the Caroline?
Yes, indeed. And Martin, what tickles me most about that is that you've flown all the way back from the coast to come here and be here for Father's Day and to be with Arlene before she leaves for Germany tomorrow. And I thought, well, he's got to go for pilot. He just got out of an aeroplane a little while ago.
John, except in my marriage, I've had no instinct for success in my life.
What a wonderful sentence. Thank you. Well, let's now be formal and say Lieutenant Colonel James Swindle, United States Air Force, who is in charge of a group of some 200 men who
yes,
who are responsible for the president's safety and his conveyance through the air, and who pilots the Caroline when the president is going.
Well, it's actually not the Caroline. The Caroline is the family airplane. We fly the Air Force airplanes.
Ah, I see.
There's a little difference there.
Well, you mean when the president went to Paris and Vienna and London, what did you use? You used a standard United States Air Force,
yes.
707.
That's
with,
right.
The Glockenspiel, Murgatroyd, and the Fennistaffen, and the stuff that pushes behind. Is that right?
That's true.
Well, I studied aircraft when I was a boy. That's why I know all these technical terms. When you get the Glockenspiel in one of those airplanes, it's really quite an experience, isn't it?
That's right.
It sends people on their heads. Now, I think it goes without saying that Lieutenant Colonel Swindle would not be in his present responsible position if there were not a previous history. He was not only a pilot in World War II when you flew the hump, I believe.
That's true, yes.
And that was about as nasty a flying job as ever was conjured up. Great experience, yes. Did you have those 46s to go up with?
That's true.
And they would just barely get over the top of the highest mountain. And then you were also, I believe, in the Korean conflict, too.
That's right.
Well, sir, you bear a grave responsibility flying the president around, and you have, as I'm sure you've probably been told before, and as we all know, the graciousness which seems to have come into the White House, particularly with the new first family. It was there with the old first family, but the young new Kennedy family has captured the imagination of the country, and congratulations for being a part of it. It's nice to have you with us. You could have left your husband, out on the coast, Arlene. You didn't have to do this. So let's see what we can do with our second challenger. Will you enter and sign in, please? Mrs. Robert Haig? Haig. Mrs. Haig, where are you from?
Delray Beach, Florida.
Delray Beach, Florida.
Yes.
May I present our panel, Mrs. Haig? Would you join me over here? Do you know how we keep score, Mrs. Haig?
Yes, I do.
Oh, fine. Then let's let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we will tell you that Mrs. Haig is self-employed, deals in a service, and will begin the general questioning with Bennett Cerf.
Mrs. Haig, do you perform your service in or near Delray, Florida?
Sometimes.
Does it have anything to do with something that is conducted outdoors?
Yes.
Is the water connected in any way with your service?
No.
Small conference.
Going to render us a small service. I'm sure. Very small.
In a way.
Do you perform any feat of physical dexterity in the service that you perform?
Yes.
Would it consist of combat of any kind with a human being or animal?
No.
Well, now, here with your permission, Bennett, when you say combat, do you mean physical contact?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Thank you very much, Bennett. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you have something to do with the animal kingdom,
No.
Mrs. Haig?
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Gable.
Are there human beings that come to you for your service?
Sometimes.
And sometimes you go to them?
Yes.
Yes. That's to give you an evidence of the ratiocination of my mind. Thank you, Bill.
Wow.
Do you give advice with your service?
Sometimes.
Do you physically improve the people for whom you perform your service?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do both men and women take advantage of your services?
Yes.
Could children, too?
Yes.
Do you have anything in your hands when you are performing this service?
Yes.
Is it something other than people?
Yes.
Inanimate objects?
Yes.
Are they objects that are used in any game or sport?
Yes.
Is it a team sport?
No.
Small conference.
Play doubles.
Yes. Tennis can be a team sport. Tennis can be a team sport. It's part of the Davis Cup team.
Sometimes.
Is it a game that can be played indoors and outdoors?
Is it a game that can be played in its completeness indoors and outdoors?
Oh.
Now, what I'm thinking here of, Dorothy, is there are many games that you play outdoors, you know, that you could, to some degree, practice a part of it indoors, and we don't want to mislead you.
No, well, that wasn't really what I meant. I meant, could it be played completely indoors? So I guess I get a no.
You get a no. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Haig, would the game be golf?
Yes.
Are you a champion of some sort in golf?
Well,
yes.
Just win the women's tournament?
Pardon me?
Won a big tournament very recently, did you not?
Not very recently.
That's a no. That's 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis. What is it we're looking for?
Well, I don't know. I presume Miss Haig may be a golf pro, therefore.
That's right, a professional golfer. Wow. Actually, I think you would all know her immediately as Marlene Bauer,
Oh, yeah.
who has a sister named Alice, and many years ago, do you remember this? Andy Heiskill from Life magazine and John Daly, who was a broken-down old type from radio and television, were invited to play in a tournament, and we wound up as partners to the Bauer sisters, and it was very embarrassing. I think I had 116, and Marlene had a 72 or something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes,
It was
I
many,
certainly
many
do.
years ago, but we had a wonderful day together, and I must say both you and your sister have managed to electrify, I think, the interest that women have in golf, because you're both such magnificent golfers.
Thank you very much.
Your husband is also a fine professional golfer, as I remembered, isn't he?
Yes, well, he doesn't play on the tour.
He doesn't play on the tour,
No.
but he's a very fine... I think he could beat me. And I know he can beat Bennett. That's for absolute
Everybody
sure.
can be me.
Well, you're going to play next in the, what is it, Baldersall? Is that our big golf course in New Jersey? Then?
Yes, the National Open, Women's National Open.
And when is that going to be?
That would be the week after next.
I played that course. I have a friend on there named Charlie Smith from New Jersey, and we played that course, and they have a famous water hole. Do you know that one? You want to know what happened to me when I played it?
Don't tell me. I'll be thinking about it when I play.
Well, you do. You know, this is one of, I think I got 116 that day, but I got to this famous water hole, which is really a bête noire for professionals. Teed up the ball, took my club, pounced it, boom, right on the green.
Oh, well.
So you do that when you play it, too. Nice to have you with us, Marlene, and give my regards to your good sister and dear husband.
Thank you.
Nice to have you. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from us. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery challenger, for which my good friends on the panel are always blindfolded, as you know. Are the blindfolds in place, panel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Will you enter mystery challenger and sign in, please? As you know, in the case of the mystery challenger, we go to the different pattern of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you primarily a movie star?
Francis X. Bushman used to get me a glass of water.
Is that a yes?
Well,
Francis X. Bushman used to get me a glass of water.
I think it's such a difficult area, Dorothy, because of the many-sided and many-faceted talents of our guests that I don't think we can say primarily no. So we'll give you 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Have you been for many years a famous radio and television star?
Yes, but I'm still speaking to Jerry Lewis.
Miss Francis?
Are you primarily a comedian?
I've been trying to answer that question for a lot of years.
Mr. Gable?
Is your program on the air through the summer?
No, but I'm rehearsing. I'm ready to work.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you have any connection with the world of popular music?
Yes, Perry Como cut my hair.
That's really a no. 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Have you a wife who is a lot stupider on the air than she is in private life?
You're pretty hot.
Are you George Burns?
Yes, you guessed it.
Actually, George was in the Perry Como show.
I just finished it tonight.
And what happened?
Well, I'll tell you what happened at lunch today. I thought it was so funny. They gave me a half hour off to eat. So I ran over to the St. Regis Hotel. And I got there at 12
I like
o'clock.
where you go for those snacks.
Well, Gracie is a very rich woman. And I went to the St. Regis Hotel, and I got in there, and I had on a sports shirt, and I couldn't get in because you have to wear a tie. So I said to the captain, will you let me have your tie? I'm just going to sit down. He knew me. He said, sure. He took off his tie. I put it on. And I said, I'll have a chicken sandwich and a martini. And he says, you can't have a martini. We don't serve any liquor until 1 o'clock Sundays. I said, look, if you don't give me a martini, I'll tell them you haven't got a tie on, and they'll throw you out. I didn't get my martini. But I still got his tie. It's a nice tie.
That's what I was going to ask you. What happened to the next tie? That's wonderful. Have you called Jack Benny lately?
Yes, I called Gracie. I spoke to her tonight. I told her that I got a big thrill today because on the Como show, there was Lena Horne. And the three of us sang together. And that was nice because I love to sing. In fact, I've got my orchestrations backstage in case you've got some music here.
Sing, sing, sing.
Bennett can whistle. Well, I don't think we ought to rush into this, George. What did you sing with Lena Horne?
Well, I sang In the Heart of a Cherry. These are songs I made famous. Tiger Girl.
Tiger Girl?
Tiger Girl. I'll be waiting for you, Bill, when you come back from San Juan Hill. Which everybody whistled in Altoona.
Could you sing a bit of Tiger Girl for us?
Tiger Girl. It's in minor. I need violins for that.
What about I'll be waiting for you, Bill, when you come back from San Juan Hill?
You just sang the whole song.
I sang the whole song.
But I tell you, I'm singing this. Can I plug a little bit the little thing I'm going to do?
Plug your head.
I'm going to Vegas July the 11th for 4 weeks. And I've got some very good songs.
Is Gracie going to be on the show with you?
Oh, no. Gracie's
She's retired.
In fact, she's retired. When I got on the plane, she wouldn't even kiss me goodbye.
Even though Father's Day was coming up?
No, I spoke to her. She's having dinner with Jack and Mary tonight. They're going to watch the show.
Have you talked to Jack on the phone lately?
No.
Actually, I don't know where I came by this, but somewhere or the other, I can remember being convulsed at lunch, or it may have been watching the Jack Parr show, which you were on. But you had a habit at one time of calling Jack, didn't you, and just getting in the middle of a conversation and hanging up?
It started out when we were this is about 35 years ago. I would talk to Jack, and I hung up in the middle of the conversation, and that made Jack laugh. You know, Jack laughs at a red hat. So I hung up the phone, and he laughed. And then he laughed, so I hung it up again. But then it ceased to get funny, you know? So then I didn't hang up the phone, and he thought I was mad at him. This is going on for 35 years. I still have to hang up the phone. I hate doing the bit, but I got to do it, or he thinks I don't love him.
But what were the conversations, George?
Well, they were silly cats. I'll tell you one thing about hanging up the phone. He bet Benny Rubin once in Chicago that I would hang up the phone on him. And they bet $25, and then Benny Rubin came downstairs and said to me, Jack is going to call you on the phone. I bet him $25, and you're supposed to hang up. And if you don't hang up, if you hang up, I lose the bet. I says, don't worry about it. So Jack Brooke called me on the phone, and he spoke, and he talked, and I talked, and he talked, and he said, aren't you going to hang up? I says, no, I got half of Benny Rubin's bet.
George, and I think the people of Las Vegas are lucky to have you coming for 4 weeks. I wish we had you for 18 weeks. Nice to have you with us. Well, I must admit, panel, you've done very well tonight. Well, I noted for the record a bit earlier this evening that Arlene is going to leave on Monday and go to Europe, where she will be for several weeks. I think it goes without saying that all of us are going to miss her, and I'm sure that is not only a voice that speaks for our panel and for the production people on What's My Line, but all of you who are viewers at home and you are viewers in the theater. So, Miss Arlene, may I say, bon voyage, much happiness and success over there, and come back as soon as you can. And good night, Miss Arlene Pratt.
Thank you, John. Thank you. I'll miss you all desperately, but you... I'll see you in München, mein Führer.
Send me a wire when you arrive, Arlene.
Yes. Good night, John.
Good night. I'll do the same, Arlene.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Bennett.
Be careful not to go on the wrong side of that Brandenburg gate.
Don't worry.
John, I do hope you'll be with us next week, won't you?
I'll be here.
Well,
Thank you,
fine.
Bennett.
That's fine.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
What's My Line has been brought to you by Allstate, whose policies now include protection for your home, your family, as well as your car. You're in good hands with Allstate.
What's My Line? Brought to you by Allstate, whose policies now include protection for your home, your family, as well as your car. you're in good hands with Allstate. Now let's all play What's My Line? And now, live from New York, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And on my left, the handsome and popular master of ceremonies of the popular game show Password, Mr. Alan Ludden.
Now I'd like you to meet the newest member and the only woman member of the Board of Directors for Bonwit Teller, Miss Arlene Francis. Woman member, indeed.
And now, the gentleman that makes Random House tick, our own Mount Kisco kid, Bennett Cerf.
And here's our panel moderator, that oligarch of obfuscation, John Charles Daly.
Bennett actually only means he's fuzzy about what I'm talking about, but then he's fuzzy most of the time, aren't you, Bennett? Alan Ludden, it's nice to have you with us tonight.
Thank you, John. It's good to be here.
I must say I'm a little
member
bit...
of the board.
Yeah, I'm a little bit overawed by the partner that you have sitting on your left there, a member of the board of directors, mind you, yes.
With
Nevertheless,
17 men.
we've got some very interesting occupations for the member of the board and 3 colleagues to play with tonight. We have some nice people who've come from far and near, and I think you're going to have a tough time tonight. I don't want to discourage you, but you might as well be on notice that things are going to be a little rough. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before my good friends on the panel a little bit later in the program, and we'll meet our first challenger. Now to meet our first contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Irene Fisher. Is that right? Is it Miss or Mrs. Fisher?
Mrs.
And where are you from, Mrs.?
Baltimore.
Baltimore? In good old Maryland?
Yes, sir.
Well, fine. Now, Mrs. Fisher, may I present the panel?
I do.
Now, would you join me over here? Mrs. Fisher, do you know how we keep score on What's My Line?
Yes, sir.
Fine, then we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel. We can tell you that Mrs. Fisher is self-employed and deals in a product. And we'll begin the general questioning with Bennett Cerf.
Well, Mrs. Fisher, Baltimore is on Chesapeake Bay. Would your product have anything to do with the sea or come from the sea in any way?
Yes, sir.
It does. Is it a product that can be eaten by human beings?
Yes.
Does it have shells?
Yes.
Have you something to do with the oyster business?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
It has shells, but it's not oysters. Do they have clams down there?
Do they have clams in Chesapeake Bay?
No.
You mean?
This is really just a point of information.
Just as a point of information, I think we'd have to leave it that way. My recollection is that it's not so, but it's possible that there are some beds in that general area, and I wouldn't want to try to define geographically the specific location of the beds, nor whether the crustaceans were there in existence.
Well, then clam up, John.
Then I will ask Mrs. Fisher if your product might be lobsters.
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Ludden.
Not clams, not oysters, not lobsters.
Crabs.
Are these generally edible? I mean, do I see them on menus generally, these sea fish?
Yes, uh-huh.
Are they eaten raw?
No.
No.
3 down and 7 to go. I'd say some people may, but then, you know, de gustibus non est disputandum or something like that.
Oh, yes, of course.
Miss Francis.
Is this fish usually served as a first course?
Could be.
It could be.
Does it belong to either the shrimp or the crab family?
Yes.
What family would you like best, Bennett?
Well, if you say crab, I'll say shrimp. And if you say shrimp, I'll say crab.
Okay.
And I trust afterwards neither one of you will be crabby about it. Even that...
If I were swimming, is it an animal that might possibly grab a hold of my toe?
They don't, though.
Sometimes, I think, in the general area.
All right, we've just ruled out crabs. Is it a shrimp
No, wait a
that
minute.
you're
We
interested
said
in?
it could happen, Arlene. I don't think it does usually happen, but I think that literature has made it a possibility, and whether in fact it happens, I'm not sure.
Well, let's hang on to the crab family, then. Do you have anything to do with the crab family of fish?
Yes.
Is it fun? Do they have crab beds? I don't know.
No.
What do they don't have crab
Don't
beds.
have crab beds. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Well, you have something to do with either catching or merchandising crabs, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you connected with the people who pull in these crabs that are shipped around the country as food? Would you say you are a crab gatherer?
I think we would have to accept crab gatherer, although I the proper term is fisherman. Mrs. Fisher is indeed a crab fisherman, or fisherwoman, I guess is more exact.
Are they soft shell crabs?
Hard shells.
Hard shells.
Hard shells. Medium size and large?
Yes, sir.
Medium and large. Now, will you answer a question for me? Because I must say that I wasn't certain about an answer. When you order crab meat, and you say, I want a lump crab meat, does that come from a hard-shell crab?
Yes, sir.
It would, as a first course.
Yes.
But you can also, the big ones, when you have the legs to eat with the mayonnaise and that sort of thing, that's all.
Well, John, down in Florida, and when Havana was available before Mr. Castro sealed it off, they had stone crabs down there, which are superb. They don't get as far north as Chesapeake Bay, do they?
No.
I guess Chesapeake and Stone and Dungeness from the West Coast are the best known and probably the best crabs, eating crabs in our part of the world, aren't they?
Oh, you don't think the Chesapeake?
I said Chesapeake, Stone, and Dungeness.
Yes.
Those are the 3 big ones, right, Mr. Fisher?
Right.
Good. I nearly got in trouble. Thank you for not letting me get in trouble.
Yes.
Nice to have you with us. Now to meet a second contestant, will you enter and sign in, please? Dolores Carroll, right? Is it Miss or Mrs. Carroll?
Mrs.
Where are you from, Mrs. Carroll?
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Chattanooga, Tennessee. Nice to have you with us. Mrs. Carroll, may I present our panel?
Hello.
Now, would you join me over here? Do you know how we keep score? All right, if you know how we keep score, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, Mrs. Carroll is self-employed and deals in a service. And let's begin the general questioning this time with Alan Lutton.
Mrs. Carroll, you're self-employed, is that right? Let's see. Is your service one in which you are involved directly with, we'll say, with men and women?
Yes.
Would it be the kind of service that I would benefit from, in the sense that I would be happier if I'd come to you for it?
Well, I think that if you were to avail yourself of the service which is being offered here, the excellence of the service which you would receive from Mrs. Carroll would tend to give you a sense of well-being, yes.
I see. Would in order to perform this service, Mrs. Carroll, have you had to have a special kind of training?
Yes.
Was it the kind of training that involved college?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Well, do the people therefore come to you as a rule, do they?
No.
Well, no, I think we'd have to say the people who would wish to avail themselves of the service would have to affirmatively move from their site to Mrs. Carroll's site.
Mrs. Carroll, do you perform your service indoors as a rule?
No.
As a rule, no. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Carroll, does the service that you perform bring you into direct contact with the men or women for whom you perform this service?
You mean touching contact,
Yes.
Bennett?
Yes.
Is touching contact necessary to the service?
To the pursuit of the service?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mrs. Carroll, do people ever watch you when you're performing your service?
Yes.
Do they pay to get in to watch you? Is that the general idea? They
Let me
pay
have
an
a small
admission
cup.
fee?
That's a long.
Boy,
Break it up.
it's a conference only, not a
Listen,
summit meeting.
We were discussing a doubleheader on stadium this afternoon. Yes, Dorothy, you'd get a...
I forgot what the question was.
Do they pay to get in?
Do people have to pay to
Do you move about in your work?
move about? You mean within a small circumscribed area, or actively move from one place to another as a...
In a small circumscribed area.
Well,
such
to
as
the
a
degree that-
platform or a stage or a
Well, to the
room.
degree that any of us move about, in some part of the performance of most of our tasks, yes.
Well, Mrs. Carroll, would the people who pay to see you be considered and called an audience?
Yes.
Do you, by any chance, give any advice or counsel in your work?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Ludden.
Mrs. Carroll, are you an expert in your field? Do people come to see you because you do whatever you do better than most people?
I would think that's a fair statement, yes. The particular thing that Mrs. Carroll does, I'm sure that she does better than most people could.
Do people come to see you do this because they are amused by it or because they learn from it? Or, well, that's 2 questions. Do they come to see you because they're amused by what you do?
Yes.
What you do then is amusing. You are an entertainer or a performer of sorts. Is that true?
Yes.
Does what you do involve muscular dexterity? Do you have to, yeah, that's what I mean. Does it involve muscular dexterity?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you work with any equipment when you perform?
Yes.
Do you wear something other than what you might have on now when you are performing?
Yes.
Does what you wear cover you up to some degree rather than uncover you down?
Yes.
Is there anything in your work that might be considered dangerous for anyone else to perform it other than yourself?
Yes.
Are you on the ground when you perform it, standing up but on the ground?
Yes.
Does it have anything to do with any other person or animal?
I think we would have to agree it has to do with another person to the degree that the involvement of somebody else is critically necessary to the full functioning of the service.
Do you bring this person to you, this person that you use with you when you are performing your service is not part of your act, but is brought into the act? Is that correct?
Let me have a small conference.
Or is it a frame-up? I haven't any idea what she does, but I would like to know.
Other things he could do.
No animals.
No, it doesn't require any physical dexterity.
Would you ask that question again, Arlene?
I don't think I can.
I just think you could. I'm trying to be fair here. Your question has to do with the degree of involvement, I take it.
Yes.
And what you're really asking is...
Does it seem to the audience that is watching that that you do the work as though it were unrehearsed with the other person?
Well, I would say that the cooperation necessary between Mrs. Carroll and the other person is of such character that some previous knowledge in both of them, and some previous, shall we say, rehearsal would be necessary.
What I really, well, let me put it another way.
So you just got to know.
How many ways can I put it before I get a no?
You just got to
already
know.
done it.
Yes, that's 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Carroll, does the equipment that you use in your act have any sharp points or sharp edges, possibly?
No.
7 down and 3 to go. Miss Gilgallo, I'm going to give you one more minute.
Mrs. Carroll, is your work more mental than physical? No.
8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Ludden.
Is there anything involved with a metaphysical as far as your extrasensory perception or anything like that?
Extrasensory perception?
Yes.
No. That's 9 down and 1 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you in a magic act of any kind rather than a sports act?
No.
No, that's
You're
10
a
down and no
sports
more
act.
to go. I can't understand why you couldn't get this, no, because Mrs. Carroll just does a human bomb act. I mean, it seems to me everybody should be able to get that.
A human
A
what?
human bomb act.
Mr. Dare?
Mrs. Carroll gets into a box with 2 sticks of dynamite, which are placed 12 inches above her head. Fortunately, she has a steel plate right on the top of her head. She empties, now you correct me if I haven't got this right.
No, I wear a helmet.
You wear a helmet that gives you,
That's it.
that has a steel plate in the top of it?
No.
Nothing, just the helmet for protection. And then she empties her air of lungs, and on a time basis, I mean, not empties her lungs of air, pardon me. And then on a time basis, her husband pushes the plunger, detonates the dynamite. This creates a vacuum.
It's a matter of faith, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, if something doesn't go right here, there's going to be the devil to pay. And you all will remember that we had, I believe, a few years ago.
Last year.
Was it last year? The gentleman who taught you this, wasn't it?
And I travel with him.
Oh, you do? What is his name?
Gene Bean.
Gene Bean. You remember Mr. Bean was with us, and he did this same thing. We thought July the 4th being up, we'd like to meet another human bomb, Mrs. Carroll.
I would like
The name of this act is Throw That Bomb Out of Here.
Well, since July the 4th is near, I'll be excused if I say that was a bomb. Well, here we are. Mrs. Carroll, thank you very much. It was fun having you with us. And we'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our sponsor. I forgot. I flipped all the cards last time, so now that it's all recorded, now I bring them all back again. And I think that's a very good idea, too. And we come to that moment in time when we have the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery challenger, for which my friends on the panel are always blindfolded. Are the blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good. Will you enter mystery challenger and sign in, please? All right, panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery guest, a different form of questioning, one question at a time, in turn moving clockwise. And let's begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you a boy singer?
No. 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Ludden.
It sounded like there were more men yelling than girls in the audience. Are you a male entertainer?
No.
What?
No. 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
No, I mean, is he a male? I got to know.
I'm sorry. Would your name be found in the entertainment pages of the Sunday papers? Yes.
Mr. Sir?
Do you ever do your specialty in a nightclub or hotel room? Public hotel room?
Never.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Did she say never?
Never.
Never. Do you work on the stage?
Yes.
Mr. Ludden?
You then are an actress. Are you appearing now on Broadway?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Are you appearing now in a motion picture? Yes.
Mr. Sir?
Is this picture now playing in one of the big Broadway Nickelodeons? That's a throwback.
I didn't hear.
Is it, I mean, one of the big features at one of the big houses now, downtown?
Yes.
Miss Kilgallen?
Oh, I haven't a clue. I pass.
Are you currently appearing in a play about a very wonderful woman? I mean, a movie about a very wonderful woman in a it's a magnificent performance. With a child?
Yes.
Are you Anne Bancroft?
Yeah.
Yes. It is indeed Miss Anne Bancroft, and of course, the picture is The Miracle Worker. And before there ever was a picture, there was an absolutely magnificent and wonderful play called The Miracle Worker, which starred Anne Bancroft. And in San Sebastian in Spain, if my memory has any worth at all, the International Film Festival got The Miracle Worker and Miss Anne Bancroft as the best picture and the best actress.
Yeah.
I must say, Alan, I think, said all that needs to be said, but it is a most remarkable story, and it is most wonderfully created. And I'm, for me, going to the theater to see it earlier, and now looking forward to the picture. It's one of the memorable things that's happened.
Even before that, Miss Bancroft was wonderful in Two for the Seesaw, which I think we all remember, too.
You're marvelous. Thank you.
You know, John, it was interesting tonight. We were going to see Miracle Work before we came up here, my son and friend of mine and I, but we were going in the middle of the show, and I didn't want to see it from the middle, so we didn't go. Because you've got to see that, I think, from the beginning.
Please.
Yeah.
Dorothy?
I've heard this from everyone who's seen it. They say as marvelous as the play was, the picture is even better, which is hard to believe.
It is. That's the truth.
Now, if this is not, I don't mean to be onerous in the question.
What does
Is there
onerous mean?
just burdensome to you? Is there a great difference that you noticed immediately when you transferred from the theater on Broadway to the making of the picture? Did you feel you had more room to move in, or is there any one aspect of it that gave you more pleasure in one medium
well,
than the
I
other?
felt I had less room to move in on the screen than I had on the stage. But actually, the problems that you have to solve dramatically in motion pictures is a particular set that's interesting and very exciting to solve. How much did I do?
Can you say what's my line with your
Oh, well,
hand?
we'll do this because I know where it's going. They'll all go.
She did it. That's it.
Yes, actually, that Miss Anne was answering with her hands
Yes,
sideways.
I was.
That's
Oh, she
wonderful.
was?
Yeah.
We didn't know that, of course.
Well, we are much honored, Miss Anne, much honored to have had you with us, and I trust that you took as much joy from your wonderful work in The Miracle Work as we've all had from being able to see it.
Probably more. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, I've got to admit, panel, that after all my threats, you've done rather well so far tonight, so congratulations, and we'll be back after this word from our alternate sponsor. Again, Alan Ludden, nice to have had you with us.
Thank you, John.
And good night, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Good night, John. Alan, our password is come again.
Oh, thank
Good
you. Good night, Arlene. I'll see you Tuesday on Password, huh?
Yes, indeed. What a pleasure for me.
With Merv Griffin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good night, Bennett.
Good night, everybody, particularly everybody in Dartmouth tonight. Good night, John.
Now, if you want a piece of obfuscation, there is a hunk of obfuscation for you, you old crab, you better. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Todman. This is Johnny Olson speaking.
What's My Line? Brought to you by Kellogg's. Kellogg's Cereal. The best to you each morning from Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
let's all play What's My Line? And now, live from New York, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Proud I am to introduce St. Patrick's gift of the theater, Mr. Edward Mulhare.
And now, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now the delicious publisher of Random House, who is the author of the best-selling book, Riddle-Dee-Dee, Mr. Bennett O'Houlihan Cerf.
O'Houlihan, indeed. Every week I have the pleasure of introducing our Master of Ceremonies, our panel moderator, but what a special pleasure it is on St. Patrick's Day to drool over his name, John Charles Patrick Crowan Daly.
This evening is more significant than you think it is. For nearly, going on 14 years, Bennett's been struggling with that Crowan, and this is the first time he's had it right, I might add. It's spelled C-R-O-G-H-A-N, and it's a little bit difficult to get used to. I think it's a great thing to have a Mulhare on the panel on St. Patrick's Day, too, sir.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis.
And we have, I think, a very pleasant half hour for you all as a part of St. Patrick's Day. Some very interesting occupations, as you will discover. We also have a famous mystery guest here before the panel a little bit later in the program. And we'll meet our first challenger after this word. And sign in, please. Kathleen McCoy. Is that right? Is it Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. McCoy.
Yes.
And Mrs. McCoy, where are you from?
County Cork.
From County Cork. So this is a wonderful day to have you with us.
Yes.
Primera. Now, Mrs.
Edward's from County Cork.
Mr. Mulhead is from County Cork, too.
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
May I present you to the entire panel, Mrs. McCoy?
How do you do?
And now would you join me over here, Mrs. McCoy? Do you know how we keep score on
Yes.
What's My Line? In
Yes.
that event, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we can tell you that Mrs. McCoy is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Mrs. McCoy, welcome. Do you do your work in Ireland?
Do you do your work in Ireland?
Yes. Have you any official job?
You mean attached to the government in one way?
To any government.
To a
yes.
government.
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Mulhare.
Do you work for a profit-making organization, Mrs. McCoy?
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
Yes. And it's a service?
Yes.
Yes.
Is it, do men and women, servicemen and women,
Yes.
do they come to you?
Yes.
Is it a charitable organization?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Preston.
Are you indoors when you do your job? No.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Surf.
Mrs. McCoy, does your work involve in any way transportation?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Are you involved in any way with castles? Yes. Oh. Surprise. Do you take people through them, or one of them? No.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Mulhare.
Do you wear a uniform, Mrs. McCoy?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
But you work outside the castle, not inside the castle.
Outside.
Outside. Do you have anything whatsoever to do with the gardening or the growth outside the castle?
No.
7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. McCoy, do you have anything to do with animal life outside the garden?
8 down and 2 to go, Miss Jill Gallant.
Do you have anything to do with whether people are admitted or not? Are you a type of gatekeeper or guard?
Yes.
You are a guard at castle?
Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper. We'll give it to you as guess. Now, just for fun, let's see if you can guess the castle.
Oh, good night.
Oh, now, come. It's St. Patrick's Day.
Killarney.
Oh, come now. It's St. Patrick's Day. Blarney, Ed. Right. Wonderful. Nice going, Mr. Mulhare. From
Mr.
Cork, you
Mulhare
should.
said he kissed it.
He has kissed. Because I suppose it's one of the great legends of our Western civilization, your Blarney Stone.
Yes.
Mrs. McCoy is the gatekeeper, and it's at the turnstile through which you pass to get into Blarney Castle. And then you have to go up, how many? You have to go up quite a distance.
109 steps.
109 steps.
How many people,
Hang
Mrs.
upside
McCoy,
down.
kiss the Blarney Stone in the course of a year, would you estimate?
Roughly around 30,000.
That's quite a number of kisses, isn't it?
Yes.
Are they filled with Blarney forever after?
Blarney forever.
We'd like to... No, there you are. Ed Mulhare has done it. Now, do we know excellence personified better than this? No. Eloquence and excellence. That's what he has indeed. Well, Mrs. McCoy, it was nice to have you come all the way from Era with such a wonderfully interesting occupation. Are you enjoying your visit here?
Very much indeed.
Ah, that's
Very
fine.
much.
What have you seen in New York?
Oh, I've seen lots of things.
Do you find anything in New York as interesting as Blarney Castle?
No, I prefer Era.
You prefer Era? Wonderful. Thank you very much for being our guest. It's
And
lovely to
thank
have had you with us.
too.
And now to meet our second contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Yes, indeed. How are you, sir? Charles McCarthy. Is it McCarthy? McCarthy. Good. All right. Mr. McCarthy, where are you from, sir?
From County Waterford, in
From County Waterford, it is.
Sure I am.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Mr. McCarthy, may I present our panel?
How do you do?
And would you join me over here, sir? Do you know how we keep score and what's my line?
Yes, I have it.
All righty, fine. If you know how we keep score, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. Now, panel, we can tell you that Mr. McCarthy is self-employed and deals in a product. And I think we'll begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Mr. McCarthy, the audience was overjoyed by your occupation or your product. Is it something that would give me pleasure?
Yes.
Would it give a gentleman as much pleasure as it would give me?
Yes.
Is it a product that I might have?
No.
I have an awful lot of products, Mr. McCarthy, I want to
Now, with your permission, Mr. McCarthy, knowing
I was
how
speaking at the moment.
Yes. Now, when you say have, you don't mean
no, I don't-
specifically in the theater.
No. I just mean, is it a product I might have? I
You
might
might
own
have,
or might
yes,
have.
yes. Mhm.
It is.
Yes.
Is it consumed?
No.
Well, now, we have a small problem there. Can I talk to you for a minute? Yes, I think we would, Mr. McCarthy agrees that rather than mislead you in the general area, we would agree that it is consumed to the degree it is used up after a period of time. Yes.
Uh-huh. Is it anything that you would put in your mouth?
No.
We got to have another small comment. Now, let me say this. I think Mr. McCarthy here is being very fair, and he's agreed that I can perhaps extend his remarks. I would say that he's perfectly correct in terms of our American experience. But by the same token, on the record, it has been put in the mouth, so we'll give you a qualified yes.
It's been put in the mouth but not swallowed?
Is that what your question is?
I'm not going to tell you whether that's what my question is. I want you to figure it out, and I'll give you a yes or no answer.
Well, I tell you, I think the question you asked was, is it put in the mouth and swallowed, and you get a no
All
for
right.
that. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Stern.
Mr. McCarthy, therefore, if it was put in the mouth and not swallowed, aren't you just chew on it?
No, Bennett, the question was, it is put in the mouth. The question was, is it put in the mouth and not swallowed? And we
The answer
answered
was
that
it
no.
is not swallowed.
No.
No.
It was asked, is it put in
It
the
could
mouth
be
and
swallowed.
not swallowed? And we
it
said
is
no.
swallowed. Has this product, Mr. McCarthy, ever been alive?
Yes.
We do not, in the terms that we use in the questioning here, you're right, but we use this in sense of animal life.
Animal
and that
life.
sort of
Well,
thing. So we would
vegetable
say-
life, too, John.
When did we
believe it-
start that, Bennett?
Oh,
What
about
St.
4 years
Jeffrey's
ago,
Day,
one
about
night.
4 years ago. 2 down, 8 to go, Mr. Kilgallen.
Has it been vegetable life, Mr. McCarthy?
Pardon?
Has it been vegetable life?
Vegetable life, yes.
It's not glass, is it? Are they eliminate that?
It's
Waterford is famous for glass.
It's not glass.
Is it something that has been transformed from something that grew out of the ground into a product?
No.
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Mulhare.
Have we established whether the gentleman works in this country or in Ireland?
No, we have not.
May I, do you work in this country, sir?
Yes.
Do you work in this country?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I do not.
No. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Is this product used for something other than putting it in your mouth?
Yes.
Is it something, is it stiff in any way, or taut rather than soft and squiggly?
Well, you
That
mean...
was not a question I could answer yes and no to.
I think the question is it stiff rather than pliable, and I would think we would have to agree that it was not stiff, but rather it was pliable. Wouldn't you say?
pliable.
Yes, that's 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Stern.
Mr. McCarthy, might this be in the peat or moss family?
Gee, I know
No.
the mosses, but I never met
No.
the peats. I don't think they're from Waterford.
Well, several
Plenty
peats,
of
Pete
moss.
McCarthy, Pete O'Toole.
No, Bennett. That's
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is it liquid rather than solid?
No.
7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Mulhare.
I pass.
Miss Francis.
It does grow in the ground, this product. Is that correct?
It grows in the ground, yes.
Is it possible that this could be used to stuff anything?
No. 8 down and 3 to go, Mr. Stern.
Mr. McCarthy, has this product got any, is it particularly identified with Ireland?
Mm-hmm. It is here.
Yes.
Well, I've disposed of peats and moss. I'm now going to turn to shamrocks.
Right.
Yes, it's corrected.
Got to turn to the right.
Yes.
You have something to do with shamrocks.
Yes.
You raise them.
Right. Go Shamrock. Mr. McCarthy is the vice president of the
Dunmore East Packing
Company, and they grow
We're the
shamrock.
largest growers of shamrock.
Ship them
in
all
Ireland.
over the world.
I never knew people put them in their mouth.
Well, now
Now,
this is something you talk to, because I had a moment.
Now, we're going back perhaps 1,800 years when the inhabitants of Ireland weren't so well looked after as they are
When
now.
John
And
was
then
boy.
shamrock was part of the normal diet of the poor people.
Was it?
Yes.
A salad.
I
Like
don't
a
see why
salad
not.
ingredient.
Yes.
Very good, too.
Full of vitamins.
Why not?
Yeah.
Full of vitamins.
That's back when old John Daly was a boy.
Oh, back to the days of Cuchulainn.
Cuchulainn, and that's
Yes.
the days when the Dailies were the poets to the kings of Ireland, just for your information,
That's
Mr.
right.
Sir.
I
Right?
think we had a daily.
The Dailies were, that's right. We're all poets.
When we were kings of Ireland, we had a daily as a poet.
That's right. See, there we are. When the McCarthys were kings of Ireland, the Dailies were their poets.
They owned Blarney Castle. It was their traditional home, as far as I remember, wasn't it?
Part of the family.
Yes.
There you are.
Too bad we don't have it now, with all customs. Well, it's a wonderful thing again to have somebody from Era visit us on St. Patrick's Day.
It's a great pleasure indeed.
I hope you're enjoying your visit.
I have very much.
I think I should say that we contrived all this for you, good members of the panel. Our guest came in Friday night by plane. We asked them if they'd be our guests to come over here so that we could have a St. Patrick's Day show you'd remember, and we hope all the folks out at home and in the theater will remember. Thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy. Nice to have you with us. Good to see you. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our sponsor. And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery guest, for which, as you all know, the panel is blindfolded. The blindfolds are in place. Panel?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Good. Will you enter Mystery Challenger and sign in, please?
All right.
As you know, panel, one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin with Bennett, sir.
Well, abandoning, possibly by mistake, Ireland for the moment, I'm going to ask if you achieved a great measure of fame at one time or another in the motion picture business.
No.
One down at 9 to go. Miss Kilgallen.
I'd like to get back to Ireland. Are you of Irish heritage? Indeed.
Mr. Mulhare.
Are you a writer, sir? Do you write professionally?
Yeah.
Miss Francis.
But dubiously.
Was that a yes?
Yes, it was.
Dubiously?
No. But are you also a performer?
No.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to change that answer to yes. Mr. Sir?
Have you become famous on television? I don't hear a single sound.
Perhaps.
Miss Kilgallen?
Well, Truman Capote is Southern. He's not Irish. Have you written a book?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Mulhare?
Would be what?
Can I make a guess at the gentleman's name?
Yes.
Are you Mr. Brendan Behan?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
He's written a book? Was it? Yes. I didn't hear was
He
it
hasn't written a book,
He
I
has
don't...
written
Oh, he
a book.
has written a book. So that he is a writer and he is a performer, perhaps. Are you known for anything outstanding when you do perform?
No.
Well, listen, I can't let that answer stand. Actually, our guest is, when he's performed, is extremely well known for the quality and character of the work he does. Mr. Sir?
Have you now or have you ever had any connection with the Abbey Theatre in Dublin?
Remote.
Very remote. So remote, we'll make it 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Well, when you are a performer, do you perform on stage?
You mean
Ever?
on the Broadway theater as distinct from the other media?
On
the
any
theater?
kind of a stage at all? Like this, for instance? Indeed. Indeed.
Mr. Mulhare?
Thank you so much. You're so kind.
Are you an actor?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Ah. But have you made your name known nationwide because of weekly appearances on television?
Yes.
Oh, he's the boy with a smile.
Who is it?
It's Edward O'Sullivan.
Edward O'Sullivan is right.
You know, Edward, and I'm now addressing this instead of Dorothy and Arlene and Bennett. When we were in Cork and we did our show there, We had the great pleasure of filming Edward's mother, and I don't know if I ever had a finer feeling. We kissed the Barney Stone, almost slipped out through the hole in the castle. So very nice to have been here, John.
Oh, well, wonderful to have heard you, Ed. Thanks
Thank you
very much
very
for coming to
much.
join
Thank
us
you.
after all your own program.
You've done very well so far tonight, panel, and we'll have another contestant after this word from our alternate sponsor. Contestant, will you enter and sign in, please? Deirdre Killeen. Is that right? Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Miss
Miss Killeen, and where are you from?
Dublin, Ireland.
From Dublin, Ireland. From here. How nice to have you here. May I present our panel? And now would you join me over here? Do you know how we keep score, Miss Killeen? All righty, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right. Panel, we can tell you that Miss Killeen is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Mr. Mulhare.
You work for a profit-making organization, Miss Killeen?
No.
That's one down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you work for any branch of the government?
Yes.
Is there anything entertaining about what you do?
There could be.
But I'm going to give you a no.
Yeah.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Stern.
Miss Killeen, do you have anything to do with the legal or police department of Dublin?
Yes.
Would it be rather the police department than the legal department?
Police department.
Police department. Are you indeed one of the distinguished police ladies of Dublin?
Yes. Well, will they all know? Well, I must say, we were a little bit afraid that after you'd had so much of Ireland tonight and had met so many people, we wouldn't be able to fool you. But you must admit that we came as close as it was possible with such a lovely gal who was a policewoman in Dublin, a member of the force, one of 16, I believe.
29.
One of 29 women on the police force of Dublin, work in and out of uniform, do all kinds of police work, trained just as men are, and you don't carry guns. I guess nobody does, on the police force. They carry up the baton.
How do you get along with Lord Mayor Briscoe?
We get on fine.
You get on well?
That's fine. That's like asking Murphy, my friend up here in the corner, how he gets along with Mayor Wagner.
Yeah.
Are we going to say ghastly or beastly or something like that? Well, are you having a pleasant visit with us?
Oh, yes, very
well,
pleasant
it's
indeed.
lovely to have you with us, and I'm sorry we didn't give them a bit more trouble, but we tried. That's the main thing. Thank you very much, Miss Green. Well, Mr. Mulhare, I think you must agree that we did everything we could tonight to make you feel at home, and
Indeed you did, sir.
we hope you enjoyed being with us.
And I do.
It was a joy to have you with us. And good night, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Good night, John. Aaron go bra, Edward.
Good night, Arlene.
What did you say to us?
I said thank you very much in Gaelic.
Oh, sounded nice. Good night, Edward. I hope you'll be with us again. Good night, dear Bennett.
Thank you. Good night, John Charles Patrick Crowan Daly.
I didn't think he could do it twice in a row, and certainly not on the same night. This goes to show you must never lose faith. Congratulations, Bennett. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us on What's My Line?
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Cotton. Johnny Olson speaking. Easter Seal Care gives crippled children a chance for rich and useful life. Please give to Easter Seal. Brought to you by Geritol, the high-potency vitamin iron-rich tonic in liquid or tablets to help you feel stronger. And now, let's all play What's My Line? And now, live from New York, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now I am delighted to present to you the Heart Ambassador, a gentleman who has come east just for the Heart Association, and there isn't a better Valentine that we could have than Bobby Darin.
Thank you. Good evening, and I am proud to welcome a young lady who is a charming young lady and also an internationally renowned columnist, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Now, I would like to introduce What's My Line's answer to the Beatles, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Here is our hirsute and undeniably handsome panel moderator, John Ringo Daly.
Bennett, you obviously have the Beatles on your mind.
Actually, Sullivan Show.
We had the Beatles next door tonight. And you talk about obstacle races. This is a real obstacle race we've had. Mr. Darin, it's nice to see you on the panel, sir.
Thank you, John. Nice to be here.
Good to have you here. Good to have you here in such a worthy cause, and we hope that you enjoy the next half hour. In fact, we have a special treat for you all tonight. You get your blindfolds ready, because we're going to start
Already?
with blindfolds. And on top of that special surprise, we will also have a famous mystery challenger for our friends on the panel a little bit later in the program, but we'll meet our first challenger after this word from Ted Mack, speaking for Geritol.
Hello, friends. Well, no matter what your line, you can't do a good job if you're always tired. I'm sure you realize that as well as anyone. But if you take vitamins and you still feel tired, well, you should realize that your trouble may be due to iron-poor blood. Well, now, vitamins alone can't build up iron-poor blood, but Geritol can. And that's simply because just 2 Geritol tablets or 2 tablespoons of Geritol liquid contain 7 vitamins, plus twice the iron in a whole pound of calf's liver. Just imagine that. In only one day, Geritol iron is in your bloodstream, carrying strength and energy to every part of your body. You check with your doctor, and if you've been feeling tired and run down because of iron-poor blood, you take Geritol every day. Take either the liquid or the tablets. I really wish you'd do it, because I know you'll feel stronger fast. In just 7 days, or you get all your money back from the Geritol folks.
All right, in view of our surprises this evening, panel, may I ask if all the blindfolds are in place?
Yes, sir.
If they are, would our first challenger enter and sign in, please? All right, panel, we can tell you that our guest is self-employed and deals in a service, and we would let the people at home and those who are sitting here in the theater know exactly what our guest's line is. And now, to start the general questioning, Arlene Francis.
Does your service have anything to do with the arts?
Yes.
Is it one of the performing arts rather than the graphic arts?
Sometimes.
Are you yourself a performer?
Yep.
Are we blindfolded on the panel because we would recognize you?
Probably.
Are you appearing at the present time in any Broadway production?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Darren.
Why aren't you the mystery guest is what I want to know.
They're tricky
Let me
on this
think.
show, Bob.
Yeah, exactly. Would you be found, would your picture in reproduction be found particularly in the, possibly be found in the sports sections as well as the entertainment sections of a newspaper?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
When you do what you do you ever have music accompanying you?
Yep.
You're still it, Dorothy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was mystery guest time. Do you yourself play a musical instrument?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Cerf.
You said you were not in a Broadway production at the time, but might you be rehearsing for one?
Yep.
Miss Brent? I'm sorry, Bennett.
What?
I'm sorry, I nearly made a mistake. Dreadful thought, but you carry on.
In the play for which you're rehearsing, do you do any singing yourself?
No.
4 down and 6 to go.
I know who it is.
Miss Francis?
If Bennett knows who it is, can he tell me?
Well, you can have 30 seconds for a conference. That's
May we?
fair.
Well, I would
Bennett?
think, well, this is just a guess, but I think it's Emily Williams. But I may be
Emily
wrong.
Williams with that accent?
Who is Emily Williams?
Great star and actor and playwright.
I just thought I was being left out or something.
No, he's a Welsh actor and a very fine writer, too.
30 seconds are up.
All right, we have
Arlene?
just ruled out Emily Williams. Thank you, Bennett Cerf. But are you rehearsing in a musical comedy that is about to appear on Broadway?
Yes.
Would you be the leading man in this particular musical?
No.
That makes it 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Darren.
You would not consider a show that was being publicly previewed in rehearsal, would you? Hadn't opened to the public in general.
That's right. It's about to open,
about
and in the
to
full sense of opening.
That does away with that.
But wait, Bobby is confused. Are they having previews? That's what he wanted
That's
to
what
know.
I was trying to find
No,
out.
the issue, we're here, the question has been asked as to whether our guest is involved in a musical which is about to open on Broadway, and we mean here open in the full and formal sense.
Yeah, then I take it I was in the right area then.
That's
it possibly some people have seen it in New York already, although it hasn't officially opened.
No, I'm glad you asked that question. That's 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
It has not had previews. Are we to deduce this?
That's what you're to deduce.
Golly.
Yet to be seen at all.
Did you, have you ever been a leading man, or have you ever played a leading role in a movie, too?
1 or 2.
Did you play a famous composer and the life story of that composer?
Nope.
That makes it 7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Have you got a famous, very famous father?
Nope.
8 down and 2 to go, Miss Francis.
Now, there are 2 musicals that are about to open in New York. One is What Made Sammy Run, and the other is Foxy, that I know of. Are you associated with either one of those shows?
Yep.
Doesn't sound like Burt Law.
Could be.
Are you Burt Law?
No.
Oh, no, because he'd be... Why did you make me say that, Bennett?
5 down and 1 to go.
Leading man.
Have you had anything to do with the show that is on Broadway now that is a huge, tremendous smash, opened several years ago?
What?
I don't know.
Did I say that too quickly?
What?
I was asking, does this particular individual have anything to do with a show that is on Broadway now that opened several years ago in connection in any capacity?
The name of which is?
How to Succeed.
No.
10 down and no more to go. And please take off your masks and meet an old friend, Johnny Mercer.
I thought any minute that falsetto was going to crack.
No, we were thinking of actors.
We
not
thought of somebody
composers.
in it.
I know, because you said, did you perform, and have you been in any movies? And I happen to have performed, and I have been in movies, but you should have said about the
Watched
writing.
it this afternoon on the Harold Arlen show, which I thought was superb.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful. Actually, Foxy is the movie, is the musical comedy, which is going to open This week.
Sunday, yes, 16th.
Next Sunday. Johnny, isn't this rare to have a musical comedy open on Sunday night?
Yes, I think it is a little rare. We were planning on opening on the 13th, and then I think somebody else was due to come in on the 15th, so we pushed it back to the 16th.
Yeah.
And now they're coming in on the 27th.
I think so.
Exactly. It sounds like the train schedules for the New Haven of the New York Central in the middle of winter. But I must say, I am one of those who owe you a great deal. I've been nominated 4 times for Oscars and won 2. But I grew up with the music which you're a part of, and it's good to have a chance to thank you personally for all the pleasure you've given us.
My pleasure.
Why don't you sing one more for the road as you go out, John?
4 to 3.
Bye-bye, Johnny. All right, let's see what we can do with the second challenger. Will you enter and sign in, please? Irving Cantor, is that right, sir?
That's right, sir.
Mr. Cantor, where are you from?
New York City.
From New York City. Well, may I formally present the panel, but I think probably you know them already by sight. Will you join me over here? We'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we can tell you that Mr. Cantor is salaried and deals in a product. And we'll begin the general questioning with Bennett, sir.
Mr. Cantor, is your product used by both sexes?
Yes.
Is there any printed material connected with your product?
No.
Not at all?
No printed material. 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Well, Mr. Cantor, the audience is wonderfully entertained by whatever the product is. Is it a product that would be seen on the person?
Yes.
Would it be seen from the waist up?
Yes.
Is it possible that it would be seen from the neck up?
Yes.
Would it be seen in the area of the head?
Yes, it would.
Now, we have just had an awful lot of publicity in this town about a group that's come from England. I may be all off the track here, but if you are responsible in any way for increasing the popularity of the beetle wig, we're in big trouble.
Just what I was going to say.
Miss Francis, may I ask you, what is your question?
My question is, do you have anything whatsoever to do with the beetle wig?
Yes, I do.
Are you a wig maker?
Right, I guess we have to get
Sorry.
it. Well, just to give me some exercise, we'll throw those all over. I think that one of the things that amuses me, and I hope that Mr. Cantor doesn't object, is that he is with the Lowell Toy Manufacturing Company.
Oh.
And it's the Lowell Toy Manufacturing Company that makes the beetle wigs.
Are they very popular? Are people buying them like mad?
Like mad.
How many are you making a day?
20,000 a day.
Oh, no.
Now, this may be a trade secret, and if I'm asking questions out of school, please don't answer it. How many orders do you have for them? Does this meet the
Well over 300,000.
You have orders for well over 300,000.
Mr. Cantor, do you have them marked so you know which to put front-wise and which back-wise?
They know pretty well.
Does it make any difference?
Oh, yes.
Are they worn on the head?
Are they worn on the head?
Yeah.
Yes, they're worn on the head.
Oh, I thought, the epaulets or something like
How
that.
much do they cost, Mr. Cantor?
$298.
I'll get you one, Bennett.
$298?
Actually, Bennett, you know, on these cold nights, just in case anybody misunderstands, if they work, Bennett, I'll get one, too. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Cantor, we didn't give them more trouble. I'm rather afraid that they had the Beatles much on their mind because, as I announced at the beginning, they've been next door this evening, and we had an obstacle course to follow just to get to our own theater so we could do our program tonight. But still, in all, we had a shot at it. I hope you enjoyed your visit, no matter how brief. It was nice to have you with us, Mr. Cantor. Good night. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our sponsor.
Whenever you can't sleep, but you're afraid to take a sleeping aid because you think it might be habit-forming, here's good news. You can take Somonex with confidence, where it contains no habit-forming drugs of any kind. Somonex helps bring you restful, natural-like sleep. Taken as directed, Somonex is truly safe. So whenever you can't sleep because of simple nervous tension or daily problems, take Somonex and sleep.
Take Somonex tonight and sleep. Safe and restful sleep, sleep.
Whenever you can't sleep, take Somonex for restful, natural-like sleep. Absolutely not habit-forming.
And now we come to the special feature of our program for which my friends on the panel must remask. How's that for manufacturing language, Bennett? Your dictionary to the contrary notwithstanding, please put it in. Are the masks all in place?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Will our mystery challenger enter and sign in, please? All right, panel. As you know, in this case, a different form of questioning, Mr. Darren particularly, one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and let's start with you tonight, Mr. Darren.
Are you in the theatrical profession?
Yep.
Ms. Kilgallen?
Are you primarily a movie actress?
Yep.
Mr. Cerf?
Are you the kind of movie actress who would raise John Daly's blood pressure several degrees just by sitting next to him?
The nicest thing that's been said about me and yours, Bennett, but the answer would be yes. Miss Francis?
Are you in a picture that is open at the present time?
No.
One down and 9 to go, Mr. Darren.
Do you have one coming out very shortly, which is getting an awful lot of attention in the press?
Yeah.
Miss Kilgallen.
Did you recently have lunch with the Queen of Greece?
No.
2 down, a date to go, Mr. Cerf.
Have you got a father named Henry Fonda?
Yes.
Then you're Jane.
That's right.
By doing my voice that way, I sounded more like my father than if I had...
Then if you hadn't attempted to disguise your
Yes.
voice? Well,
No, you didn't sound like your father, Jane.
You sounded like a girl, Jane, I'm afraid.
Jane, but we knew that Sunday in New York was about to open in about 48 theaters at one time.
It opens on Tuesday in New York, Sunday in New York. And I must say that one would have only to pick up any one of the current journals to find out that you are adding new luster to an already great name. We've been lucky enough to have your dad with us and always been proud that he'd give us the time, and we want to thank you, too, for joining us.
My pleasure.
You've been working overseas for the...
Yes, I just came back 2 days ago.
Hi. Do you like working over there?
I
Now,
do,
this
but it's
is...
good to be back.
It's good to be
Oh,
back.
yes.
Is there any great difference in terms of the joy that you take in working? And this may be a silly question. Do you have more fun over there when you're making a picture than you would here because you're in strange surroundings, have more things to see?
To a degree, yes, it's very exciting to, especially since one of the pictures I did over there was in French. And it's very exciting to work in another language.
You mean your French is so good that you can work in French?
Well, that remains to be seen, but it's good enough.
Well, congratulations. I don't know how many years of it, and I still can't order a meal. Well, I order the meal, but what I ordered isn't what I usually wind up with.
He always gets ham and eggs.
Bennett, I'll tell your joke again. You know, about the dentifrice. You want me to tell that again, Bennett? Anybody who's missed it, he's got a new product.
Oh.
The dentifrice with food particles in it for those who can't eat between brushings. Now, I must tell you, this is an old matter. Bennett told me that story, or I told it to Bennett. I forgot this conveniently months and months ago, and I'm going to slowly drive him mad because every time I get a chance, I tell it in front of other people. Well, we are very proud.
Maybe Miss Fonda remembers the story they tell about her father, you know, about the waiter who tried to make him drink absinthe all the time. And finally, he said, "Why do you make me drink absinthe all the time?" And the waiter said, "Because absinthe makes the heart grow, Fonda."
He told me that before.
Yeah,
He told me that before.
That's the trouble. You'll hear it again and again and again. Thank you very much for joining us, and great congratulations on your success. Nice to have you with us. Well, I must admit, panel, that was a brilliant recovery, and so you get some congratulations, and we'll have another contestant after this word from our alternate sponsor.
Hi, this is Dennis James. You know, there are a good many good cereals. In fact, Kellogg's makes 19 favorites. But of course, there's one that people like best, and always have, because, well, nobody makes cornflakes like Kellogg's. Maybe it's because they're all corn, or because they're crisper or fresher, or have Kellogg's secret flavoring. Whatever it is, it's good. Good and nourishing. Good to set you up these mornings. Now, when you taste it, you know this. It's the real thing. Anytime you buy any cereal of any kind, get a package of the best to you each morning. Kellogg's cornflakes. Try them soon, okay? Okay. Remember, it's Kellogg's cornflakes.
And now a final contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Joel Grossman, right? Mr. Grossman, where are you from?
Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Fort Lee, New Jersey. That's close on, isn't it?
Pretty
Just
close.
across the river. Fine. Mr. Grossman, may I present the panel?
Hello.
Now, would you join me here? We'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we can tell you that Mr. Grossman is salaried and deals in a product, and we'll begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Mr. Grossman, could I hold this product in my hand?
Yes. Yes, you can.
I could lift it relatively easily.
Yes.
Is it solid rather than liquid?
Yes.
Would it be found in the home?
Yes.
Could both men and women use it?
Yes, they...
Could children use it?
Yes.
If I owned one of these things, would it be in plain sight when visitors came to call?
It could be.
Yes.
Now, this presupposes that the conditions prior to their arrival would indicate the necessity and the need for its display, but in such an event, it would be there.
Conditions are usually rather neat. I hope that doesn't get me a no, but is this thing a manufactured product?
Yes, it is.
Does it have any movable parts?
No.
No. 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Grossman, can this product be consumed?
Yes.
Is it consumed by putting it in one's mouth?
Yes, it is.
Is it you said it was a solid.
Yes.
Is it therefore some kind of food?
Yes.
Is it a food that is used at regular meal times?
Can
Yes.
be. Mm-hmm.
Would it be used more at one meal probably than others, possibly?
No.
Well, I would say with Mr. Grossman's consent here that it is likely that it might be used at one meal period rather than at another specific meal period. I have in mind here.
Goodness, I didn't expect all this from that simple question.
Mr. Grossman agrees, Bennett. We don't want to mislead you, but it is likely that it would be found more at one kind of meal than at another specific kind.
Might that meal be breakfast?
That's a very good question.
No.
Thank you very much. 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Is the product an accessory to the meal rather than the regular course?
Yes.
Is it in any way spicy, or would it be in the condiment family?
Yes, it would.
Would it be in the... well, let me ask you this. Does it have a color that would make you think of springtime? How about that for a question? What color wouldn't?
Well, I guess we could say yes.
Is it green?
No. That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Darrell.
I see. Would everybody at the table enjoy this? We've established that children might eat it, but everyone sitting at the table, would they would enjoy it. Is it eaten, am I correct in assuming it's eaten before the meal itself?
No.
No. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is it likely to accompany a particular type of meat?
It could.
Several particular, you'd like to think several kinds of meat. Does it come in a jar, usually?
Yes.
Well, I have my choice of pickles or mustard. What do you say?
Well, it isn't pickles.
It's not green.
Because it's not green.
You never saw any red pickles?
Black olive.
Or oh, excuse me. I know there was no call for conference, John. I want to be the first to apologize. Does it have a distinctive color like red?
Red?
Ketchup.
Ketchup? That makes it 5 down and 5 to go, Bennett.
I forgot.
Was this a vegetable before
You're running out of
had it put
time.
into a
You're
jar?
running out of time, Bennett. What is it?
Black olives.
No, it's mustard. Yellow. No, that's funny because you had it. And actually, Mr. Grossman is with the French's Mustard Company.
Is that a solid?
Oh, yeah, that's a solid. It's not liquid.
Oh,
It's a semi-solid.
It's goopy.
It's a semi-solid.
Semi-solid, that's what it is. Thank you, Mr. Grossman. I'll fight with them about whether it's a semi-solid. Nice to have you with us, and that's my life. Well, I've used up almost all the time, so I just have time to say good night, Miss Francis.
Good night, and good night to you, Bobby Darrell, and good luck with the entire Heart Association.
Thank you very much. Good night, John. Good night, Dorothy. Thank you.
Come again, Bobby. Good night, Bennett.
Good night, Ringo.
Oh, don't tempt me. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Codman. This is Johnny Olson speaking.
Men, use Ice Blue Aquavelva, the aftershave lotion that's better for your skin. Aquavelva cools away razor burn, soothes irritated skin, and Aquavelva contains humectant, a wonderful skin conditioner that puts back skin moisture, protects your skin from drying out. Aquavelva has a clean, manly scent. You'll hear him say,
There's something about an Aquavelva man.
get Ice Blue Aquavelva in the handsome decanter bottle.
What's My Line? Brought to you by Geritol, the high-potency vitamin iron-rich tonic in liquid or tablet to help you feel stronger. The makers of Geritol also bring you Ted Mack and the original Amateur Hour earlier Sunday on most of these same stations. Brought to you by Sherwin-Williams House Paint, the standard of quality throughout the world. And now let's all play What's My Line? And now let's From New York, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
Thank you, Arlene. And now the nationally syndicated newspaper columnist, my dear friend, always loved being in the column, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And on my left, the still undeclared candidate for mayor of New York, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Well, of all the panel moderators in television, John Charles Daly is invariably the most eupeptic. How come? We don't know. He must be doing something right. Here's John Charles Daly.
There's one thing about publishers of dictionaries. They have to read all those words. Do you read copy on your American Collegiate Dictionary?
I make up most of it.
You make up most of it. That could be, I think, possible. Paul Anka, it's very nice to see you on the panel. I must give you full and fair warning that the imagination has been fully exercised tonight, so brace yourselves for the next half hour. You're going to have some real tough ones thrown at you. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before my friends on the panel a little bit later in the program, and we'll meet our first challenger after this. And now to meet our first challenger, would you enter and sign in, please? Pat McGee, right? Miss or Mrs. McGee?
Miss.
Miss McGee. It's nice to have you here, Miss McGee. I think the Dailies and the McGees are a good and fine bit of opposition for the panel.
Great.
A good show. Miss McGee, may I present the panel? And would you tell them where you're from?
San Diego, California.
San Diego, California. Now, if you'll join me over here, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. Panel, we can tell you that Miss McGee is salaried and deals in a product, and we will begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Miss McGee, is this a product that is used out of doors?
Yes.
Is it a product that I might enjoy?
Oh, yes.
Is there something entertaining about the product?
If you were using it, it sure would be.
Thank you, John. Is it a product that would keep me in motion?
Yes.
Is it a product that has wheels?
Yes.
Is it a product that would get me around?
Yes.
Is it a product that would be ever on my feet?
Yes.
Oh.
Is this new board, skating board, that you'd fly around on all over?
That's remarkable, Arlene, and congratulations. But, of course, we haven't as yet determined what Miss McGee has to do with the skateboard, have we?
No, we haven't. Are you an instructress? No?
She's a champ, I bet.
Well, I actually...
Demonstrate.
Champ, demonstrate, instruct, all of these are right, so I'll throw all the cards over.
I wish you were going to... Have you got the skateboard with you? I'd love to see how it works. You didn't bring it?
If you look at the front cover of Life magazine this week, you will see Miss McGee on her hands on a skateboard, right on the front cover.
Oh, John, if you'd only try one of those.
You think that was nice? I don't think that was nice. Huh?
I think it would be fun.
I think it would be, too, and I could do it. Now, he couldn't, but I could try it. we could always get him a chair, and he could sit on the edge of the sidewalk and watch while I was doing it. No, I guess actually Miss McGee, and I don't want to embarrass her, is probably the champ of all champs. She can do it standing on, takes a little tiny skateboard, because they come in many sizes, and she stands on her hands and cruises around. But you acquired this skill first from surfboarding.
I have surfed for about 7 years, yes. But
Is this a preparation for skateboarding?
surfing, no, not necessarily. The skiers have picked it up, have adopted the skateboard also.
Oh, it's more skiing that prepares you.
Practice. They use the skateboard for practice.
And it's a great transporter. It's Vitapack Citrus Company makes the skateboards.
Right, that's in Covina, California.
What did this develop from the boxes that they pack oranges and things in?
No.
It's the Citrus Company threw me in.
Right. They make the skateboards because they have the facilities. They just went into another field.
And actually, Miss Pat is down at Macy's, We had you every way this way. You'd find it in the home, you'd find it outside, you could buy it in a department store, you could do all kinds of things with it.
Can I ask Miss McGee a question? Do you have different sizes for men and women, or are they the same thing for all?
Different sizes sometimes for the different tricks that you want to do with it, or different sizes for the size of person.
And for Bennett Surf, they have a special model. It's the size of a freight car.
We have one with an engine on it, too.
That's the one for Bennett, the one that's the size of a freight car and has an engine on it.
Dorothy says it's called a Rolls Royce.
A Rolls Royce. Good show. Well, Miss McGee, I thought we were going to give them a lot of trouble. I'm sorry we didn't, but it certainly was a delight to have so pretty a young lady and so skillful a young lady on What's My Life. And so, Bennett, you can get your Hobie skateboard at the nearest freight yard, okay? Now let's meet a second challenger. Will you enter and sign in, please? Dick? Hull. Right, sir? Mr. Hull, where are you from?
Ottumwa, Iowa.
Ottumwa, Iowa. Oh, yes. Now, that's near, what other big city?
Des Moines.
Des Moines, near Des Moines. Fine. All right. Mr. Hull, may I introduce our panel? And now, if you'll come over here and sit down with me, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we can tell you that Mr. Hull is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Mr. Hull, could I use your services if I were in the right place?
Yes.
Do you think it would benefit me if I did?
Yes.
Yeah, if you required the service and you were in the right place, had an interest in receiving it, then certainly a benefit would derive therefrom.
Could a man enjoy your services, too?
Yes.
Do you work indoors at all?
Nope, that's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Cerf. Now, let me stress here that in answering Dorothy's question, we are saying that under the given proper set of circumstances, a man or a woman wanting this particular service would benefit from it.
Mr. Hull, Edna Ferber, one of the great American writers, comes from Ottumwa. Did you ever know her when she was living there?
That's a no. That's 2 down.
Oh, come on. I want to ask Mr. Hull if his work is connected in any way with any form of sport or athletics.
No. Oh, 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Do people come to you for this service, Mr. Hull?
No. 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Anker.
Could I use your service at any time?
Yes.
Now, this again presumes, Paul, that the circumstances are such that you would require this service. If this were true, then you could get in touch with Mr. Hull and the service could be given to you and you could use it.
In calling you, would you not only have something to do with me, but maybe something that I am having a problem with?
Yes.
So in other words, it may not be a defect in myself as opposed to maybe a piece of machinery or a household appliance. Would you come to me at any hour?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Hull would be glad to. I don't think he would be particularly pleased with performing the service at midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning, would you?
I have.
You have? He has, yeah.
By looking at me now, do I need your service?
Could be.
No, I think we would... Mr. Hull, I think we've got to say no to that. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Hull, is it possible that because of the nature of your work, the discretion as to whether you call upon a person in the daytime or in the middle of the night is up to you rather than to the person involved?
No, that's 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Mr. Hull, does your service involve in any way animals, birds, or fish?
No. 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
Is there anything difficult about your job beyond the difficulty all of us find in our work?
No.
No? It isn't a serious and dangerous job in any way?
Well, I would say, with Mr. Hull's permission, I think in the context of the question as it's asked, it is a service which we would not reasonably expect the average person to be able to deliver. Would you agree with that, Mr. Hull?
Yes.
I mean, I think you'd have to have certain definite kinds of knowledge, certain definite kinds of experience, and I guess a love of your work.
Mr. Hull does this service out of doors, does he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you work for a non-profit-making organization?
I hope not.
So do I. That's 7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Anchor.
Mr. Hull, do you use tools as opposed to your hands in doing this?
Yes.
Do you work alone rather than with maybe a few other people?
No.
That's 8 down and 2 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Then, Mr. Hull, you do work with other people.
Yes.
But when you go out on an assignment, are you ever accompanied by any of these people?
Yes.
Do you go out in a motorized vehicle?
Yes.
Do you, when you get to the place, well, I think we've established that you help people or help them in some situation.
Well, he performs a service that they have a wish for. That's basically it.
I see. Well, if it's a wish in the middle of the night, it is, I would say it is not a particularly whimsical wish.
I wouldn't put too much weight on the middle of the night.
You wouldn't. I mean, somebody wakes up in the middle of the night, he doesn't, ask for some guy to take
I
his
couldn't agree
handcuffs
with you
off.
more. Actually, I'd get mad myself, but Mr. Hull is a much more placid man than I am.
May I assume that you are not a doctor, sir?
Yes.
May I assume that when you go to people, you are not there for the purpose of rescuing them in any legal sense?
Yes.
When you go to them, do you go inside their houses ever?
No.
That's 9 down and 1 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Mr. Hull, do you do anything to change the appearance of either a house or some part of the property outside?
Yes.
Is it the house that you do something to?
No.
No, that's 10 down and no more to go. This is a really tough one because actually Mr. Hull operates an auto crushing machine for scrap metal.
We got a fellow in Goldfinger. There's a fellow in Goldfinger.
Yeah, actually, that is evidently where we thought some of you might get into that
Mr.
area.
Hull, is that scene in Goldfinger accurate?
No, this is a portable crusher.
Actually, he works for an outfit called the Alter Company, but he operates a portable crushing machine that is carried on a truck. It's made by the Aljon Company in his hometown in Ottumwa, and he'll come to, a car junkyard or whatever it is, and then he sets up the machine and feeds the cars into the machine, and they come out 17, 18, whatever the length of the car, 17, 18 feet long and about 6 inches high. But you burn the bodies out first.
That's what
right?
happens in Goldfinger, and there happens to be a man sitting in the car when they do it, too.
Well, it's a great way to lose a protuberance like a stomach or something like that. But it's a little hard on
But
you.
who needs that in the middle of the night?
Well, this fellow was unhappy with his. This fellow was unhappy with his automobile, I guess. I didn't ask Mr. Hall. No, but the interesting part is that the engine is taken out first, and then you burn out upholstery and all that sort of thing. So that anything else you take out first?
No, just take the engine out, transmission.
Take the engine, the transmission out, burn the upholstery out, and then just feed it into the machine, and it comes out, like 17 or 18 feet long, and then you pile it on a truck and take it over to the scrap metal yard.
That's when it goes through the baler like Goldfinger.
No, then they take it and put it in the baler, wrap it up, and you get it for Christmas with pink ribbons and tissue paper around it, and everybody has a great time. Well, we beat him, Mr. Holland. Thank you very much. It's nice to have you with us in Washington. And we'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment. And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery challenger, for which my good friends and colleagues are, as you know, always blindfolded. Blindfolds in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Mystery challenger, will you enter and sign in, please? All right, panel, as you know, different form of questioning, one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise. We will begin with Bennett Cerf.
Have you been raising your voice in song in the New York area recently?
Yay.
Miss Francis?
Have you been raising it in a musical comedy?
Yes, quite.
Mr. Anka?
This is a female.
Is that your question, Miss
Yes,
Anka?
it is, sir.
Yes, 'tis.
Miss Kilgallen?
Are you related to anyone in show business?
Kind of.
Mr. Cerf?
Would your mother be one of the greatest singers in the history of the country?
Well, you might say that.
Well, I guess we all know, don't we?
Liza Minnelli?
You think you're so polite?
Well, Liza, I'm afraid we've been tripped up by a very simple fact. New York, or Broadway, has done it again. 4 or 5 days ago, Liza was a young and talented actress and singer who was looking for a place in the sun, and then Flora the Red Menace opened up, and now you are a star. And I'm afraid everybody in the panel expected that we would have the...
We expected her last week, though.
Did you expect her last week?
What did we get? Soupy sales.
He's terrific. I love him.
Oh, yeah.
You have lots of company. He's tremendously popular, but we're also so gratified that you're undergoing this. I don't suppose undergoing is really a good verb. This must be a remarkable and wonderful experience to be a star.
Oh, well, the show itself is a wonderful experience.
Yeah.
John, don't you think somebody ought to say something about the fact, in case there's one person listening who doesn't know it, that Liza is the daughter of Judy Garland?
Yeah. And,
all right?
Everybody
Someone,
knows
right?
it.
Someone. In case my father is listening in, too.
Vincent
Minnelli.
He'll tell me.
Well, has it made a big change in your life, becoming a star?
Not so far.
Oh, good for you. You're not going to change.
No,
But
I don't want to.
don't suppose they give you much free time now, do they?
Well, I get, it's, being in a show is wonderful because after a while it becomes, an evening's work and your days are free.
Aye. They let you have your days free.
Well, not now, but eventually I'll get them, I hope.
There's that wistful hope, as Miss Arlene can tell you, the wistful. Well, we hope you get your days free, and we're very pleased and proud for you, as by golly, everybody in New York is. And we just hope that this is the beginning, and you go right straight up through the skies.
John?
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, dear.
I don't know that you were there opening night, but it was darling to watch Miss Minnelli on the stage singing a song and looking down at Judy in the 4th or 6th row, wherever she was. Whenever she finished the number, it was as, how was that? Okay, Mom. It was so adorable. You both must have been shivering together.
Well, I don't know what she was doing, but I was terrified.
Well, thanks very much for coming and giving us a Sunday evening, because I know you work all day with us. Well, I think in balance we have to congratulate you. It was a tough night and you've done very well so far, panel, and we'll have another contestant after this word. And now a final contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Hello. Mitsuko Yasui. And where are you from, Miss
I
Yasui?
come from Tokyo, Japan.
From Tokyo in Japan. It's very nice to have you with us. Miss Yasui, may I present our panel?
You do?
Now, would you join me over here, please? And we will let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right. Panel, we can tell you that Miss Yasui is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin things with Paul Anka.
Salaried in a service. May I ask, do you have anything to do with the World's Fair?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Miss Yasui, do you do most of your work in someplace other than Tokyo?
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Miss Yasui, do you have anything to do with food or drink?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Miss Yasui, do people come to you for your services?
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Anka.
Do you have... If I were to come to you, Miss Yasui, would you in any way hold my hand or...
You can go on dreaming, Mr. Anka. That's 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Miss Yasui, do you ever work indoors? Do people ever watch you while you work? Do they pay to watch you while you work?
No. That's 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Sir.
Have you anything to do with television?
Yes.
Do you do a show? Are you connected with some show that appears regularly in the Japanese television? Might it possibly be a Japanese version of What's My Line?
No, but by golly, that's very good, Bennett. I'm going to throw them over because I don't think you'd get the exact category, but Miss Yasui does a regular news program on Tokyo Broadcasting System, right? Actually, in trying to really nail it down, a description of it would be that Miss Yasui is a Walter Cronkite of Japan.
She looks just like him, too.
No, she's a television news reporter, and I must say that you do a great deal for the craft, and thank you very much for being part of it. It's nice to have you with us. There's an idea. And Paul Anka, it's been very nice having you with us. I must say you performed nobly because I thought you were going to have a lot more trouble tonight, really, than you've had.
I'm going to take up skateboarding.
Good night, Arlene Francis.
Good night, John, and good night, Paul. You've been to Japan, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
But Paul thought it was the president of the Japanese fan club that he has. Good night, Paul.
Good night, Arlene. Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Paul. Good night, Bennett.
Good night, John. You know what eupeptic means, don't you, John?
No, I have no idea.
It means a very good digestion. Opposite
Nobody
of
that knows you could be eupeptic. That's a cinch. And good night, Bennett. And thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
What's My Line? Brought to you by Extra Rich Liquid Prel, the shampoo that leaves your hair lovely, alive, and shining. And now let's all play What's... And now, live from New York, for the 876th and last time, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, making his 112th appearance as a guest panelist, the distinguished actor and producer, Mr. Martin Gable.
And on my left, a girl who's leaving next week for London to appear in a television special called Laura, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now a gentleman who has been a regular panelist on What's My Line. He's been an irregular panelist. He's always been a welcome panelist. And he has just authored a new book practically dedicated to this program called Bigger Than a Bread Box, Mr. Steve Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, Arlene. And now I'd like to introduce one of the friendliest, most charming people I know, a distinguished publisher, lecturer, newspaper columnist, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
As usual, it's my pleasure tonight, a rather rueful one, to introduce a gourmet, a bon vivant, and in every sense of the word, a gentleman, John Charles Daly.
Thank you. Well, Miss Arlene, 17 and a half years of Sunday nights. And you know, it's a wonderful thing. Arlene grows lovelier every Sunday. And Bennett, we have just come back from California, and I bring you a gift. Have you heard about the two hippies that were married in the bathtub? No. It was a double ring ceremony. And you don't know how hard it was to avoid the temptation, because I saw Bennett about 20 minutes ago for the first time since we parted for the month. And I just said, I've got to wait until we get out there. The one last pun, well, it won't be the last, but I hope one of the best will be mine. Well, Martin Gable has appeared with us over 100 times, more than any other guest panelist. And Steve Allen, as you all know, was with us for, a regular for a year and a half, and then many, many, many times as a guest. And we think it's a privilege that you two would join us on this last program, and welcome very much.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to have an occupation or two to solve tonight, and we'll have a mystery guest later on in the proceedings. But tonight's program is going to be a bit out of the ordinary, off the norm. To start things off, I'm going to ask three people to join us here on stage. Will you enter and sign in, please? All right. Now, right here next to me is Pat Finch. The gentleman on your left is Arthur Feinberg. Next to him is Seymour Kolodny. Now, panel, not one of you was here that night when the first program of What's My Line appeared, in which these three people were the contestants in our very first show on February 2nd of 1950. Today, Mr. Feinberg.
8 years old at that time.
Huh?
The girl was 8 years old at that time.
Oh, very good. Well, Mr. Feinberg, whom we're going to start with, because we want to play a game, is an executive now of the same company that he was with in 1950. And, panel, I want to see if you can guess what he does. We'd admit it's just a wild guess. We'll give you one guess apiece. I'll tell you only that Mr. Feinberg has something to do with children. And we'll start with
He
makes baby carriages.
No. Mr. Allen?
He is in the diaper business.
Mr. Cerf?
I thought he probably ran a diaper service.
Mr. Gable?
Makes bread boxes for children.
Mr. Allen and Mr. Cerf both get one peppermint candy bar. They're both right, because that's exactly what Mr. Feinberg does. He's with the Cascade Diaper Service. Very good. All right. Well, Mr. Feinberg, all I can say is that I hope that the years have been as kind to you as they have been to What's My Line.
They have been, thank you very much.
You've enjoyed them as much as we have?
I have.
Well, and bless you.
I want to take this opportunity to wish you great success in your new undertaking.
Oh, well, thanks very much, and may you continue to prosper with the diaper business, because I think you
With a
should.
population explosion, I
With a
think he's all
population
right.
explosion, yeah. Now, Mr. Kolodny is also engaged in the same occupation as he was when our first show went on the air, and I'll tell you that he is properly addressed as Dr. Kolodny. Now, let's start the guesses this time with Steve Allen.
I would guess he's a veterinarian.
Mr. Cerf.
I think he's a dentist.
Mr. Gable.
Psychoanalyst.
Arlene.
Psychiatrist.
Mr. Allen gets another peppermint candy bar. Absolutely right. Dr. Kolodny practices veterinary medicine down in Greenwich Village. Well, Doctor, I know that it's been a long time since they had pasture down there. What have you been doing all of these 17 and a half years? Your clientele is what? Mostly,
Well, mostly dogs and cats now.
Dogs and cats.
But the people are changing.
The people are
Yeah.
The dogs and cats go on as
Go on,
always.
but the people are changing.
And
yes.
the 17 and a half years have been kind to you, too, I hope?
Oh, yes, they have.
Oh, good. Well, it's with you, also, may I say we all appreciate your coming back to join us for the final show, having been with us on the first one.
Thank
Glad
you.
to have you both with us. All right, now, Pat Finch was the very first contestant on the first show, and thus the first occupation that any panel ever had to solve. Now, I'll tell you that in 1950, Pat worked for Sherman Billingsley at the famous Stork Club. And we'll start the guesses this time with Bennett Cerf.
I would say she was probably the lovely girl who sold cigarettes there.
No, we want to know what Pat's doing now.
Oh, I thought you meant what she was doing.
Well, actually, I don't know. What do I want you to do? Yeah, go ahead. Do that.
I think she was a slender little girl peddling cigarettes at the Stork Club.
All right, Mr. Gable.
Miss Finch is working at El Morocco now.
Ms. Francis?
Well, I think Miss Finch should have graduated to her own bistro by now.
Mr. Allen.
My interpretation was the same as Bennett, so I'll guess what she did then. Since she's very pretty and doesn't look at all like one, I'll guess that she was a bouncer then or something of the sort.
No, and actually, Bennett was very close. Pat was the hat check girl at the Stork Club in those days. It's been torn down, as you all know, for Paley Park. But Pat Finch has gone on to bigger and better things. And, Miss Pat, suppose you tell us what you've gone on to.
Oh, well, Mr. Daly, I've been in several Broadway shows. Some nice long runs among them, thank heaven. I stood by for Eileen Hurley in The Matchmaker and played the part. And I was in Fanny and Bells Are Ringing and Unsinkable Molly Brown. And now I'm doing television commercials and some television and radio.
That's
And
good.
I also have, just for the record, a very lovely 5-year-old son named Kenneth who's watching tonight.
Oh, wonderful, Pat. That's just grand. So there, that's, I hope in a way that having started with What's My Line was responsible for this rise in career that you've had. I know that I can say to Pat, for you, and to Mr. Feinberg and Dr. Kolodny, thanks for being with us again as you were in 1950, 17 and a half years later. It was awfully good of you to come to our last show, and good luck to all three of you, and the best of wishes, and to that 5-year-old, too.
The same to you.
Thanks very much. And we'll be back right after this word.
I love my hair in the sun. I love to see it gleam and feel the warm softness. That's why I pamper my hair with extra rich liquid Prel. Its luxurious lather leaves my hair lovely in the sun. And I feel beautiful all over.
Indulge yourself with luxurious liquid Prel, not thin, sinfully rich liquid Prel.
I'd like to show you a little experiment. I'm cleaning the left side of this wax floor with a powdered cleaner. The right with Mr. Clean. Wet, both sides look shiny, but now's no time to judge a floor. Let it dry. See? Some of the powder that dissolved in the water dried back on the floor. Mr. Clean's side, still shiny. He leaves a sheen where he cleans. Get Mr. Clean, all right?
Well, so far on this last show, we've talked about the first show all the time. Before we leave that subject, we thought you'd like to see some 1950 television when instead of 56 million television sets, there were 1/10 of that number. Panel, we've got a big surprise, and I hope some fun for you, too. We've placed a monitor on stage for the first time. We're going to let you watch a part of What's My Line while it's actually on the air. Here is how, on February 2nd, 1950, a new program called What's My Line was introduced to a small but growing television audience.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. In fact, welcome to our premiere telecast of What's My Line. And I certainly hope our distinguished panelists, members of our panel tonight, are going to do a fine job of human analysis. In other words, be able to answer the question, what's my line? Now, to start things rolling, I'd like the panel to meet our first challenger, whose occupation it's their job to ferret out. Will you sign in, please, miss?
Now watch Arlene 1 month later as she questioned a hotel house detective.
He gets up and down. He's not too sure what floor he's on right
No,
now.
that's right.
We floored it.
Oh, dear me, I ought to penalize you for that. That's
Other
the question.
people employed in your organization that do the same kind of work you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work, maybe it's a store. Oh, pardon me. Do you work on several floors of an organization or just on one?
Bennett Cerf made his premiere appearance with us on October 15th of that first year, 1950. Now famous for his long, complicated, and punny introductions, watch how he did the first time out.
And on my left, our guest panelist tonight, the famous publisher and columnist, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Now, on my left is the famous news analyst and moderator and master of ceremonies of this program, Mr. John Daly.
Not a pun in a carload, then. Steve Allen joined us for the first time 1 year later in March of 1951. His wit and humor were apparent from the outset, as on that show, he questioned a challenger who made wedding rings.
Worn?
Yes.
Gee, I didn't expect to get this good so soon.
Go ahead.
I got it, but I don't know what to do with it. It's worn. Would it be something you might see in a casual surroundings, like at the beach or something? Could it be worn at the...
Yes.
You're doing great.
I know what you're thinking, and if you ask him if he models them, I'll throw the desk.
No, can be worn at the beach. Would it be all right to wear one of these and nothing else?
Martin Gable came to us first, just in time for Christmas in 1956. Sitting next to Mrs. Gable, as he is now, he questioned a lady who made nightcaps for bald-headed men.
Is it something that improves the general well-being of the male sex, that portion of the sex that uses it?
I think it might.
Is it something that I would be apt to want to buy for myself?
You might.
Is it something which, when I applied it in whatever form, would improve me in some way?
Well, I'm not going to answer that one, I'll say that.
Well, these have been wonderful years, and I might say I think the finest thing about it are the close bonds of friendship that have been formed by all of us who are the old hands on What's My Line, and we can take much comfort in the simple fact that these friendships will continue in the years ahead. The 17 and a half years have brought us sadness, too. Two of our oldest and dearest friends left us. Dorothy Kilgallen, who was on the very first program and was with us for 15 years. Fred Allen, who was with us for better than a year and then went on, too. And I would say only, speaking for the panel and for myself, that we all treasure the memory of those years when they were with us. Now, very soon, panel, we're going to get back to what we've done for 17 and a half years. We're going to have an occupation for you to guess. We'll give you that chance right after this message.
Here's a pleasant surprise for people with indigestion or heartburn. New Pepto-Bismol tablets. They work two ways. One, they neutralize excess stomach acid for fast relief. Two, their coating action protects your stomach lining against excess acid for prolonged soothing relief. Get both, acid neutralizer and stomach coating action. Carry good-tasting, chewable pink Pepto-Bismol tablets.
Think. 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 Think of all the things in your home that can burn you. Ouch! That's why it's good to keep a reliable friend on hand, Unguentine. Unguentine has, well, it has a long name and does a fast job, cools burning pain. You unburn with Unguentine for fast temporary relief. Do you have Unguentine in your home? Ouch! After all, you never know when you might need it.
All right, and now let's see what we can do with the regular challenger. Would you enter and sign in, please? L. Bergielli, right, sir? Mr. Bergielli, where are you from?
New York City.
New York City. May I present the panel, sir? Bergielli. Now, if you'll join me over here, we'll let the audience at home and the audience in the theater know exactly what your line is. All right. Panel, we can tell you that Mr. Bergielli is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll start things with Arlene Francis.
Well, Mr. Pergielli, you're handsome enough to be a performer yourself. Do you perform in any way?
No.
One down and 9 to go, Mr. Allen.
Are your services equally of interest to men and women? Of you?
Yes.
Does what you do change them physically in any way?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Have you any connection whatever with the entertainment industry?
No, I don't.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Gable.
Have you anything to do with clothes?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Would people come to you for your service?
Yes.
Would I hand the money directly to you for the service that you might give to me?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Allen.
When you are performing your professional function, are you attired differently than you are at this moment?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
No.
Oh, I'm going to throw all the cards over. We're just trying to give you a service, that's all, I mean, Mr. Bergielli.
He runs the service.
That's right. He handles claims for the New York State Unemployment Bureau.
That's funny.
Mr. Bergielli, we had you here because we all wanted to meet you. You know, I was going to say... What are your hours, Mr. Bergielli? I was going to say, I hope that you have a long and busy career ahead of you, but I don't really mean that, because I don't want you to be that busy.
Well, the kind of service we perform is very rewarding in many ways, and we, of course, don't expect to see any of the panel in there.
I hope you don't either, and thanks very much, sir, for being part of our show. Nice to see you. We'll be back with our final mystery guest in just a moment.
Denture wearers are asking, is there a difference in denture cleansers? Listen to what Mr. David Kerman, a denture wearer, has to say.
You know, since I've been using Polident tablets, my dentures are really clean. Odor-free, too.
Polident, a revolutionary tablet that really fights denture stain and odor with an exclusive combination of active cleansing ingredients and effervescent oxygen action. See this bar of denture material? It's covered with tough food stain. Drop it into warm water with a Polident effervescent tablet, and instantly, the power-packed oxygen whiteners start to clean. Scrub stain and odor away safely, in minutes. Your dentures are cleaner, fresher tasting. Is there really a difference in denture cleansers? Remember what Mr. Kerman says.
There's just nothing like Polident tablets. It's the best way I know to clean dentures.
And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery challenger, for which, as you all know, the panel is always blindfolded. Are the blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, John. Good. Will you come out, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? All right, as you know, panel, in this case, a different form of questioning, one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and we will begin with Martin Gable.
Are you in the theatrical business? Thank you, John.
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go. Arlene.
Are you voted into office?
No.
That's 2 down and 8 to go. Mr. Allen.
Have you any connection with the world of sports?
No.
What? No. That's 3 down and 7 to go. Mr. Sir.
I smell 8 rats. Have you any connection with the television industry?
Yes.
Mr. Gable.
Are you connected with this network?
Yes.
Arlene.
Are you going to be out of business like the rest of us?
Arlene, do you have something in mind that, you want to take a guess?
Well, if it's anybody I think it is, they won't be out of business as much as I will. But I just want to keep in good with them. Is it by any chance Mark Goodson and Bill Todman and part of the staff?
No. 4 down and 6 to go. Mr. Allen.
Oh, dear. I thought it was Goodson and Todman, or Donder and Blitzen, or somebody like that. Now I'm at a loss.
You did say connected with the network.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you, having any fun? No, are you a senior officer of this network?
No.
That's 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sir.
Are you possibly impersonating yourself, Mr. Daly?
Who? I hadn't realized how hard that was. I'm practically out of voice.
Crazy about your new voice. That's the voice of America, is it?
You think I've got a future, do you, Arlene? Well, let me explain very quickly that we did that because, although I suppose it's difficult for you all to believe it, we've had literally thousands of letters in 17 and a half years saying, why don't you be the mystery guest? We've never been able to use it because it was the only backstop we had in case a mystery guest didn't come. Because the mystery guest arrives after the program starts, and we've had a couple of close shaves, 1 minute once before the guest was supposed to go on. Well, I see our time is running short, so I think what we had better do is something we'd all want to do. One last task remains, a happy task. I'd like to bring out the 2 men responsible for the creation of What's My Line, and through it for the panel game show as a television staple, Mark Goodson and Bill Todman. John, that was one of the funniest mystery guest spots I've ever heard.
Hilarious.
Marvelous.
Hilarious.
You know, it seems almost impossible to realize that Sunday night at 10:30 will not be What's My Line time anymore. We've been around so long, we've become more than a show, I think. We've become kind of an institution, sort of. Even those who didn't tune us in regularly every week knew we were there, like the Plaza Hotel and the Lions in front of the library. And I was just realizing when I saw the diaper serviceman out here and someone talked about the growth in population, that since What's My Line has been on the air, some over 70 million children have been born in the United States. And incidentally, Twiggy was 6 months old when the show went on the air. We've had a marvelous roster of guests, and I couldn't possibly read them all off now, but it will not be the same without What's My Line. We're going to miss it, and we're going to miss you, too. Bill?
Thank you, Marcus. William, you have a word.
I feel like crying, but I won't. I would like to thank, most sincerely, for all of us, to our wonderful CBS crew, the technicians, too numerous to mention. I want to thank Gil Fates, our producer, who has been with us since our very first show, Franklin Heller, our director, who started on our very third program, Ann Krieger and Bog Bach, each with us from the beginning, and Ann Krieger for 13 of those years, Barbara Griff, the program staff, and from all of us to all of you out there, we thank you for being our audience. Good night.
And now, Johnny Olson, come in here. Johnny Olson, come in and be a part of the gang. And as we say goodnight, because it is time to say goodnight, Johnny Olson here, who's been with us for all these years. Goodbye, Marty.
Thank you. Goodbye, John. Thank you.
I've enjoyed it very much. Good luck to us all.
20 seconds is a very short time after 17 and a half years to say goodbye to all of our friends. My feelings are too deep to make up for that ratio in time. But thank you all deeply, and very good luck to our replacement.
Arlene, you took the words right out of my mouth. Good night. Good night.
Well, this is the end of one of the most rewarding, wonderful experiences of my life. I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I hope a lot of you who have watched this have enjoyed it, too. Thank you for supporting us. And, John, I hope you're going to be a beautiful voice of America.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, Bennett. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, for having been with us for 17 and a half years with What's My Line.
What's My Line was brought to you tonight by new Polident tablets, the powerful new dental cancer tablets to keep your breath fresh, keep your smile bright and natural.
Will our mystery guest enter and sign in, please?
Is that elected office on a national level?
Yes.
Are you a Democrat?
No.
It's an anniversary party. All these people and dozens more are here to help us celebrate as we relive some of the highlights of the past quarter century on What's My Line at 25?
I'm Mark Goodson, and I'm inviting you to take a What's My Line trip, going back over 25 years of the great moments of our show. Now, with me are two old friends who were right there from the starting gun. My dear friend Arlene Francis, and the host of What's My Line for over 17 years and missed not more than 4 shows, John Daly. And are you all prepared to see how it was way back then?
I never like to look back for the most part, but this time I really can't wait.
Life has always been full of surprises, Marcus, but I'm anticipating that this is going to be the best one I've had in a long time.
It seems to me, as I think back, that most people like me remember the squeaky voice mystery guests and the regular panelists. But there were also famous guest stars who appeared on the panel. I think we're going to start by taking a look at them. Let's begin by taking a look at the great Groucho.
Right. Would you be apt to find this in the living room or the dining room or the kitchen?
Well, you can't answer that question
Well, she
yes
must
or
make
no.
something. A woman can't make a living just being a blonde. Although I've heard of a few who have.
Now, would you say that you deal with more with one? He made me do it.
You think I'm the only one that's obsessed with that subject, huh? Oh, boy, what a Freudian panel this is out there.
Is this an outdoor sport?
Yes. Mr. Marks?
Are you an outdoor sport?
We would have to agree, since he practices his particular skill outdoors, he's an outdoor sport, yeah. Miss Francis?
It's up to you, babe.
Is it primarily a very popular American sport?
No, then it would be indoors.
No, that's... To begin with, Danny Kaye.
Are you famous in the field of ceramics? Mr. James, this is your first appearance on this show, isn't it?
Yes.
And this is my first appearance on this show. And we can save a awful lot of time if you just tell me what you do.
Could I eat it before breakfast?
Could you eat it before breakfast?
Yeah, me.
Well, that would tend to make it breakfast, wouldn't it?
What I'm saying is it rich and so sumptuous as to make one, say, nauseated if eaten like at 6 o'clock in the morning?
No. Sit down before we go, Miss Francis.
I don't understand. Would you be nauseated or wouldn't you be nauseated?
It depends what it is.
As you know, panel, in the case of our mystery challenger, we go to a different form of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise, and we begin with Mr. Orson Welles.
Sir.
Is that your question?
No, it's my preamble.
Oh, Mr. Parr.
Are you a man or a woman?
You can't ask that.
That cannot be answered yes or no, Mr. Parr. I must ask you to rephrase the question.
Are you masculine or feminine?
That cannot be answered in the negative or the affirmative, and I must ask you to rephrase the question.
Is your natural voice soprano or tenor? I'm very persistent, you know.
He sure was, wasn't he? And you know, somebody else was in a different way. Panelist Michelle Lee had a habit of waving a pencil about as she questioned a contestant, and that contestant was a young man who sharpened pencils for a living. Now watch Michelle's pencil and the resulting confusion.
Is this more useful than decorative?
I don't know. I'm a boy, but I don't know what it's all about.
You can't... Ask him,
Huh? You make pencils?
It's not your turn.
I'll wait.
Do you?
What, make pencils?
No, I'm going to take that back. I'm not going to say make it. That's too simple.
What do you do?
Do you have anything to do with pencils?
Yes.
You do. Do you put the lead in the pencil?
In this case, we'll begin with Dick Cavett.
Gee, that applause and scream was deafening. You're either very popular or nude. I just had a terrible feeling that the guest is sitting there wondering who I am.
One down and 9 to go, Mr. Kovacs.
Are you carnivorous?
Do you need equipment for this job? No.
That makes it a small conference.
John's interested in her equipment. Who complains? If you don't ask questions, how will you learn, John? I'm on your side. Would you consider yourself a leading man? No.
It's, as connotations of the theater, I think would get you a no. 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Borga.
Well, if I'm not going to know who he is, he's not going to know who I am.
Victor Borga will henceforth be known as the Beard. You know, earlier Mark mentioned that the mystery guests would sometimes squeak, or they'd grunt, or they'd groan, anything to put us off. Well, some grunts were a little harder to recognize than others, and you'll see in just a moment how difficult they were when we see Jimmy Stewart and Joan Crawford and Elizabeth Taylor.
Before the mystery guest went on stage to try to fool the panel, we held a high-level discussion in the control room to decide on a vocal disguise. Listen to the one that then actor Ronald Reagan selected.
Judging from the applause, I take it that you are a performer?
Have you done serious dramatic parts in pictures?
Oh, yeah.
We will begin tonight with Bennett Cerf.
Well, the reception was accorded you makes me feel that your face is reasonably familiar to the public. Is that correct?
Well, sir, I just don't know. I'm
Can we assume that you are a member of the show business fraternity?
Well, there are several schools of thought on that. I like to believe so.
Miss Francis?
Oh, he's a deep one.
Are you primarily a movie star?
I ain't quite sure.
Have you been a big motion picture star for quite a long time?
Yes.
Miss Kilgallen?
Are you a He-Man hero type? Are you in the world of entertainment?
Grab it.
What did it say? Are you in motion pictures?
Yes.
Have you ever won an Academy Award?
Have you ever won an Academy Award?
Yeah.
Would I be likely to have at home a phonograph record with your singing voice on it?
A photograph?
Yes.
Mr. Wynn?
Are you primarily well known for as a TV personality?
No.
Are you younger than
Springtime. Have you ever won an Academy Award?
Yes.
Did you ever play a Southern belle in a picture?
Yes.
In one instance, was the actress who created the role Tallulah Bankhead?
Yes.
Are you in a play at the present time on Broadway?
Yep.
Are you Tallulah Bankhead?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hackett.
Just a minute. Did he say
Just a minute. What did you say? Just a minute.
I know that voice. Yeah, I know that voice, too. That's the guy likes to imitate me a lot.
Yeah?
And he goes in the stage delicatessen and tells me how he flies airplanes.
Yeah?
And it's got to be Danny Kaye.
That's right.
Arlene and Mark, you'll remember that some of the mystery guests resorted to foreign accents.
Oh, yeah.
Now, most of the accents, in my judgment, weren't very good, and I must say they didn't really mislead the panel very much. For example, Debbie Reynolds started out doing a French accent, but ended up like this.
There have been a lot of pictures on the front pages this week
Well, I will
of
say
a wonderful
that
girl.
sometimes it's there,
What?
but sometimes not there. Depends what you're looking at.
You didn't let me finish.
I'm afraid.
These pictures showed a very beautiful girl smooching around with Eddie Fisher. Have you posed at all for any pictures with Eddie Fisher?
Well, I mean, there's a... What, you mean smooching?
It's an old Oklahoma word. My wife uses it. It means cuddling up a little bit.
Oh, that what it means?
No.
I like it.
You have not been in motion pictures. You do not mostly play a musical instrument. Are you part of the sports world?
Oui, mais oui.
Oui, bien. A French baseball player.
One down and 9 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Are you a professional entertainer of one sort or another?
But of course.
Have you ever been in a motion picture?
C'est plus quand son pire pour moi, là. Yes.
Miss Kilgallen.
Are you also in the field of records?
C'est tout comme pas lire, d'accord?
Mr. Anka.
This is a female.
Is that your question, Miss
Yes,
Anka?
it is, sir.
Yes, it is.
Miss Kilgallen.
Are you related to anyone in show business? Kind of.
Mr. Cerf.
Would your mother be one of the greatest singers in the history of the country?
Well, you might say that. Are you over 6 feet tall?
Far from it.
9 down and 1 to go, Mr. Vidal. Are you over 5 feet tall?
A whisker.
Would you consider yourself a leading man? I mean, do you get the girl in the end?
Well, some people
Or
tell
anywhere?
me I'm very seductive.
What?
I'm very seductive and appealing.
You're seductive and appealing?
Yeah? Don't you speak English?
You know, some of the guests were so clever that half the time we didn't know what sex we were dealing with. And we're going to have a look at some of those sex shifters in just a minute when we return. You know, it's hard to believe that we were fooled into thinking that Fred Astaire and Art Carney and Buster Keaton and Fred McMurray were women and that Rosalind Russell was a man, but we were.
Have you ever played leading man? Are you under 48?
I want to make sure of the sex of this person. I'm not convinced that this is a man. I'm going to take...
Go ahead. This could be anything.
Are you being...
When you walk down the street, do men whistle at you?
Am I a motion picture performer?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Mr. Allen. Are you a man?
Sometimes.
Are you an old Buick? I'm pretty sick of her, whoever.
Well, that sounded like the kind of reception that is accorded a sports figure.
We begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Well, that was rather wild applause. Are you a living American blonde?
A living... Did I hear the question? Are you a living American blonde?
That's right.
No! 1,009 to go. And we'll begin with Miss Greer Garson.
You are obviously in the public eye. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Mr. Sir?
Are you female?
Would you consider yourself a comedian?
No.
That makes it 1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Allen.
Do you wind up with the girl at the end?
I beg your pardon? One question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and let's begin it all with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you a curvaceous blonde?
You are a female, I take it.
That time I looked.
And we'll begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Well, there are an awful lot of wolf whistles. I hope I'm not embarrassing anybody if I say, are you a beautiful, curvaceous movie star?
One question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise. And let's begin with Bennett Cerf.
Well, just to get one character out of the way or not, have you ever pitched a no-hit game? That's a girl.
Time to go. Robert Q. Lewis.
Are you in the entertainment world? Pardon me.
Yes.
Miss Francis?
Would you be considered a leading man?
You know, backstage, it was really very difficult with some of the mystery guests because they just couldn't find ways to disguise their voices, and they just couldn't squeak enough. So some of them went to such things as singing or music. And even though What's My Line wasn't exactly a musical show, sometimes we got lucky.
Are you a performer?
I don't mean to be rude, but would I be correct in assuming you are not a singer?
Known to us on television? Have you been on radio? Have you been in a theater? You're stuck with that nose. You're no Jack Benny.
Are you playing this violin yourself, or is someone doing it for you?
This can't be answered yes or no, Miss Dorothy.
Well, are you playing it yourself? I mean, is our guest...
And we'll begin it all with Arlene Francis.
Are you in one of the performing arts?
Oui, je suis un artiste.
We don't really even know what the sex is here, do we?
No.
No woman ever played a fiddle like that, Dorothy. I mean, I'm tired of playing it on the Victrola, on the hi-fi. Sing me Hello, Dolly.
Hello, Dolly. This is Louis. Mighty glad to be where you belong.
Right.
If I'm going to sing a line, how about March With Me to the Sound of the Drums from the old Charlotte Review?
When all the roast beef in the world is eaten, we still shall teach our sons to play the man, and England will be one united empire from Golders Green to far Saskatchewan. March March with me to the roll of the drum. March to the rousing tune. March with me to the call of the fife. March, march.
April, May, and June.
Right, not Joan.
You know, Arlene and Mark, you will, in fact, everybody will remember that Jack Benny actually played the violin very well. Now, as I remember, he never did play his fiddle for us on the show, but we did have a good laugh when he signed in one night in June of 1959.
Do Misha Elman and Yasha Heifetz scream with horror at mere mention of your name? Oh, shut up.
Kurt, you remember that most mystery guests were solo. They came in and signed in alone, but we did have groups on occasion. We had the Supremes and the Ritz Brothers and the Ziegfeld Girls and teams of sports like the Cincinnati Reds and the Harlem Globetrotters and so on. We also had Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, and that's a pair we're going to show you right after this.
Of Posh.
Mark reminded you that on occasion we had multiple mystery guests, and for our multiple mystery guests, director Franklin Hella devised a special chair which forced the guests to sit close together so that two people could be photographed in the same close-up picture. Well, this explains why Jerry Lewis seems to be sitting on Dean Martin's lap.
Get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Miss Arlene Francis.
Well, from the noise that went up, I think it must be the MGM Lion. Start with a scream like that. Is it possible that anybody in pictures would create such a roar? Are you in pictures?
I couldn't hear anything.
It is the lion.
That was a yes, Miss
That's a yes?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been in television?
Yeah.
Are you male?
They got the masks on. Well, they can't see it, Dusty. And they got the masks on, and they're all covered up. They'll never guess who we are now.
All right, panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery guest, we go to a different form of questioning. You ask one question at a time in turn, moving clockwise.
Was the gentleman in the Broadway Theater Friday night? Saturday night?
In the audience or on the stage?
In the audience.
Yes.
Okay.
Was the lady on television earlier this evening for an automobile manufacturer?
Well, can't you name the automobile man?
Are you Lucy's girlfriend?
Sit down and 4 to go, Mr. Sir.
If
Both of them.
We didn't hear Desi at all.
Yeah, that was me.
That was you?
Which one was it? That's what made it so much fun.
Swedish one, and I was there.
Swedish? Swedish.
Well, you had some kind of an accent, didn't you?
Yeah.
What, Swedish?
Swedish.
What is Swedish?
Wait a minute, are you in television? Are you on a show every morning?
That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Allen.
I tell you what I've been wondering.
I tell you what, Steve, I think we've been hard enough on you long enough. I'm going to ask our guests now if they will use their voices instead of knocking and making replies.
Don't answer, George.
Is it possible that it takes two to tango with you two? Arthur Murray and Madame Murray?
Yes.
Do you mind if I take off my mask?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, what a great friend. And thanks so much for being our guest.
Arlene. That's so Are you both in a series on television together?
Yes.
Mr. Sir?
Is it a series that is seen, I hope, on the CBS network?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Gilgallen?
Does it have a plot?
We've never had Marilyn Monroe on the show. Would you do one little bit so that we make believe we have her?
I guess it's all right. She's out of the country. I guess I
Yes.
can.
Well, it certainly has been a pleasure to appear on this show.
It isn't. It's Joanne Woodward, isn't it? And Paul Newman? Now, John, you ought to ask them about their baby. They're very eloquent on that subject.
Oh, she ate a cigarette yesterday.
I'm happy to say that baby gave up cigarettes. You know, some of the funniest moments on the show were when we were absolutely positive we had nailed down the mystery guest, only to find out that we'd nailed down the wrong person. You'll see some classic examples of this in a minute.
Now.
You know, one of the mystery guests that really misled us, we just didn't know where we were, well, I think perhaps he was the most successful. That was Bob Hope. You just watch and see what happens when he signs in.
Do you sing, ever?
Yes.
Would you be considered the kind of a comic that gets the girl?
Yes.
Is your hair thinning a little?
Yes.
I'll take a wild guess at this. Are you Bing Crosby?
Does this name appear on an automobile?
On a what, you say?
Is there a similar name on an automobile?
Is your name ever on an automobile?
Not in this country, no.
On an automobile? No. Done it.
Yes?
Are you, and this is just a wild guess, but are you Abraham Lincoln?
Would it be, by any chance, the man who was the producer of what will be the box office champion of the year and maybe of all years? Who I have in mind is the producer of the Ten Commandments.
Now, one down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
I would like to say that one of those commandments I want to remind the gentleman of at this moment, and that is, thou shalt not kill.
Are you a baritone?
I'm a lyric baritone.
Don't I know it. Are you also engaged in doing something that might be considered a little more important than just singing?
Yes, I am.
Are you a member of the Armed Forces of the United States?
Yes, I am.
Are you Victor Moan? Wow!
Is it possible that you have both To each other, I might add. Been recently married?
Oh, recently? Just a moment. Well, yes, would you say yes? Yes, we will, yes.
Miss Maxwell?
Are you Julius La Rosa and you...
Are you known for your work in motion pictures?
Are you known for your work in motion pictures?
So-so. It's Smokey the Bear.
Have you ever appeared in pictures?
I have appeared in pictures, yes, you're right.
Have you been on the stage?
I have had the pleasure of playing on the stage also.
Do you always talk that way? Because I don't think you could project to New Jersey.
Play from New York. See if after him, Arlene. I think it's Ollie the Dragon.
Your partner was related to you, but not by marriage.
Maybe well, in a way he was related.
Yeah,
the partner is related in a way. It's a matter of association.
Well, could the partner have been an animal or something of that sort? I know.
John, remember the time when you were the mystery guest?
Oh, Mark, I'll never forget that.
Well, listen, it was a brilliant, brilliant job of deception, and we're going to show it to you right after this. You know, over the years, John and Arlene, the largest amount of mail we got, aside from that complimenting all of our people, was mail saying, why don't you really fool the panel and have John Daly come on as a mystery guest? And everyone who wrote to us was absolutely sure that was their original idea. They didn't realize that from the very first we held you as a secret weapon, because what happens if a mystery guest doesn't show up that night? A couple of times I was ready to sign in backstage
and
hoping.
Couldn't wait.
That's right, couldn't wait, but the mystery guest finally showed up. But we always had John ready for that stormy night when the mystery guest didn't show. And finally, however, when our Sunday night series came to an end, we knew there was no more reason to save it, so we said, now we're going to spring it. Here we go, and that's what you're going to look at right now.
Are you voted into office?
No.
That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Allen.
Have you any connection with the world of sports?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
I smell 8 rats. Have you any connection with the television industry?
Yes.
Mr. Gable, are you connected with this network?
Yes.
Arlene?
Are you going to be out of business like the rest of us?
Arlene, do you have something in mind that, you want to take a guess?
Well, if it's anybody I think it is, they won't be out of business as much as I will. But I just want to keep in good with them. Is it by any chance Mark Goodson and Bill Todman and part of the staff?
No.
Well, it wasn't Mark Goodson and Bill Todman. Although, by the way, Bill and I did make an appearance once and did not fool the panel nearly as well as you did, John.
I was surprised, Mark, that we fooled him that night, I think.
Now, John, I never knew you were two-faced before, John.
Oh, Arlene.
You know, we had mystery guests very often, more than once. We had one mystery guest 3 times. Gloria Swanson was on the first year in 1950. She was on, I think it was our 15th anniversary in 1965. And then she was on a couple of years ago in 1973. And she's really living truth that time can stand still. Here she is in 1950. That's terrific. In 1965. There she is in September 1973.
Mark, you and I, well, all of us, I would think, are unanimous in the opinion that joining Gloria Swanson in indestructible beauty and charm is our own Miss Arlene.
Oh, you've gone too far.
You're about to see a sequence of clips from What's My Line in chronological order.
Oh,
the
help.
first was taken in 1950, and we'll bring you right up to date.
Oh. though my whole life just passed before my eyes, and I didn't like it.
Listen, I don't know how much of a compliment this is, but you look much better now than you did in those pictures.
I don't know how I kept my job.
Yeah. Well, honey, if your whole life passed before your eyes, it was a pretty, pretty picture.
Oh, thank you. Well, I tell you something. Hair, speaking of hair, I hope I never speak of it again, as transitory as the color of hair is, it really was a classic way to pin down some of the lady guests.
All right. Is your hair dark?
Yes.
Mr. Ustinov?
Your hair is not light.
All right, are you blonde? Not tonight, no. Do you have red hair? Have you ever sung "Ah, Sweet Mystery of Life"? Are you lovely, Jeanette MacDonald?
That's right.
Well, are you in television?
In television, did you say?
Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes, that's a yes.
Have you also been on the radio? Are you brunette?
We'll be back with Gary Cooper and some horsey bits right after this word.
Consumer Cellular.
Is there something in your job that has to do with a specific part of the horse's anatomy?
Yeah.
Hey, take it easy, Arlene. I'm next.
Well, let's stay with the front part. Do you have anything to... Do you have anything to do with the horse...
I just hope you get a yes, no matter what.
The horse's head. No.
6 down and 4 to go.
You're sure it's not dogs you work?
Do you sit tall in the saddle?
Getting warm. I would say a little crooked.
Do you kick pebbles a lot and say yup?
I love that one. You know, we are going to show you now some of our favorite actors and actresses as panelists on the program. And I want to tell you that no matter how many times a girl gets to introduce the next panelist, once in a while she goofs. And now a young man affectionately known by all of you who will debut a new series called Overland Trials on another network on February 7th, Mr. William Bendix.
It's Overland Trail.
I know, we've just been talking about the Finch murder and I got it mixed up. Overland Trail, not trial.
Thank you.
Mr. Niven.
Well, it's eaten by the animal kingdom, to coin a phrase, isn't it?
Yes?
Four-legged animals.
Yes?
Animals that, if I was standing up, would be below my knee.
You were lucky.
I give you Mr. Errol Flynn.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
I'm lost unless he's Mickey Rooney's son.
I'd like to borrow a little from Rogers and Hart. Thou swell, thou witty, thou sweet, thou grand, Miss Arlene Francis.
Would you believe I taught that to Don Amici in no time at all?
Oh, he's a very perceptive man, Arlene. That's what he is.
Well, now we're going to be back to see Mark Goodson as a panelist in support of Carol Channing after this word.
6.
As Arlene told you, we're going to continue our list of favorite panelists, and we're going to begin with Miss Carol Channing this time. Now, the gentleman who appears briefly, very briefly, on Miss Channing's left is none other than Mark Goodson.
And is it brief, and how?
Miss Channing?
Now, Bennett's got a clue to something. Son.
Oh.
What? Father and son. But the father is apparently not on Broadway, and the son is. The father's in the business end of it, and the son is on the stage.
I think you're wrong.
Oh. You think it's just the other way around, Bennett?
I think so.
Then, are you musical comedy the one who's on the stage?
No.
Mr. Gary Moore.
Mr. Moore. Oh, Miss Fred.
I have no idea what he does, but I certainly admire his haircut.
Now, we are trying to find out what this animal is or what Miss Solomon does with it.
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
It's complicated.
That's very complicated. If you will tell me what it is, I can tell you what she does with it.
Well, by the ovation, you were obviously not Nikita Khrushchev. I would say you were Jack Lemmon.
Oh, Daddy.
I must say this. He didn't give it away.
I certainly didn't. I
Because
did my
last
best not
night
to.
we were together. You didn't say a word, and I said to my wife, it couldn't be Jack. Because when I said I was on What's My Line, not by a flicker. And she said, well, how do you know? And I said, well, I was with the FBI for 17 years, you know, so I'd be able to know. It's so funny.
Does the chemical content insofar as the littered of the instance of the product, can you in turn with a degree of honesty feel that there has been, not concerning those people who generally don't use it, but would there be insofar as knowing a group of people as seated here, could you?
Would you please repeat the question?
Yes.
What is it? Are you a piano tuner?
Yes.
And one that I'm quite sure you probably will meet one of these days because he's with the great Steinway and Company.
Well, I'm with Baldwin.
You know, Arlene and John, you know, game shows today are a very different business from what they were back then. We put no emphasis on money. As you know, nobody ever really won anything. We didn't have much razzle-dazzle. We played a very amusing game, and it was all really for fun. And a lot of the amusement, the majority of it from What's My Line, came from little bits that weren't really part of the game at all. Like, for example, there was a time on What's My Line that you may recall when a man suddenly ran up on the stage when Milton Berle was there. We didn't even know who he was. Let's take a look at that.
I made it for Mother's Day.
Mother's Day, huh?
My agent.
We mentioned two male stars before. One of them was Robert Taylor and the other one was Stuart Granger. Are you one of those two gentlemen?
Yes.
Miss Betsy?
Up to you. Up to you.
I think it's the first man. I think it's Robert Taylor.
It is.
Mr. Taylor, the reason I had to make sure it wasn't a girl was I was convinced Jane Russell was going to be on tonight because I saw her a little while ago and I thought her denials were rather false.
It's the only thing about her that is.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Are you the big, tall, good-looking type?
Would you like to give us specifications here? For instance, when you say tall, how tall do you mean, Dorothy?
Well, over 6 feet.
Over 6 feet? No. That's 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Cox.
Am I anywhere near the microphone?
Yeah. Miss Francis.
Now, you're a comedian and you sing, and television isn't your only means of exposure.
Expression, Arlene.
Expression.
Oh, no, that's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Isn't it? Have you not ever sung in a picture?
And you a publisher.
Have you not ever sung? It's perfectly good English.
Would you mind
May I try again, Mr. Sir?
Have you never, have you...
Mr. Bishop?
I'll tell you, from the applause you received when you came in, I don't know who you are, but if you're not him, you're making a big mistake.
Very difficult making a fortune cookie, you know.
It gets pretty hot, doesn't it?
You have to bend them while they're hot.
That's true of all of us.
C'est possible.
Mr. Andrews?
Are you legitimate?
Are you a leading woman? No?
No, that's yes.
Oh, that's yes.
Oh.
It's a very dangerous woman. You can't tell her no's from her yeses.
I don't, Joey, does you? Yes, you got it.
Well, that's the least you could expect from a bishop. It's the first time I've ever guessed as many times I've been on.
And by the way, I think you'd make a very good bishop. Oh, no, that's Bennett's job, sir. You can't do that. I might say we
Now,
consider...
if somebody will please revive my mother and father.
Anything to do with the judiciary?
Yes?
What is that?
Are you a recognized act?
Yes, I have stolen quite a bit of your material.
I think this gentleman... I see the light even with this on. I see the light. Are you, by any chance, a gentleman who has a color, uses a color for his first name?
Yes.
Really? I give up.
Would you answer the description of a pin-up girl?
No, but thank you.
Bennett, I would say, with the permission of our guest, that the area is a very broad one, and I would not be able to let...
And that is the first and only time I ever saw John Daly blush.
Now listen, Arlene, I'm still blushing. I suppose that's my New England upbringing. But we'll be back with Groucho Marx, Bert Lahr, Peter Ustinov, and Barbara Streisand right after this word.
John, you remember that after every famous mystery guest, part of our ceremony was to interview that person, because the human interest in finding out about them was most important. And we had some of our greatest moments, I thought, during some of the unexpected things that happened during those interviews. Remember the time that Groucho Marx came on to plug his book?
Arlene, I was quite honest when I said he is a writer now, because Groucho has written a book, Memories of...
Four books.
4 books, but I mean a new one.
Memoirs of a Mangy Lover.
Memoirs of a Mangy Lover. Only he could do that, you know.
Which
When is it
we're
coming
going
out?
to have the pleasure of distributing.
Thank
You're
you.
going to distribute it, Bennett?
Yes.
Oh, fine.
It'll be out the 18th, and back again the 19th. Where's this magnificent tome that I'm hawking up here tonight? Is anybody going to bring it out?
It
It's all
isn't
sold
here.
out.
It isn't here.
Go over and see Bennett and see what
Sold
he's got
out.
to say
First
about it.
edition is completely sold out.
And there isn't one copy extant?
No, not extant or...
Not extant.
Or intent.
Do you want me to
Beg
leave?
your pardon, yeah, because I got to go.
This was a
I got
wasted
to go home.
evening.
I want you to see Bennett.
Could I ask Bert one question?
Aye.
I don't want to embarrass you, Bert, but you appeared in a play last year called Waiting for Godot.
Yes.
Did you know what it was all about?
Did you?
No, sir.
Then we're even.
did have to make the noise of a door opening at one point. And
how do you make the noise of a door opening?
No, because I'll tell you the end of the story, because I was just leaving. I thought I'd finished the film when they phoned me from the studio urgently and said, you've got to come back because the door shuts and nothing happens. So I had to rush back to the studio, look at myself on the screen, look at the door and go,
One of our producers told me just before we came on that he'd talked to you earlier this week and that you'd said you'd watched What's My Line when you were 9 years old.
It's such a strange feeling because I did watch it so many times, you know, every Sunday night. It was my last chance of freedom before I had to go to school the next day. And it's so strange to be here.
You know, digging back through 25 years is a prodigious job. It brings back a lot of memories, but I think we ought to, the three of us here, give us some real applause to Gil Fates, who went back through 25 years to find highlights of What's My Line.
Here.
And he did something, you know, I'd forgotten completely who our first mystery guest was, and our first mystery guest was a sports figure. Do you all remember that? Since that time, of course, there have been a great many more, but we're going to show you a few of them, starting with a young man who was the lead-off hitter for some 3,000 mystery guests to follow. Now, it is February 2nd, 1950.
And we'll start with Miss Kilgallen.
Well, if you're a celebrity, are you tall, dark, and handsome?
No. I think we'll have to accept the no there, but it doesn't have to do with the handsome part of it.
What happened on that hole where you double bogey? How do you explain that, a champ like that?
You're referring to the PGA Championship.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was a bad hole. That's about it.
Floyd Patterson, the heavyweight champion of the world, who is indeed recently come to this honor.
He
Where's
fought
the
a
crown?
wonderful fight, Mr. Rupp. Can I take off my eye film?
Sure you can.
You did fight marvelously.
Thank you.
I bet on the other fella, but you were just great.
Frank, I hope this doesn't embarrass you. In today's game, he ran for 2 touchdowns. He passed for 1 more, and he caught a pass for the last one. Is that right?
That's right.
It isn't a record that needs to be told. He's the only man who ever won 4 gold medals in the Olympics. He did it in 1936 and rammed each one of them right down the throat of Adolf Hitler.
Are you part of the National League? Do you play for the National... would you be my ball team, part of the Giant team?
Yes.
Well, sir, I think I've got you. Did you hit your 31st home run today? Do you play center field? Are you stay here, Willie Mae?
Arlene, I admire your enthusiasm for the Giants. Does it still exist?
No, they moved away and that broke my heart.
Marcus, the great tragedy of Arlene's life is that if then was now, she'd have been able to play in the Little League.
And I'd have been some hitter.
You know, over the years, we made certain changes in the presentation of What's My Line, but 2 things remained constant. The departing guest always shook hands with the panel on his way out, and the entering guest was always asked to sign in, please.
Is it Mrs. Franklin Delano Roosevelt?
Mrs. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. This is a banner day for What's My Line. We will always remember very fondly that you honored us by being our mystery guest, and I'm sure that the panel would love very much to shake your hand.
Thank
Say good
you
night.
very
Thank
much.
you, Mrs. Roosevelt.
Well, Well, we've looked through our family album of old pictures, Arlene and John. I guess it's time to say goodnight once again.
Well, I'll tell you, Mark, I've been following you now for 25 years. I'd like to think I could follow you for another 25.
Oh, that's
It's
sweet.
been a marvelous 25 years.
And you know, the one thing that's really impressed on my mind again tonight was that the extraordinary range of people who joined us on the program and seemed to enjoy it, and the extraordinary range of audience we had. Never quite understood why it was so, but I think I found out the reason tonight. We all laughed a good deal.
That's true. That's true indeed.
People always say, what do you think it is that makes What's My Line a success all these years? And it is hard to pinpoint what it is, except that everybody is curious about what other people do, I think.
Yeah, it was the people. That is true. You know, I used to say, well, good night and thanks for being with us on What's My Line. So we want to thank you now for being our good audience for the past quarter of a century. And for a final word, we call on the great James Durante.
Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are.
Oh, what a blessing.
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Do you know how much money?
That's our show for you today. We'll be back next time for another edition of Fever Chat as February fireworks begins on both of my YouTube channels. We'll be back for a time warp tomorrow with the same time, same station. Same time, but on another of my YouTube channels. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. Score Productions, hit it. Stick around for February fireworks all February long. Today and tomorrow we're honoring Arlene Francis.
What do you got here?
This has been a presentation of Adam David Kepper Curry
Her
production.
husband, Bob.